important factor in life.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, in fact, let me just read a list of some of the conditions associated with magnesium deficiencies.
Okay.
You have attention deficit disorder, Alzheimer's, anxiety, asthma, autism, chronic fatigue syndrome, congestive heart disease, constipation, diabetes, fibromyalgia, high blood pressure, insomnia, migraine headaches, multiple sclerosis, muscle cramps, Parkinson's, osteoporosis, and the list just goes on and on and on.
And this is associated with a lack of magnesium in the body?
Simply a lack of magnesium.
Holy cow.
So it's nothing to really mess around with. Now what happens is this. You need the magnesium in your body in order for the calcium to be absorbed.
Oh, so it's a necessary thing in order to get the first component, which is calcium.
That's right. They work in combination with each other. Now, there's many more practical applications of this CalMax formula.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, like I said, you drink it so it gets into your system.
Okay.
And one of the first things we use it for in our clinic is for people who are under a lot of stress and they can't sleep well at night. It works better than anything I've ever seen for people that have trouble sleeping.
Really?
Because it relaxes your body, and you actually feel the relaxation after you drink a cup of the CalMax formula.
Interesting.
Now, the other thing that it's really, really good for are people who are in pain.
Okay.
And I have a whole bunch of stories to tell you and case studies of people actually taking the CalMax formula and getting rid of pain. And this is including arthritic-type pain, fibromyalgia, which is a form of arthritis, back pain, muscle spasms, migraine headaches. There's a whole category of areas I'd like to discuss with you.
Wow, that's fantastic. Some of those things that you've named seem to be age-related or things that we experience as we grow older. Is there a link there?
Yeah, there's a vicious circle that I'd like to discuss. What happens is that when a person has a magnesium deficiency, specifically magnesium, they don't absorb their foods well. And so they go into what we call malabsorption syndrome,
Okay.
which millions and millions of Americans have. And it's not like you feel sick or, this or that. You might be over time just starting to feel more tired and tired and tired.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a real gradual over time type of thing. And a lot of people justify that they're getting old and they just need more rest or whatever.
Right, that's what I would think.
Now what happens is that when you get less absorption, you actually increase the deficiency in your system of magnesium.
Wow.
And that starts to take the calcium out of the bones. You start getting bone loss. You start getting muscle loss because it also reduces the muscle mass. And pretty soon before you know it, you are feeling old.
Yeah.
And your body's actually starting to manifest it.
Wow. All due to a simple lack of these nutrients.
Calcium, magnesium. Now, let me tell you, and it is simple. The problem in being a doctor and a researcher is how do you get this into the system? The formula that we have, the CalMax formula, is so fantastic because it's in a powdered form. You take hot water and you put it in a cup, take a teaspoon of this powder and mix it in.
Yeah.
And you drink this cup down.
That's great. Well,
the absorption rate is really incredible because it actually goes right into your bloodstream.
All right, and this is probably a good time. Folks, if you want to get a free book about calcium and magnesium and try Dr. Pincus's CalMax formula, there is a special toll-free number to call. It's 1-800-971-2937. Now, CalMax is a unique blend of calcium and magnesium that gets absorbed into your bloodstream so you can replace those vital nutrients that your body burns up when you experience stress. And I want to let you know that Dr. Pincus has arranged a very special introductory offer. It's only available to you listeners. So when you call, be sure to mention this program and you'll get a risk-free trial of CalMax. Again, this is only available to you listeners and only if you call this toll-free number. It's 1-800-971-2937. So if you're feeling the symptoms of stress, the lack of sleep, the low energy, pain and stiffness in your muscles and joints, your body is telling you it's lacking the calcium and magnesium it needs to handle the effects of everyday stress. If you're concerned maybe about bone health or osteoporosis, if you want to improve your heart health, your digestive health, and even reduce or eliminate the effects of stress, I encourage you, try the CalMax formula. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call 1-800-971 2937. And when you do call today, you're also going to get that free book. It's called The User's Guide to Calcium and Magnesium. And folks, this book is packed with vital information about why your calcium needs change with age. Calcium's role in cardiovascular health, osteoporosis, diabetes, depression, fatigue. It's all in this very informative book.
And don't forget, Chris, I'm going to give away an extra free bottle of my CalMax formula to the first 100 callers. So it's really important for your listeners to pick up the phone and take advantage of that.
Well, thank you for doing that, Dr. Pincus. I really appreciate it. Folks, this just keeps getting better and better. So you get to try CalMax absolutely risk-free. And if you're one of the first 100 callers, you're going to get an extra free bottle. Plus, you're going to get that free book. So the number to call is 1-800-971-2937. And remember, you have absolutely nothing to lose because you can try CalMax absolutely risk-free. So that number to call is 1-800-971-2937. I'll give it to you again. It's 1-800-971-2937. Well, if you're just joining us, I've got Dr. Michael Pincus on the phone today, and he's telling us about stress and how important it is to ensure that you've got the proper nutrients in your system, specifically calcium and magnesium, and how much of an impact that has on our overall health. So I guess one of the things that people should really be aware of is, because this isn't an instant thing that triggers you to say, oh, I'm sick, but instead happens gradually over time, it's very possible that people might not even be aware that there is a deficiency of calcium and magnesium in their body.
Well, that's the thing, is that deficiencies are not like, a water main breaking where you have a real noticeable thing. Deficiencies are little drips, little leaks here and there. And so what we have is a cumulative effect where a person starts to go downhill just a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
To the point where they don't realize how bad they've actually gotten before it's too late.
Dr. Pincus, you had mentioned insomnia. We talked about that a little bit. What about back pain?
Calcium magnesium is excellent for back pain because the calcium goes into the muscles. The magnesium actually helps the transmitters in the nerve. And when you take this CalMax formula, many times it will calm your back pain.
Wow.
I know a couple years ago, I herniated a disc in my back. And I was trying everything, and I took out the CalMax formula, and I drank it, and I couldn't believe the difference. Within about a half hour, I was functional again. Now, it wasn't completely gone, but I drank it over a 10-day period, and it completely alleviated the problem.
Now, what about heart disease?
Well, heart disease is something you have to watch out for, both dietarily and going down the genetic line.
Yeah.
And if anyone has any history of heart disease, or you've even had bypass surgery, you should be on this CalMax formula. And I can't say that without enough emphasis, because it's something that will completely give you a new lease on life.
Isn't that amazing? We had talked about arthritis. What about joint pain?
Well, the arthritic joints really respond to this, and I recently gave a can of this to a lady who was suffering from fibromyalgia, where she was having pain in just about every joint in her body. It could be in her knee, it could be in her neck, it could be in her elbow. And I gave it to her 1 week, and I saw her the next week, and I swear, Chris, I did not recognize her.
Really?
Just as a lady that was 64 years old, and the first time I saw her, she looked like she was 84 years old, and a week later, she was bright, she had a beautiful smile, her eyes were gleaming, and I honestly had to ask my wife who this lady was, and sure enough, she was the one who took a week of the formula, the CalMax formula, and she said she got a really good week of sleep for the first time in years.
Wow.
And that her pain was much better, and she ordered 3 more cans for me. And she was giving it out to her friends.
That's amazing.
And when I use this with the professional athletes, I'm a doctor for the U.S. Olympic team, and I had a number of athletes using this before their events so they could sleep well, and they'd wake up and their muscles were in real relaxed shape.
Wow. You really wouldn't think that such a small component of your normal diet can make such a profound impact over the way that you feel.
Well, see, what's happened, Chris, is that in the last 50 years, the American diet has greatly changed, and the nutrition has greatly changed. And add to that the medications. Many people are on blood pressure medications or anti-anxiety drugs or heart medications, and many of these things also block the absorption of calcium and magnesium in the system.
Wow.
So the very drugs that are treating the conditions that your body is experiencing because it's deficient in calcium and magnesium, it's also blocking further absorption.
Isn't that something?
So it's really a rat race out there.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a vicious circle.
It sure is, and what are you going to do? So my formula is try the things that are simple first.
Yeah.
You have nothing to lose. This is not going to hurt you. Put it that way.
Yeah.
You have nothing to lose.
All right, folks, again, if you want to get a free book about calcium and magnesium and try Dr. Pincus's CalMax formula, there is a special toll-free number to call. It's 1-800-971-2937. Now, CalMax is a unique blend of calcium and magnesium that gets absorbed into your bloodstream so you can replace those vital nutrients that your body burns up when you experience stress. And I want to let you know that Dr. Pincus has arranged a very special introductory offer. It's only available to you listeners. So when you call, be sure to mention this program and you'll get a risk-free trial of CalMax. Again, this is only available to you listeners and only if you call this toll-free number. It's 1-800-971-2937. So if you're feeling the symptoms of stress, the lack of sleep, the low energy, pain and stiffness in your muscles and joints, your body is telling you it's lacking the calcium and magnesium it needs to handle the effects of everyday stress. You know, if you're concerned maybe about bone health or osteoporosis, if you want to improve your heart health, your digestive health, and even reduce or eliminate the effects of stress, I encourage you, try the CalMax formula. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call 1-800-971-2937. And when you do call today, you're also going to get that free book. It's called The User's Guide to Calcium and Magnesium. And folks, this book is packed with vital information about why your calcium needs change with age. Calcium's role in cardiovascular health, osteoporosis, diabetes, depression, fatigue. It's all in this very informative book.
And don't forget, Chris, I'm going to give away an extra free bottle of my CalMax formula to the first 100 callers. So it's really important for your listeners to pick up the phone and take advantage of that.
Well, thank you for doing that, Dr. Pincus. I really appreciate it. Folks, this just keeps getting better and better. So you get to try CalMax absolutely risk-free. And if you're one of the first 100 callers, you're going to get an extra free bottle. Plus, you're going to get that free book. So the number to call is 1-800-971-2937. And remember, you have absolutely nothing to lose because you can try CalMax absolutely risk-free. So that number to call is 1-800-971-2937. I'll give it to you again. It's 1-800-971-2937. If you just tuned in, we're talking with Dr. Michael Pincus about stress and the negative effects that everyday stress has on your body, whether it's job stress, financial stress, family stress. Any form of stress takes a serious physical toll on your body. And Dr. Pincus, you were talking about how your CalMax formula can help us in this battle against stress. And I guess this is something everyone should be aware of, whether you're 24 or 94.
Well, I've used it for many, many years as a younger person, and now as I'm aging as well, I use this, and it definitely helps me sleep better. Mm-hmm. It helps control the stress of the workaday world, and many people will just be amazed how this actually works. Because our formula has a chemical reaction that occurs before you actually ingest it.
Mm-hmm.
CalMax is pre-dissolved. It doesn't get lodged in your system. And so what happens is that when people drink the CalMax, it's like an infusion into your body. It's like, whoa, it's like decompressing. And so people who are in pain, they take the CalMax, the calcium magnesium gets into the muscles, and it starts to relax it.
Dr. Pincus, you talked earlier about how stress affects your energy, and I'd like you to elaborate a little bit more on that subject, if you would. I mean, does stress really affect our energy levels?
Good question, because energy is like the biggest thing right now. Like people, chronic fatigue syndrome, PMS, and fibromyalgia, it's like wiping people out. And that's the key to low energy is a lot of it's caused by pain, feeling old, your joints don't move well. This kind of wipes you out. It drains your energy, and then you get tired and you go to sleep. Guess what? You don't sleep. Now, I'm telling you, like common scenarios due to a lack of calcium and magnesium in your system. When you have the CalMax, and the first thing that happens, you take it 20 minutes before you go to bed, you get a good night's sleep, and you wake up feeling refreshed and your energy comes back.
Is CalMax safe? I mean, you're telling us how powerful CalMax is, and I'm just wondering if you can ever take too much or if it's safe to take if you're already on any supplements or medications.
CalMax has never, ever been shown to interact poorly with any medication. Okay, it's 100% natural. It's safe. And, you know, our formula doesn't contain sugar, which is in a lot of calcium products, wheat, soy, gluten, lactose, or anything that people are trying to avoid. CalMax doesn't have any of that. But you see, the point is that if you're a person who's a diabetic, you're on high blood pressure, you've had bypass surgery, guess what? You are deficient. You are deficient in the calcium and magnesium.
Dr. Pincus, unfortunately, we're about out of time. Any parting thoughts? I mean, who can really benefit from this?
Well, I wish we had more time because this product, I'll tell you, if you're over the age of 35, you should definitely be taking the CalMax formula just daily on a preventative basis.
Yeah.
But if you're someone who's more of a senior citizen, or if you're someone who can't sleep well, or you're experiencing a lot of muscle cramps, a lot of aching in your body, this is an absolute. It's so simple, but it controls most every function in your whole body. You're someone that's been diagnosed with a condition, you've been on blood pressure medications, all these things. CalMax is so unique. It's something that I urge you to try because CalMax can help you.
Well, Dr. Pincus, I think that's great advice, and I want to thank you again for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today.
Thank you for having me on your show.
All right, folks, this is your last chance to get that free book on calcium and try Dr. Pincus's CalMax formula absolutely risk-free. Here's the special toll-free number to call. It's 1-800-971-2937. As we've been talking about, CalMax is a very unique blend of calcium and magnesium that gets absorbed into your bloodstream so you can replenish those vital nutrients that your body burns up when you experience stress. And remember, Dr. Pincus has arranged a very special offer here. It's only available to you listeners, so when you call, be sure to mention this program to get that risk-free trial of CalMax. Again, this is only available to you listeners and only if you call this special toll-free number. It's 1-800-971-2937. Plus, if you're one of the first 100 callers, you'll get an extra free supply with your order. So all you have to do is pick up the phone and call 1-800-971-2937. And when you call today, you're also going to get that free book. It's called The User's Guide to Calcium and Magnesium. Now, this book is packed with all kinds of great information about why your calcium needs change with age, calcium's role in cardiovascular health, diabetes, osteoporosis, depression, fatigue. It's all in this very informative book that's yours free when you call and order today. So, folks, this is a really great offer. Again, you get to try CalMax absolutely risk-free. Be one of the first 100 callers. You're going to get that extra free bottle, plus you're going to receive the free book. The number to call is 1-800-971-2937. And look, you have absolutely nothing to lose here because you get to try CalMax absolutely risk-free. The number to call is 1-800-971-2937. I'll give it to you one more time. It's 1-800-971-2937. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Please join us again next week for another edition of Discoveries in Health. Until then, I'm Chris McKay, wishing good health to you and your family.
The preceding was paid for by Two Lights Media. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. The preceding program was pre-recorded.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Stacey Lynn. The United Nations Security Council is set to meet today to discuss Israel's plan to intensify its war with Hamas by taking control of Gaza City. CBS's Deborah Patta reports from Jerusalem.
Well over 500,000 Palestinians call Gaza City home. It was under siege for over a year as the IDF tried to root out Hamas until the ceasefire in January, when hundreds of thousands of residents returned. Now they are facing yet another forced evacuation.
I'm worried about my family. I'm scared the attack might be even harder than before. It's a terrifying situation with no food and no water.
And that plan includes the evacuation of Gaza City over the coming months. On to Russia's war with Ukraine. President Trump and Russian President Putin plan to meet Friday in Alaska. But Ukrainian President Zelensky says a sustainable end to the war cannot be reached without Ukrainian input. Through an interpreter,
and all the partners share the same understanding of the need for a ceasefire, for an end to the killings. Only one actor stands against this: Putin. His only card is the ability to kill, and he is trying to sell the cessation of killings at the highest possible price.
President Trump's nominating another former Fox News personality for a high-profile government position. Here's CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Tammy Bruce has been the State Department's spokesperson since January, even though she has no foreign policy experience. Trump said he will nominate her to be the deputy representative to the United Nations with the rank of ambassador. On social media, the president called Bruce a great patriot, television personality, and best-selling author.
Wildfires continue to burn out west. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is there.
Central California's Gifford Fire has pushed past the mega fire status of 100,000 acres. In western Colorado, the Lee Fire has consumed more than 88,000 acres. Wildfires also rage in Utah and at Arizona's Grand Canyon, closing the North Rim for the season.
They're dealing with a big blaze in Italy as well.
A massive fire that broke out on Mount Vesuvius, the well-known volcano in Naples, is causing serious concerns to authorities. Firefighting teams have been working since Friday on the ground and in the air to ensure the safety of those living close to where the blaze erupted. Towns such as Ercolano were covered in thick black smoke, prompting health warnings.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Payphones are making a comeback.
When electrical engineer Patrick Schlott moved to rural Vermont, he was surprised at how many areas don't have cell phone service. So he started finding old payphones and installing them around town.
The community could really benefit from something like this.
Schlott pays just $2 to $3 a month for the phone line so people can use the payphones for free. Mike Gross ends the North Tunbridge General Store, where the first phone was installed.
They're like, is that a real payphone? Does that really work? And I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't cost any money now.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Look in your basement for that old Fisher-Price Dream dollhouse. The toy from the 90s is the hot item people are looking to buy online.
My very own dream house.
On a Facebook yard sale page in Australia, some which are over 30 years old are going for well over $800. On eBay, you can find a number of the vintage houses along with dolls and all the accessories up for the bidding. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's time. Sunday. We're on the air. Your press pack. Ty Polk behind the glass. I mean, we are dealing with some incredibly talented producers who have been called in at the last second to pinch hit because Alonzo is enjoying a wonderful weekend away, and everybody deserves a wonderful weekend away. But Ty Polk is here today. Seth Davis yesterday. We're here till 1 o'clock. Lots of things to get to this hour, including some of the big stories of the day. All right, now let me tell you something. I got to talk a little bit about Israel to begin. I know a lot of you are saying, Gaza, it's got to end. It's horrible. It's ugly. I don't like it either. But they didn't start this war. Hamas did. And in my humble opinion, you got to be able to do everything humanly possible to end this entire mess. But in the meantime, Israel cannot let their guard down. As tough as it may be with the world pushing on Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, they cannot take their foot off the gas. It could be detrimental because what you have to understand, if Israel falls, the Middle East falls. And then you have a conglomerate of these third world countries with deep pockets because of oil who can attack the United States and other people around the world. So I just want to get that off my chest. Not that I want to see people starve, but I also understand the thought process of Israel. They have to do this the right way, and we need to support them because at stake, not only the people of Israel, but the Palestinians, the Gaza, the future of the Middle East, and somehow, some way, peace will prevail. But if they relinquish and all of a sudden the tables are turned and they get overtaken, that could be the beginning of the end when it comes to the Middle East as we know it. And we can't afford that to happen. We can't afford that to happen. We need to do something in America right now when it comes to what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. And that's why the president is going to meet Vladimir Putin, as you heard from CBS Radio News, coming up on Friday. Vladimir Zelensky should be there. So I disagree with the thought process that it should be just Trump and Putin. I think Vladimir Zelensky has some skin in the game, needs to be there. I don't know how you feel, but I think Ukraine should have a seat at the table. And you cannot make Vladimir Putin look as though he was the winner here. You cannot give any ground, meaning sacred ground of Ukraine back to Russia or to Russia. You can't. You have to basically say this is a wash, it is a draw. You go back to your part of the world, you go back to your part of the world. No deal should be struck. The president has to be presidential here and has to simply say, stop the madness. It has to end, and it has to end here, right now. But please do not make it at all look like Vladimir Putin is the winner here. All right, that's story number 2. We only have 1 hour of open talk, so if you want to jump in here, now's the time. 866-391-1020. Coming up tomorrow and Tuesday on my show, at night, 8 o'clock, State Senator Kim Ward. Tomorrow night, Tuesday, State Senator Jay Costa. We are dealing with a budget issue in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that has turned into an actual nightmare for the state. And what frustrates me beyond belief is the fact that we have a chance to be the leader of this nation's industrial resurgence, an opportunity to lead the way to put manufacturing back on the front page from one side of this country to the next, and everything north and south of this country as well. And if we can't show some sort of leadership to get a budget done and resources start to blow up in our face, then in my opinion, we do not have a right to lead the nation back to fiscal sanity. We don't have the right to do it. And that's how frustrating, that is how frustrating it is when it comes to what is happening in America today. So, what do I plan on doing? I plan on staying on point, being so aggressive when it comes to getting this budget done that I think many of you may actually get a little upset with me. But in the end, I'm doing it for your own good. Because if we let stuff like this simmer year after year, it's only going to get so bad that we will end up becoming the nation as what we do in our government. On that basis, every single few months, we have legislation that needs to get passed to create critical funding. But the only difference, you can't print money in Pennsylvania, but you can print money in Washington. So this budget is absolutely making my skin crawl. So I'm going to ask some hard-hitting questions of Kim Ward and Jay Costa. You don't want to miss it tomorrow night and Tuesday night after local news at 8. I mean, think about it. We'll be at 2 months before you know it. And what bothers me, everybody seems to be taking this so lightly. And when regional transit is on the forefront, can you imagine the gridlock you would have? And also, I got to speak about another gridlock, the Squirrel Hill tunnels. You got to be patient. You have to understand we're all dealing with it. There's a lot of construction going on this year, some of the biggest construction we've had in this country, especially in our region, in a long time. I can't tell you the last time that I have gotten stuck in traffic on a Sunday afternoon, a Saturday afternoon, a Monday night at 10 o'clock, gridlock on 376, taking me 30 minutes to get a mile, sometimes an hour to get a mile. But you got to be patient. I get frustrated too. But what's happening with the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, these are main arteries. These are things that have to be maintained. And I totally respect and get it. And nobody likes to sit in traffic. Nobody likes to be rerouted as far as their routine is concerned, because we're all creatures of habit. But if we don't maintain this stuff and the good people at PennDOT do what they do, these hardworking men and women, something could happen that could be catastrophic, but more importantly, could shut things down for weeks, if not weeks, months, if not months, years on end. And that's the last thing that we need in Pennsylvania. So I gave you enough to chew on. Now you need to digest it, run it through the thought process, and get on the phone and give me a call. We're only in open talk until 6. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. And make sure you say hi to Ty Polk, who is producing today's program. All right, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA or on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with our KDKA video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on KDKA Radio live stream. And now you can also go to our KDK Radio YouTube page, which you can see everything that's happening in the studio. And yeah, I'm kind of looking rather dapper today, if I do say so myself. Hey, do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them now, KDKARadio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, quick break, quick look at sports, and then right back at it. 866-391-1020, your Pratt Pack for a Sunday. Good morning.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Markets with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93-7 the Fan. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive on his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, back at it, and we are ready to go to the phones. Up first, up on that place that is Mount Washington, there's Teddy. Teddy, how you doing, man? Good morning.
What's going on?
Everything is okay. How about you?
Okay.
So what's on your mind today?
Well, the one thing you said that gets on my nerve is the construction. It's awful. It's part of the worst I ever saw it this summer. I understand it has to be done, but you don't do everything at once. It's just not coordinated. And I know the draft is coming to Pittsburgh, but I'll be honest, I don't think Pittsburgh's going to be ready. I almost know it's not going to be ready.
I don't think they're doing all this because of the draft. I think this because of the Biden, the $1 trillion bill that he threw out there, Build Back Better.
Yeah, but you want to build back smarter though. It's the way they're doing it makes no sense. There's no coordination. There's no point man. There's no accountability.
Well, who should be held accountable? Who should be held accountable then, Teddy?
I'll tell you one thing: that county exec is going to be out of office. This is no way. Look, you got people that are trying to go to work, trying to go to school, and they have stuff to do. And I get that you have to be patient. But you're going to do the bridges. You're going to do the roads. You're going to do the subway. You're going to do everything at once, even the city. It makes no sense, Rob.
Well, obviously, she's got an uphill battle. It's been a tough go for her because of the assessment and all the other things, but you can't keep pointing the finger at her. I mean, there's a lot more to this county than her.
Yes, I can. And I'll tell you why. One, when you raise people's taxes and don't cut government, don't try to make government more efficient, there's no way you're going to get elected office. I'm telling you, Rob, people don't have the money. Okay, people just don't have the money, Rob. And government has to act more efficiently. Why do you think this mayor got voted out? Look at downtown. Okay, people are sick and tired. They want their taxpayers' money be spent efficiently. And you just mentioned the state. We don't have a budget. Okay, how in the world can we be the most liberal city in the best state if you have incompetent lawmakers? So as a taxpayer, yeah, I am mad. It's not right. You even know it's not right. You can't get a budget done.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
The county is a mess, and the city's a mess.
That's absurd.
And guess what, Rob? The city and the county are going to go broke.
So what happens then, Ted? Are you just ready to throw in the towel? I mean, what do you do?
Well, I suggest every taxpayer to call the government, the lawmakers, and hold those guys accountable and let them know if they don't get things done right, we're coming for those seats.
Let him come for those seats. All I know is this is why I'm not going to stand in the way of the President of the United States. He seems like he's the only one doing anything. I mean...
exactly.
Well, goodness gracious, somebody actually agreed with me. You know what I mean? Finally, somebody has seen the light. Praise God. I'm so glad you've seen the light, Teddy. I mean... He's the only one. He's the only one doing anything at government level across this great country. I mean, honestly, think about it. We're over 40 days with a budget, and we're nowhere even close. How do you let this happen? How do you sleep at night?
It's called arrogance. And I told you about the state. For one, those guys get pay raises automatically. There's no even vote anymore. They get per diem. They get all the perks. They're too comfortable, Rob. And the people let those guys get away with it. Okay? It's the arrogance of government. It's the best job in the world. You get all the perks and everything else, and there's no accountability.
Well, all I know is somebody's got to be held accountable. And if they don't see it, I guarantee, because of the importance of Pennsylvania, the president's going to start zeroing in on them. And if he starts zeroing in on Josh Shapiro because he feels that he's a threat for the Republican Party and he starts using this budget, it could cost Josh Shapiro a lot, even the governor's mansion. Because you've got Stacey Garrity, who knows a lot about money, and she's starting to get a lot of play now with the press. This could spell fatal for him. So his political future. So if I'm him, I do everything I can when that alarm goes off tomorrow to get the budget done. Everything.
Well, the people need to hold the governor accountable, and all lawmakers accountable. Like I said, Rob, when you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, that's when you get change. And people in Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh need to rise up and tell these lawmakers, you know what? Two things. You work for us. And being in government is a privilege. It's not a right. We got too many people in government who think it's a right to be in there. And they need to come out.
We're just too soft in America. We're just too soft, Teddy, all the way around. I mean, our parents and grandparents would have never stood for some of this malarkey that continues to happen in our country. I mean, and how do you have to have a $50+ billion budget in Pennsylvania? I mean, do you understand? We're talking billions of dollars, and there are people that can't even afford their rent. They can't afford to feed their family. They can't afford to put gas in their vehicle, and we've got to have a budget worth $50 billion? That's crazy.
Well, I agree with you. There's enough pork in there to choke a dog. And it's unfortunate, but look, as citizens, we need to let these guys know you work for us. And we're not doing that. I mean, you're talking to somebody who voted for Ralph Nader. You know, he always said that. You have to be involved.
Did you vote for Ralph Nader?
Yes, I did.
What was that? Was that the?
I haven't got to see him, man.
Was that the Corvair? What was that vehicle that he shut down? I think it was the. I think it was the Corvair. But anyway.
But I thank him for the seatbelts and the clean water.
Yes. What's he up to today? He's still alive, isn't he?
Yes, he's in his 90s.
Holy, is he really?
Yes, he's up there.
Boy, he did things his own way, did he not? And he wasn't afraid of anybody or anything. He took on everybody.
But you know what? We should be the same way.
Oh, I know. You're preaching to the choir. That's why I like this president so much. Listen, I told a gentleman last night who started to really push back on social media with me, who's a friend. And I ran into him last night and I said, look, you understand my job is to get you to get upset so you actually start getting motivated to vote for the right people to get things done. Showbiz, I push buttons, but when I'm also passionate about what I believe in, and I see a lot of things that this president is doing that is actually making America move in the right direction again. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican or a member of the Peace Party, the Green Party, it doesn't matter. You're a socialist, you're a progressive. You gotta start doing things in America. America is drowning. There's going to be nothing left. If this guy doesn't get back in office, I don't know, in my children's lifetime, if we ever start making a profit in this country again. That's how desperate we are right now. Teddy, appreciate the call. I got to get ready to get to a break. 866-391-1020, number to dial to be on the program. Look, as much as it's tough when you hear what's happening in Gaza, and it's horrible, and a lot of people are pushing on, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The reason why Israel stands alone, continues to be profitable, continues to win Nobel award-winning prizes all the time for science and research, and they continue to cultivate and generate revenue, and their economy continues to grow, is because they stand strong. They stand strong. And I'm telling you right now, we lose Israel in the Middle East, it's over. So you got to understand their thought process. Tough decisions, tough times, but to be strong and united and free and to be able to contribute to society, tough decisions have to be made. NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows. Just a click away. Email us at instantacces@kdkradio.com. All right, stay tuned. CBS Radio News coming up, and time for more calls. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-240-1465, 800-240-1465, or go to oxcarcare.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Israel's plan to take over Gaza City is troubling for the nearly 1 million Palestinians that live there and are now facing yet another forced evacuation.
I'm worried about my family. I'm scared the attack might be even harder than before. It's a terrifying situation with no food and no water.
A high-stakes meeting set for Friday in Alaska. President Trump will hold face-to-face talks with Russian President Putin to discuss how to end the war. It's currently set to take place without Ukrainian President Zelensky, who says through an interpreter,
only one actor stands against this. Putin. His only card is the ability to kill, and he is trying to sell the cessation of killings at the highest possible price.
Wildfires out west have intensified. CBS's Andreas Gutierrez is there.
Central California's Gifford Fire has pushed past the mega fire status of 100,000 acres.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team, discussing fresh veggies from the garden. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be a very warm day with mostly sunny skies and a high up to 89. Then tonight, clear skies, low down to 67. Hot tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, high 90. Partly sunny and hot on Tuesday, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Back at it on Monday. We might sneak in a little bit of Steeler talk and everything that happened over the weekend. I'll talk to you first of the week, Monday, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
In the meantime, it's me all day. an early afternoon, our Sunday marathon. Ty Polk is producing the show today. Alonzo is off, so when you call in to join us, make sure you say hi and welcome Ty to the weekend madness that is your Pat Pack on KDK. All right, couple of things I do want to mention. First off, before we get back to the fun and merriment, make plans to attend Variety's Got Talent at the Sunken Bus Studios on Babcock Boulevard, August 16th. Variety's Got Talent will showcase 9 entertainers of all varieties in a competitive, engaging showcase, with the winner taking home a grand prize of $1,000, including our own Pat Septak. All proceeds benefit Variety, the children's charity, a local nonprofit organization that empowers charities and children with disability and their families to truly live life to the fullest through social experiences and life-changing mobility and communication equipment. Tickets are limited. Visit the events page at kdkaradio.com for more information. All right, we're going to talk to Trey Fulbright in just a couple of moments and talk to him a little bit about what's happening with the weather. So, Trey, it is nice to have you back on KDKA. It's going to be a warm one today, is it not?
Yeah, Rob, we're going to be up there in the upper 80s to near 90. Pretty hot stretch coming our way this upcoming week.
Yeah, so I have to ask you, why in the world has this hazy, hot weather returned to western Pennsylvania? What's going on in the ozones out there?
Yeah, well, we've had some Canadian wildfire smoke make its return to our region that came in last week, and our large-scale weather pattern has just been really stagnant as of late. We've had a very strong area of high pressure in place that's basically just kept things really stagnant. It's kept the smoke and haze around and prevented us from cooling off and seeing much in the way of rain as well.
All right, so why don't you just do me a favor and roll through that 5-day first alert forecast, and we'll let you get to work. Go ahead.
Sure. So today, 89 degrees, mostly sunny skies. Tomorrow, 91, partly cloudy. There's a very straight chance of an isolated shower in the afternoon. Tuesday will likely peak in the lower 90s at 92, and then we do have a chance for a few isolated showers and thunderstorms coming up Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. But even behind that system, our temperatures stay well above normal going into the end of this week.
Well, look, my man, you've been here long enough. Are you feeling this black and gold Steelers thing? Are you getting into it a little bit?
I'm getting into it, absolutely.
There you go, man. Nice win last night. Pompiani and Mr. Bash did a great job. All those preseason games on KDK. Look, have a great week. We'll talk to you next Sunday.
All right, you too. Have a good one.
All right, there he goes, Trey Fulbright, First Alert Forecast. Yeah, look, I don't know about you, but I absolutely love the hot weather. I don't care how hot. Turn up the heat. Love it. I love 90-degree days. I love just kind of hanging out, sitting on a porch. Back in the day when I was very youthful, like Ty's age, my producer, I used to love to run in this weather. You would never catch me doing that. But I used to, the hotter the better, man. It's like when I would go to the beach, man, just lather me up, let me hang out, let me bake like a clam, and I'm good to go. The heat has never bothered me. But I will tell you, I love the snow, too. That's why I don't think I could really live anywhere else in this country, because I'd have to give up these 4 seasons, and I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do that. Anyway, back to our conversation. You know, we've been kind of talking about a lot of things affecting us around the world. And when I was kind of stacking things up for today's show, doing a little bit of a social media blog to kind of promote what we were going to talk about, I thought when we wrapped the video and we were loading it up on social media, I said to myself, every one of those stories affects us in Western Pennsylvania. And the only person who's helping us in Western Pennsylvania is President Donald J. Trump. I mean, and then you've got Bernie Sanders, like, ranting in West Virginia. You know, enough already. Look, I admire Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders is an afterthought. I mean, this is about the here and now. We should be having people getting in politics that are going to be able to be there to help the solution get to the finish line because they're going to be around long enough. I mean, Bernie Sanders is energetic. He's healthy. He's had an incredible career. Much respect for him. But when you have senators in their late 70s and early 80s, and I know you have a president at 79, but he's not going to be there long term. You need more Josh Shapiros in their 50s. You need a younger voice in Harrisburg. You need a younger voice, a man or woman in Washington who can get legislation approved, get moving in the right direction, and actually be here to see this stuff to the finish line. And with all due respect, when I listen to Bernie Sanders, it's like a broken record. We're talking about the same thing, and he's going after the evil empire, which happens to be the Republican Party. But what is he getting done? Nothing. And I mean, you're going to West Virginia to talk to those people who have lost their jobs because of the steel industry and the coal industry, and now we have a chance to rekindle some of that again with Nippon Steel? Stop. Stop already. Stay in your own lane, stay in your own state, and don't come bothering people in West Virginia who have struggled long enough. They've struggled long enough. In my opinion, we need to be thinking about what we can do as a nation to help each and every nook and cranny in this country. And it should be the president doing what he needs to do along with Congress and the Senate. And then it should be every politician from the smallest community to the largest in the state where you live, like where I live in Pennsylvania, getting stuff done. I mean, it's the same old rhetoric. It's a broken record, and I've had enough of it. I've had enough of it. There are people that are literally starving as we speak. People, why do you think home ownership is in such dire straits right now? Because people don't have enough money to eat, let alone go out and float a mortgage. And then these banks can't be giving loans to people that can't even live day to day. I mean, it's nonsense. We've got to get back to the floor level. We've got to go back to rebuilding America one layer at a time, and that starts with a working class foundation. Why doesn't anybody understand this? I mean, when I saw that article and I started to read the same stuff, he's just slinging the same stuff to get voted in again. Stop. You're not doing anything. Not that you're not respected, because you are, but you're not solving any problems. This president is at least solving problems. Solve problems. 866-391-1020. Ken, Lower Borough. Good morning, Ken.
Rob, hey, I just walked in the door. I was working this morning. Like I said, I have true life experiences I talk about. Yesterday, I was stopped at one of my customers, and another guy was working there and doing some other things. And he was the only argument he had was for people starving in Gaza. I mean, we have to take over America first. We have a president that's actually stopping wars all over the world. How many wars has he stopped so far? I mean, a meeting with Putin in Alaska is off the chart. I mean, Putin is willing to come here because he feels safe in this country. I mean, there's trust going on there. The Democrats at this point in time, I don't care if you're a communist Democrat, a regular Democrat, you got to give this guy some type of credit for something here. I mean, I talked to your producer. I heard last week there was a man run over and killed. I saw it on TV. Well, I think it was Channel 11. I mean, this guy was hit at a high rate of speed, had to be drugged. Undocumented alien hit him, and that was the end of it. As soon as they found that out, have you heard what happened in that situation?
No.
Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, they showed it on TV. It was horrific. I've never seen anything like that. But that was on, I believe, Channel 11 had it. But what's going on? I mean, what was it, Azerbaijan, and what was the other country?
Don't listen. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. You know what I care about? This country getting back to work again.
It's going to take time, but we have to take care of our own people here first. It's a shame. I mean, we're still fighting amongst each other. The jobs have to be here. They're starting to come.
Listen, you know what I heard the other day? That the average American cannot afford a $400 emergency.
A $400 what?
Emergency, to where they would need at least $400 to fix a leak at their house, their car. That's horrible.
I can understand that, and you're a little older than me, and I started paying attention when I was around 19. And at 19 years old, I paid attention to what our total, let's say we made $1. How much was going on in taxes? Our taxes are we're over 50% in this country, or $1. I mean, that's everything. You're not seeing it out of your paycheck. You get taxes on everything else. And when I was younger, it was like 23 cents out of the dollar. So I had a chance. I had a chance to make what I had to do at those early years. But there's no reason for what we're being taxed at this rate in this country. And it shouldn't be happening to the average working class person. And it hits businesses, too. It's not just one thing. It's everything. And to sit there and say that it's not political on both sides, it is. I mean, if you're a company losing money and you're funded by something that's left-wing, you're surviving. But if you're not going to make it.
But listen, I need Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, all of them to get out of the way. Then let
they do.
And let
but here's the thing.
Wait. Let me finish.
Okay.
And we need the young Democratic voice to be heard. And that is Josh Shapiro. But he's got to get this budget done, because if he doesn't, the president is going to use this against him, and it could end up costing him the governor's race. And if he loses the governor's race, no steam going to the 2028 election. And guess what? It will be J.D. Vance, and then it'll be Mark Rubio. Democrats will not see the White House again, maybe in my lifetime. That's how critical this is right now if you're a Democrat.
Shapiro, I would think Shapiro would try to help your average Pennsylvanian. There's a friend of mine who lives close to the border of Ohio. They don't shop in Pennsylvania. They'll drive to Ohio to shop. They'll drive to get gas. They'll drive to pick what they need up. And to sit there and say this isn't Josh Shapiro, look at the tax situation here. It's over a border, you can get gas cheaper. Over a border, you can get groceries and cigarettes cheaper.
And people are doing it every day. I know that. I happen to live on that border. Okay, I got to get to a break. We'll take a short one. Coming up next. I'd love to hear from you as well. 866-391-1020, your Pratt Pack Sunday morning.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Markets with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93-7 the Fan. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive on his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's go to Chi. Chi, you're up next on KDKA with your Pratt Pack. How you doing today? Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Sweetie cakes. Listen, you know I got a lot of texting in me, so everybody's honey, baby, sweetie cake, especially when we get serious. Yeah, let's talk about it a little bit. And I think some of the viewers are feeling what you would say a vibe or energy or an instinct that's a little bit deeper than what is on the surface. Now, we understand the personality of somebody who is a sociopath, and they usually find their prey as a hunter with the weakness of the individual. The difference between Trump and Bernie Sanders is just like a hungry rabbit, and you are hungry, and they dangle the carrot, and they put the poison in it, versus what Sanders is saying, don't eat that carrot because it'll get you full, but it's a slow death. At this particular time, our economy is going through a lot, yes. But all money is not good money. We're seeing total sociopath signs of an individual whose mind can be manipulating, and they will, grab you by the testicles and squeeze you once they get you to the point that you wish you had never touched them. You have to be able to read between the lines of what you're getting to make sure that there's no underlying motive that could cost Pennsylvania later on. We're going to have to be careful. Yes, we do need things, but if you get it the wrong way, we will suffer later on. Please, please be careful.
All right, Chi, thanks a lot for the call. I don't know. It's so simple when you think about the issue here and what needs to be done. And everybody is just reading too much into it and not reading the right paragraph. You got to create jobs. You got to create an economy. You got to create cash flow. Can't be worrying about what's happening on the other side of the world. You got to start worrying about the streets of Pittsburgh. You got to start worrying about the neighborhood that you live in. You got to start worrying about your roads, your bridges, your health care, your schools. And the only way you start getting stuff solved there is by putting people back to work. You know, and we worry about what's happening overseas. But do you understand what's happening right here in our region? I don't care if it's where I live, where you live. If you're within the sound of my voice and you're from the tri-state, right now people are suffering beyond belief. And I have empathy for all of them. But Bernie Sanders going to West Virginia and wailing on the president is not going to do anybody any good. Everybody wailing on the president to try to use that for political fodder to get them some sort of that underbelly to get them reelected, as opposed to going after real issues and getting things done. If more people would at least listen and see what he's trying to do and help, maybe we would be able to create a whole lot more. Positive, right? How is it that Senator McCormick is in for less than a half a year? He creates this economic buzz with this energy summit at CMU, and we're talking close to $100 billion. Now, I know what you're saying. Show me the money. I haven't seen it yet. Well, you will see it. And I'm already seeing developments starting to happen. When you put a for sale sign up on a piece of property that stays vacant forever, and then the president gets elected and a senator gets elected with the same thought process, and then you start seeing these places go up for sale, yes, but then they also are sold as quickly as these people get into office with the thought process, while you had others representing the Democratic Party and they sat vacant forever. All of the brownfields, the former steel mills, these coal-fired power plants, Homer City, Bruce Mansfield, just weeds growing up. And now bulldozers will be coming in, moving dirt. You'll have construction crews coming in, union construction jobs that'll be going in at the morning's first light and leaving every single day with accomplishment, paychecks, going back to their community, cash flow that'll be used to fight crime, to help schools, to have stronger bridges and roads, and put commerce and merchants working in that town that these people are from. Homer City will see a resurgence like it's never seen. Indiana County is about ready to get an influx of cash that many thought they would never see in their lifetime. We're about ready to see EQT go into Bruce Mansfield, which pretty much is a startup. Everything is still there. The only thing that they won't be using is coal. They'll be using natural gas, and they will do what they need to do in the underbelly of it. And the next thing you know, they'll light the lamp, and there will be people going back to work there and also creating clean, burning energy. The energy grid has been an issue in this country for decades. And every single time I hear a politician say, we've gained energy independence, even President Trump the first time that he was in office, it's poppycock. It's not true. If it was true, your energy bills would not be going up. We would not have flickering lights as soon as the wind starts to blow at a high rate of speed. When the temperatures go up, the power wouldn't be dropping off. How many times do you go home at the end of the day and your clock or your lights are flickering because the power went out sometime during the day? How many times have you woken up in the middle of the night in a steamy hot house because the power went off with no air conditioning? Or the wintertime, your furnace, over and over and over. I remember horrific storms as a kid. Power never went out. And if it did, it was like an anomaly. It was strange. It was weird. That's why you kept candles and flashlights. Now, if you don't have them, you're going to spend half the summer in the dark. Don't you see? This stuff should not be happening in America. We are the most powerful free nation in the world. But this week, I will debate that fact and start to question it. And one of the reasons is because of this budget stalemate. I'm sorry, that's still the biggest story out there. And this budget is not only stalling Pennsylvania, but it's stalling all of these projects that we're talking about. Because if you can't get the workers to where they need to go, and a lot of people in the trades do take transit from time to time, because when they go to construction sites, the parking is limited. So they would much rather take a bus, be dropped off out front, do their job, grab their hard hat and lunch pail, and get back on that regional transit bus and go back home. So you're flirting with disaster. And by the way, the school year, it's like 2 weeks away. It's like 2 weeks away. And if we start having more funding issues, one of the big concerns, 10% under what we need, the going rate for teachers to be able to continue to move forward in public education. No one's becoming a teacher anymore because it's not worth the aggravation. They're not doing it. So what happens if all of a sudden we begin the school year and teachers have to start putting more of their own money into the coffers to be able to get the tools and supplies they need to teach? You're going to have them walking off the job, and you're going to have no one replace them. So even if you do get the funding someday that you need and things start to work out, you're going to have to do some sort of mass hiring project because you're not going to have any teachers. Right now, nobody talks about how the teaching certificates in Pennsylvania are on life support. We don't have enough teachers in the classrooms to educate our children because teachers are tired of it. And they're telling others, you know how back in the day, it was mother, father, teacher, then it usually was the children, the son, the daughter following in their footsteps. That's not happening anymore because they don't see a future in it. It's basically what happened with the mills back in the 80s. So this has just been a complete disaster, a recipe for failure. And it's gotten to the point that I don't even know if any politician should be blamed because even with a magic wand or some miracle potion, they can't bring it back. They can't bring it back, and every day we slip further and further away. It's going to make it more difficult each and every day to get back on track in America. I'm telling you, we got to keep doing things and thinking outside the box. Drastic measures during drastic times, and these are drastic times. All right, stay tuned. Rob Taylor with the news at 6. We'll take a little pause for the cause, and we'll come back after Tech Vibe Radio and some other programming and join you with the organic gardener, Doug Oster, in the 7 o'clock hour. Good morning.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at KDKARadio.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob 10. State police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. That shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Right now, no word on any suspect descriptions. Numerous people have been displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California, PA. That fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home's siding. 6 adults, 11 children were displaced and are receiving aid from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. That's according to the California fire chief. There were no injuries reported. The cause of the massive fire is under investigation. An ambulance collided with a vehicle Saturday morning in Oakland, sending 1 person to the hospital. It happened around 10:45 Saturday morning at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when the crash occurred. The driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from the vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. Now, a second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance that was involved in the collision to the hospital. Saturday night in Baltimore, police say 6 people, including a 5-year-old, were gathered outside eating when they were shot and injured, one of them critically. No suspects have been identified. Police are investigating what led up to the shooting. Here's Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
On arrival, they located 6 victims, 4 males, 2 females. One of the female victims was a 5-year-old child who was shot in the hand. Thankfully, it doesn't appear that her injury is very serious. One of the males was shot and critical.
And a reminder that the Parkway East remains closed in both directions from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood-Swissvale exits. This is so that crews can replace an overhead sign. The portion of the Parkway East will remain closed until Monday morning at 5. Police are assisting motorists near major intersections along the detour. KDK Radio News Timer coming up on 6:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different.
Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Coons Markets with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93-7 the Fan. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive in his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridge's Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridge's brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The following is paid for by the Pittsburgh Technology Council. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
The Pittsburgh Technology Council has been helping our region's tech companies succeed since 1983. The Pittsburgh Technology Council helps its members meet new customers, hire top talent, make headlines, and have a strong voice in government. From startup to multinational, the PTC helps tech companies and advanced manufacturers of all sizes. See how we can help your venture grow at pghtech.org. That's pghtech.org.
A strong work culture is the invisible force that binds employees to each other, to the company, and to their work. It's linked to better business outcomes, happier employees, and increased retention. How we work and where we work continue to evolve in almost every way, yet our human need for connection and purpose remains. Help your employees connect and thrive by evolving your culture to support your team, regardless of how or where they work. So discover how the Kindling Culture Agency can transform your company's culture at sparksomething.big.com. That's the Kindling Culture Agency at sparksomething.big.com.
Compunetics is the leading developer of unified voice, video, and data collaboration and conferencing applications for the service provider, government, and unique workflow applications. The Summit Olympus and Evergreen platforms, driven by their encrypted user interfaces, enable powerful and secure collaboration. Combined with world-class support and innovative professional services, Compunetics delivers the right solution every time. Learn more at compunetics.com. This is Tech Vibe Radio, your front row seat to Pittsburgh's technology and innovation ecosystem. Tech Vibe is brought to you by Compunetics at compunetics.com, Chorus Call at choruscall.com, Highmark at highmark.com, Huntington Bank at huntington.com, Kindling at thekindlingagency.com, PNC Bank at pnc.com, and Savier at savier.com. Here are your hosts, Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting of the Pittsburgh Technology Council, coming at you from the Huntington Bank Studios. Good morning, everybody. So happy to have you here joining me on Tech Vibe Radio. We love giving you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's technology and innovation ecosystem every Sunday morning. Oh my goodness, I hope you've been having a good summer. It is going by so fast. I can't believe we're already into August. This has been an awesome summer for me. I've been having so many amazing interviews with our Tech Council member companies over the past few months. There's just so much going on here in Pittsburgh. If you follow Tech Vibe on your favorite podcast platform, you will see I'm having a great time. 2 or 3 times a week I'm posting new interviews, and I love bringing some of these interviews to the airwaves just because I want to give them a wider audience. I just think they're just amazing stories. And I had a great conversation with Mike Vindler and Alex Trader from a company called Tronics 3D. And this company really blew my mind because I'm a nerdy dude when it comes to building stuff. I think it's amazing to watch stuff being built, to see parts and things like that being made and created and now printed. And I think of so many startup founders and engineers out there who just, they run into these frustrating roadblocks trying to get prototypes made. It can be very slow, it can be expensive, and oftentimes very inflexible. And when you look at what Tronics 3D does, they are absolutely rewriting the rules of manufacturing by 3D printing to rapidly prototype. They can scale production, and they're even printing in materials like titanium. That's what got me really excited. Think about what you can make with titanium, and you can print that. I don't know, there's a whole new game going on out there. So I'm really excited to play for you a good chunk of my deep dive interview with Mike and Alex, because you're going to learn so much, and I think you're going to want to check them out if you go to their website, tronics3d.com. Give this a listen. I know you're going to enjoy it. I just think it's amazing. It goes to show you so much awesome stuff is happening right here. Always got to start with introductions here. So Mike, you're at the helm of this place, man. I mean, you've been doing 3D printing for like ever. I think you're like the godfather, the forefather of 3D printing here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just start on with that. I've been 3D printing since about 2005. We got our first machine. So I spent 15 years in the energy industry, worked for a large Fortune 500 company in the R&D space. Was on the additive manufacturing team, really got heavy into that, got into end-use parts. I've seen 3D printing, over the past 20 years really evolve. And then about 3.5 years ago, I took the leap into entrepreneurship and basically acquired the 3D printing manufacturing company, which is Tronix 3D. So
love it.
I'm the CEO and owner now, and it's been a wild ride.
That's a cool story. I'm always amazed when someone's working a really cool job, making, just doing great stuff, and they're like, no, I want to do something like this. You go and you start something, you buy something and build it. That's awesome. Those are the types of things that's making Pittsburgh cool. Simple as that. So I'm glad you made that choice. It seems like it's working out for you pretty well.
Oh, it's been working out, and the difference, to your point of being here in Pittsburgh, when you're we're a big part of a corporate company, you don't really get to know the local ecosystem. And so after, acquiring Tronix 3D and jumping in and meeting everybody in the ecosystem, including Alex, right? And after, a few years ago, it's been amazing, and it's really, I think, opened up Pittsburgh for me in a different way. I love it. Outside of work, even.
Yeah.
So.
And when I learned that Alex was now a part of Tronix 3D, I got very excited because I've known Alex for a while. He's been with some really cool companies. He's definitely one of our people in the ecosystem here that knows what's going on. So I was like, wait, this is a cool combination going on here. Alex, what made it so interesting to be hanging out with Tronix 3D?
Yeah, I think, Mike and I, we often joke about how we met and how our friendship started probably 3.5, 4 years ago. And it was one of those periods of time.
The heat of the summer is still here, and so are those hot savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank and TC?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. All natural pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Sweet blueberries, 1 pint package, $1.77 each, and selected varieties of San Giorgio pasta, 12 to 16 ounce boxes, 88 cents each. Additional savings in our meat department. USDA choice porterhouse for T-bone steaks, $10.99 a pound, and farm-raised fresh salmon steaks, $10.99 a pound. In our produce department, locally grown green peppers, $1.59 a pound, and locally grown sweet bi-color corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, Silver Star chipped ham, $4.99 a pound, and Coons deep fried turkey breast is $9.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Peter Pan peanut butter, 16.3 ounce jars, 2 for $5.
So get in on these hot savings now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
So first off, 3D printing, this is a vast topic. And obviously, you can 3D print anything these days. What are the core things that Tronix 3D does? Like what is your bread and butter when it comes to 3D printing?
Neat stuff. There's world market.
There's a difference there, right? Like our bread and
butter,
butter
two stores. One's called the Hen House.
Be like the super cool things that we're doing.
Okay.
May end up shifting and pivoting, but
I
kind of
that's so
like a small market
because
I guess you could say.
I love it when a company is innovating and making great money and just doing great stuff.
They
around something you're like, what?
They sell everything from
but
all the weird stuff.
Piece, that's
so
something
they had
doesn't
goat
go
and
very
sheep
far,
heads
or
and
something
meat
like
cake.
that. I just feel like there's a lot to be said for it doesn't have to be the sexiest thing in the world, but you're making something and it's needed. I'm in.
Well, I think to Alex's point, the key is that we have a bunch of stuff that we just manufacture all the time for regular customers. It's cool. Some of the parts.
The heat of the summer is still on us, and so is those hot sets.
But I think one of the things that makes us stand out is that we truly have a passion. So even some of the things that aren't the massive revenue generators, we're still going after them. Very cool. We want to come in and we want to enjoy coming to work every day, and we want to take on those projects, and we want to. There's a certain amount of enjoyment to working with startups and working with the innovators here in Pittsburgh. They're not the ones that are going to be like, hey, I need 10,000 parts and run our printers for the next 2 years.
The heat of the summer is still on us, and so are those hot savings at Coons Market.
Pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Sweet blueberries, 1 pint package, $1.77 each. San Giorgio pasta, 12 to 16 ounce boxes, 88 cents each. Come see us at Coons.
And then we got the bulk of the production as well, but additive manufacturing is just really unique because we can make all of those parts all at the same time, and the manufacturing is flexible, right? Traditional manufacturing, you got to set up to do widget A, right? We can make 47 widgets that are for all different companies all at the same time, and so it's just a whole different kind of process flow. And that allows us to be fun, creative, throw in that one part. We're making fishing bobbers for a local company, try to do weird stuff.
Oh my goodness.
We printed Pokemon figures, right? We've done all of that stuff. Now, does that pay the bills? Not really, right? But man, it makes it a fun place to work, and we're always also printing stuff for ourselves. So,
I can imagine. Well, first off, you brought me this awesome fidget spinner here, man. I'm kind of obsessed with it. This thing is like, I'm amazed. Like, it's a cool little corkscrew on it, and it runs a gear, and I'm turning it, and I'm like, and this thing was printed. That's just so cool to me. So, okay, so tell me then, let's cut this into two categories, and let's make this kind of fun. Okay, so what is the kind of stuff that actually that makes you the money so you can do then the fun stuff?
Yeah, so the stuff that makes us the money is the large production stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we're making 500 server casings for a nuclear submarine, right? Or something like that.
Server casings. So tell me about that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't even know how much I can say about it, but
Just a little.
yeah, just a little bit.
Just don't kill me afterwards.
We're making, these polymer server housings for different Department of Defense Navy-related projects.
Awesome.
So we work with a really good customer in that space. We have a really unique relationship, and they're like a third of our business or something, right?
That, yeah.
They keep our machines running. They have long lead times. Just keep cranking, or keeps kind of that base load busy going.
And how did you find them as a customer? I'm always amazed. Like I think about something like that, like this part on a submarine, and it's just like, wow, that has to be made. And someone's like, where do I get this? And they find you to make it. Like that's so cool.
Yeah, so it's actually a unique story because they actually also sell the printers, right? So, and they're like a reseller of the printer, right? And they generally sell to the government entities. So that's how they're in the government space. So they sell government computer systems. They sell government, you know what I mean, right? Mm-hmm. And our big printers, our big multi-$100,000 printers are made by HP, right? So they're in that HP ecosystem, And so we started working with them on, they would do the service, they'd buy the printers, and then they make their own bespoke products for the government as well. And they needed lots of overflow capacity. And so we ended up starting with that. And then they quickly realized that the quality of the parts coming out of our printer were so good that they just shifted a bunch of their production to us, right?
Awesome.
And,
Very cool.
Some of their more difficult stuff. So, and I don't know all the details. I don't know the whole back end, but they were like, "Hey, we really like what you're doing. Just run with it.
Just run with it, yeah."
And so our work with them just keeps ever increasing, and we just keep being that quality go-to supplier for them. And they have some of the same equipment in their own shop, and we're building a lot of parts
fantastic.
for them. So.
That's a great story. That's the type of stuff I'm like, that's how stuff
it's just a really good relationship. But and the more work they give us, the more printers we buy. So I'm sure it works all out.
It works
for
all
everybody, right?
Same way, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad deal.
So how big is your facility as far as like with production? Like, how many printers do you have? Like, are they humming and strumming 24/7? Like, how does this work? I'm always impressed.
So my February till now pitch has been that we have about $2 to $3 million worth of 3D printers in our space right now. Yeah, and that ranges from probably a dozen of the desktop version bamboos, and those we're not really doing any kind of production on. They're more quick and dirty prototypes.
Test it out,
like desktop trinkets, Christmas ornaments, those types of things.
Christmas ornaments, all right.
Yeah, man, we'll get you one for Christmas. And then you go into kind of our more production level machines, which they're $300,000-$400,000 a piece, and we've got 3-4 of those types of machines right now, and then we have a handful of resin machines. We've got a couple of large format machines, and then we've got one large machine that we can do super polymers on, carbon peak, gold tem. Not to nerd out too much, but like these are pieces and components that could go to outer space and are radiation resistant and those types of things. So it's really super cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So what I love is then the nerdy stuff you guys get to work out on. that really like, what's like the craziest, coolest thing you think you've ever like 3D printed?
Honestly, I think it's got to be like the stuff that we're onlining right now with the titanium. Yeah, I think that's by far that's like worth noting, and it's like the coolest thing.
So you're able to 3D print with titanium?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah. We just onboarded the process for titanium. It's a powder-based process.
Of course,
and we can create it. And it's one of the newer processes. So it's just something that's just rolling out into the world. I mean, they've been able to 3D print titanium, but it's a more production-oriented process.
Gotcha.
So we're really excited what we do there. We already have a bunch of internal personal projects lined up, right?
I can imagine.
I own a few other companies as well, so we get to kind of, have fun and use this manufacturing for those projects. As far as my favorite, I don't know. I mean, there's just so many cool ones. I mean, the amount of robots and autonomous stuff that our parts have been on. There's been, big, national things that I see, and I'm like, I think we 3D printed that part, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's always fun. So some of it's hard to talk about, and some of it I don't think we're allowed to. But,
I know that.
But yeah, we print all sorts of fun stuff. I mean, I'm printing parts for my, I love, working on cars and race cars and racing cars, and I have my fun cars, and so I'm always printing parts for that, even aerodynamic parts for that, or anything.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I built a diffuser for my car, a splitter.
Yeah, I like to race Lotuses, so it's like there's a lot of 3D printed parts on my car.
I can imagine
like
so. Very cool. I know before we hit the record button, I was talking to Alex, and I know there's huge communities, 3D printing communities around the Ford Maverick and Ford Broncos and the Bronco Sports, where people are doing stuff, which I'm thinking just so freaking cool. And I was watching this YouTube video where they 3D printed a part for a BMW door lock, and I'm like, oh man, I'm a car nerd too. So I'm like, man, I will need 3D some prints. I need to 3D print some parts.
When you come out to our shop, right, we'll make sure that there's a part for your Bronco being printed while you're out there, and you can see the process, right? We get all sorts of stuff, and that's one of the fun things that we get with customers is really understanding what their challenges are, right? So you talk about a broken door lock on a BMW or whatever. We like to jump in when people are having a challenge and then seeing if 3D printing can work for it.
Very cool.
We don't want to wait until someone says, hey, I need this part 3D printed and this is the material I need it out of, because most people don't even know about the types of 3D printing that we do and the types of machines that are available. Most people are thinking, I got this $1,000 desktop machine, it's on my engineer's desk. That's what 3D printing is. That's not at all what we do, right? And not the quality, not the strength, not the production capabilities, So when we take it to that level, so we always tell our customers, hey, come to us with your challenges, right?
I like that.
And maybe we can solve them, right?
You're being proactive in some ways.
100%. And I think it's how we all find more value together, right? Because if we can say, hey, we can move up your product launch by a month, right? That's a lot of value to our customers.
Completely.
If we can say, hey, we can reduce your labor requirements because we're going to 3D print this all in one piece instead of 7 machine pieces, right? How are we, kind of working around their constraints and then using that technology, but using it responsibly, right? I mean, I don't want to be that, hammer where everything looks like a nail, right? We've told plenty of customers, hey, I don't think 3D printing's your thing, right? There's another production partner that we have that you should go talk to, right? We're glad to pass that on. But we want to always talk about that higher level because we have so many different technologies and so many different ways to help, that's what makes it really exciting. I think those are the cool projects that you really get to work on.
That sounds like it. You have so much fun. I'm jealous, man.
And I think even to piggyback off of what Mike's saying, coming in, my background is not 3D printing. My background is not manufacturing. I've been downloading and drinking from the fire hose of Mike's 20 plus years of experience in the team and everything like that since February. It's been a lot of education. Just going out and as far as new customer acquisition, it's having conversations with folks that have been in these industries for decades and saying, hey, listen, this is where additive manufacturing can work. There are material sciences and there are polymers that can do some of the same things that metal can, and you can save money here. You can do this. And so I just think it's such a I feel like it's still such a blossoming industry, even though it's been around for decades.
I feel like it's just getting its legs in so many ways because of the advancements that are going on. When you're able to print something out of titanium, you're starting to be able to solve some problems that couldn't be solved before. So I feel like things are coming together. What I'm curious about is, with our regions having such deep industrial roots, we still make a lot of stuff here. So this has to be a great area to have your company because you can do a lot of business locally. I'm sure you do business, of course, around the world, but is there an extra bit of love here just because of our industrial roots or not? I'm curious.
Yeah, I think that's multifaceted, right? I think there's so much manufacturing going on here that we can support those manufacturers. So even making fixtures, jigs, all that type of stuff. A lot of our customers are manufacturers. We also work with, as a sub to some of those manufacturers, right? Where they're using their traditional manufacturing on 95% of the parts for that customer. And then we can take their parts, right? So a CNC shop, they don't want to make 3 of something. We're glad to make 1 of something, right? So there's a lot of very interesting ways for us to work together, and I think we're very much, kind of my approach to all of these things, working with other manufacturers, doing all that. You work with other 3D printing companies. We're a rising tide floats all ships kind of people.
Right? And I do not lie.
Can you see what I'm saying? I do not lie. Can't you see how exciting is it? All the stuff that they're working on. I just find it so cool. And I mean, Mike is unstoppable. He has so many companies. And this is when he kind of started with a passion because he liked printing parts for his Lotus sports cars, which I think is really cool because I'm a car guy. So we have a whole nerd out on that as well, too. Hey, I really appreciate you joining us here for Tech Vibe Radio. I'm so glad you spent half an hour of your Sunday morning hanging out with me. And if you join me next week on Tech Vibe, I have Nina Marie Barbuto coming in from Assemble. And if you don't know Assemble, they're doing some amazing work in Garfield. It's all things around STEM education. They are just opening doors for so many kids and adults alike when it comes to being creative, getting into tech, just getting nerdy and having fun all the way around. They have their big Maker Day event coming up in September. She's going to tell us all about it. So I hope to see you on the air next week on Tech Vibe Radio. In the meantime, go to pghtech.org and find out all the ways the Tech Council can help your company succeed. Thanks for geeking out with us on Tech Vibe Radio. Tune in next Sunday for more tech and innovation stories right here from Pittsburgh. Tech Vibe is brought to you by Compunetics at Compunetics.com, Chorus Call at ChorusCall.com, Highmark at Highmark.com, Huntington Bank at Huntington.com, Kindling at TheKindlingAgency.com, PNC Bank at PNC.com, and Savior at Savior.com. And we're always coming at you from the Huntington Bank Studios.
The preceding was paid for by the Pittsburgh Technology Council. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder that the Parkway East remains closed in both directions from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood Swissvale exit this morning, and that's so crews can replace an overhead sign. The portion of the Parkway East will remain closed until Monday morning at 5. Police are assisting motorists near major intersections along the detour. State police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. Shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Right now, no word on any suspect descriptions.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
All right, Sunday. Mostly sunny skies today. It's going to be a high of 90 degrees. Tonight, 67 with mainly clear skies. We'll see the sun out on Monday and Tuesday, and doesn't look like there's a chance for any rain until possibly Wednesday. Right now, though, it's 67 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Rob Taylor. Next update's at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
News Radio, KDKA Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Markets with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93-7 the Fan. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive on his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
The following program was pre-recorded. The following is paid for by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
Good morning and welcome to Catholic Education Plus on KDK Radio. I'm Father Tom Burke, pastor of St. Joachim and Ann Parish, which serves the communities of Elizabeth, Forward, Glassport, Portview, Lincoln, and Liberty boroughs in southern Allegheny County. Delighted to have everyone with us this morning. And this morning we are diving into a program that's transforming the lives of Catholic education across our diocese, and it's the Pennsylvania's Educational Improvement Tax Credit. It allows donors to turn taxes into tuition, which helps families afford a Catholic education. It's proven to be a life-changing, and now even more opportunities are going to be available. But before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank all of our generous sponsors of Catholic Education Plus, Sam and Judy Spanos, and the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Their support helps us to share stories of faith, education, and service. We're joined in studio by a special panel of guests leading into this program. Our Chief Financial Officer for the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, Mr. Bob Costantino. He has joined us last year, and he's back to talk again about this initiative. And the Educational Improvement Tax Credit Program, also known as EITC, is more than a financial tool, but it's a powerful way to turn taxes into tuition and make Catholic education accessible and affordable for more students than ever. And with us in studio, along with Mr. Costantino, is Tony Norvelli. He is the director of the EITC services for the Diocese of Pittsburgh. And Michael Frecker from our stewardship office will join us in the second segment. So Tony and Bob, welcome this morning to Catholic Education Plus.
Thank you, Father.
Now, Bob, I'm going to ask you, tell us why this initiative is so close to your heart and the renewed energy behind with the Catholic school scholarship opportunities.
Yeah, that's not a problem, Father. So we joined you last year and we talked a little bit about my new entrance into this role. But I come to you today not only as a professional in this organization, but also as someone of deep faith and one of 9 children that were Catholic educated. Including my wife, who is also Catholic educated, and my 3 children. And as I was preparing for today, I was thinking about it. You know, my son was a first time into school. We got financial aid through this program, and it helped us, and it stepped us forward to say we can do this, and we can all do this together. And that's why we're so passionate about it. As we get into this, last year, I remind you guys, I used the phrase all in. The Diocese of Pittsburgh is all in on this concept. And our bishop at the time, Bishop Zubik, on the early April, he had a breakfast mass that basically had 55 of our 120 pioneer donors on this program. And it was a beautiful event, but we laid out a new strategy. And that's what we're here to talk about today, this new strategy. This new strategy has... We're allowing lower minimum donors. So the dollar amount used to be $3,000, it'll be down to $1,500. We're having no fees. We're allowing people to, we're adding resources to it so that we can deliver on our promises and make sure that it's an annuity that every year continues to give to our Catholic education.
I like that, all in. Yeah. For those who are new to the EITC program, can you walk us through how this program works?
Yeah, absolutely, Father. That's not a problem. I mean, this program's been around for years, and this part of our strategy is you mentioned it earlier, turning taxes into tuition.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sharp slogan. It really shows where we're at. It's really that simple. A donor can provide a donation, and under the state program, 90% of it can be returned to you in a tax credit. So hypothetically, if it's $1,000, you pay $100 for that donation, and you take that annuity and you make it over multiple years. It can really make it cheap for you to make a difference for many more years to come. But the taxes for tuition is what we're leading with, and there's a lot of passion to connect to the life-changing event that Catholic education can deliver for our students as well as our families.
That's great. Now, we've hired a new team member to help us to get this really out there more to better serve the donors in the schools. Mr. Tony Novelli, he's a passionate advocate. He's going to be helping Michael Frecker, who will be joining us in the second segment, to get more people to be all in. I want to welcome Tony now to Catholic Education Plus. Tony, can you tell us a little briefly a background about yourself first, and then we'll get into the nuts and bolts.
So thank you, Father Tom. I mean, it's a blessing to be here this morning with you. I've worked in several industries over the years, primarily, service delivery and customer service focused, but really none were as personally meaningful to me as what we're doing now. Catholic education has always been a cornerstone, my faith and my family's. So being part of this program now gives me the opportunity to help other families and really help them participate in Catholic education and send their children to Catholic schools. I believe the Catholic schools provide an excellent educational experience founded in faith and community, and I'm thankful to help my community through this program. I'm going to lean on a couple components that Bob just stated. This program makes it possible for donors to provide scholarships to deserving students while receiving 90% of their contribution back as a tax credit. That's high impact giving at a low cost. And when repeated over multiple years, the effect is exponential. And that's the annuity piece that Bob mentioned.
So 90% goes back to that. That's a really wonderful percentage rate.
And if I may, just one additional point that I forgot to mention.
Sure.
Every dollar donated will help on tuition. Every dollar, it's dollar for dollar. Dollar for dollar.
Now, both of you sounding so compassionate about this because you're part of that and your families have lived that. So this is personal for both of you. I'll have both of you chime in. Bob, you go first.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was so excited about taking the role 7 years ago. Naturally, I'm in charge of all the dioceses, so I got to look at all missions of the diocese.
Right,
but
this
each one is that important.
Tony?
So yeah, I'm of course I'm newer. I'm just excited. Again, just excited to be part of this. So my wife Lisa and I sent all 3 of our children to Catholic school, and I'll say my wife understood the value of Catholic education before I did, and I'm really thankful for her initial push for our children to attend Catholic school. And we too, when we were a young family, we needed financial aid to afford the tuition. The money we had available to set aside for the cost of tuition just wasn't quite enough. So we applied for assistance, and we received it. And we're so thankful to those generous donors at that time who gave through the EITC and other scholarship funds to help us. It was their generous financial support at that time was just invaluable, and it was monumental to our family. And so, I can, honestly, like, the program works, but it only works through the continued generous support of donors who want to help other families send their children to Catholic school.
And I'm a product of Catholic and public education, and definitely the Catholic education laid that cornerstone for me. And then my sisters, we all went to Catholic school, and now all seven of my nephews were part of Catholic education. So it is very, very pivotal and cornerstone. And this EITC program really helps people. I always tell people, don't get the sticker shock saying you can't afford a Catholic education. There's programs out there to help you, scholarships, and especially these tax credits are just another layer to help chisel away that tuition payment. Would you guys agree?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, most of the things that we'll talk about as we get into it is that, even getting the people to apply, like thinking that they don't even have the ability to apply, and Michael will speak to that too in his segment. We not only need the money, but we also need people to apply so that we know really how to make it possible. And I look back at my own son when he was first getting out. That was the first commitment. That was my first commitment. Can I make this for my kids? Yeah. And when I got aid to support it, it made it that much more easier.
Yeah. Tony?
It's too. Our goal is to make donations, I want to say less complicated, easy to make for the donor, and understandable for the donor, and then concurrently on the back end want to make sure that those families request the need, understand it, and request it themselves.
Turning taxes into tuition.
Yeah, I like that. Really, it just really helps people out, and the more people that put into it, the more assistance we can give. Right. So that's why we're trying to get the word out. And, we're just a couple weeks away from opening the school bells. The school bells will be ringing, but it's not too late for people to help out. So Bob Cosentino and Tony Novelli, thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
And we have lots more to talk about. We're going to take a break. You're listening to Catholic Education Plus with Father Tom Burke here on KDKA Radio.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports. Sports is brought to you by Coons Markets with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93-7 the Fan. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive on his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
And welcome back to Catholic Education Plus. I'm Father Tom Burke, pastor of St. Joachim and Ann Parish in Elizabeth, Forward, Glassport, Lincoln, Portview, and Liberty Boroughs in southern Allegheny County. I want to give a big shout out to our generous sponsors again for this radio program, Sam and Judy Spanos and the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh. And we've been talking about the Diocese of Pittsburgh is committed to expanding the Educational Improvement Tax Credit, also known as EITC program, program. And this initiative program turns donors into partners and taxes into tuition. I really like that. Taxes into tuition. We heard personal stories that remind us how powerful this program is for families in our diocese, which makes our Catholic education more accessible and more affordable for our families. And we're joined in studio this morning for this second segment. Bob Cosentino is again with us, but Mr. Michael Frecker, who is no stranger to our program, he is our Director of Plan Giving. Michael, welcome back this morning to Catholic Education Plus.
Thank you, Father Tom. Always great to be here and great to see you. I'm just really enthused about where we're going with this program. And, you know, we've been talking about this for a while, and I've been involved personally in development for this program for a little over 7 years now, and I've seen firsthand how the EITC program has grown. What's really interesting is the statewide budget has more than doubled in 5 years. So we're very thankful for that. And as you know, we're competing with many other great schools across the state. And our job, we feel now, is really, let's get the word out, because we have so many great families that need our support. And when, you know, the diocese is all in on this program, so it's created incredible momentum. With the addition of Tony Novelli, who was just here, to our team, now I can focus on adding and expanding our outreach and working with chambers of commerce, CPA firms, influencers, financial planners, estate planning attorneys, those that have the contacts for these, you know, donors, everyday donors, and families that maybe don't know how this works. And what we're doing is we're simplifying it and make it much easier for them to participate. So I'm really excited.
Can you share some examples of how this more focused approach is already making a difference?
Well, I could say this: we're getting the word out much quicker, much earlier, and there's a lot of momentum also of what's going on in the state, but also with the federal tax bill that was just recently passed. So we're excited about what we can do at home, you know, for state of Pennsylvania residents. But many people don't understand now that we have a federal bill that won't take effect till 2027, but that's really right around the corner. The Education Choice for Children Act will start in 2027. And it's going to allow donors from in-state and out-of-state to make a donation of up to $1,700 a year, and it's a federal tax credit. So that's going to be a separate program, but also a program that our scholarship organization is going to be very involved in, and we're going to be involved in our communication efforts and our development efforts. So it's really a very exciting time.
I want to bring Bob into the conversation.
It's just another tool in our toolbox. So every component of our strategy as we move forward. Tony's coming in with his background in customer service and making it happen, taking the load off of Michael and basically putting him in a position to do what Michael's good at, which is interacting with others and bringing in donors. In addition, we're creating this network where we're casting a larger net on the smaller donors as well, and basically treating everyone with the customer service care that we can do, and basically make this an annuity that just keeps building. And with this additional tool, we're ready to go. Yeah. We're all in.
I like that, all in. And I like customer service because now more than ever, you know, every time you call a 100 number, you're getting a recording or you're talking to a computer, press 1, press 2. When you talk to a human being and you get that personal customer service, it just makes things a lot more easier. Would you agree, Bob?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And I'm just happy that we're planning and coordinating.
Absolutely. And then with Tony's background with his customer service, Michael has been a great staple to knowing that with this program, it's going to be a great, well-oiled machine to get the word out even more and to walk with these donors and enhance more people to help out with that. Michael, I want to bring you back in. What are some of the most important things to communicate the value and to help the donors to know that they're part of something bigger?
Well, as you know, Father, you've seen this firsthand, even though the demographics that there's fewer families compared to 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we know that we have a great demand for our product, for our Catholic schools are thriving, and reminding people of that, and also the fact that this energy and making this program much simpler will allow us to go from where we're at right now. Like the average family has a need of over $3,600, and it's probably closer to $4,000 or more, depending on the high school, certainly, that they have that tuition need. But in the recent past, we've been able to average about maybe $2,000 per student in tuition aid. So we have a much greater need than we do as supply, and that's why we're very fervent in our efforts to make a big increase. And also, as mentioned earlier in the prior segment, there's many eligible families that haven't applied, and we want to encourage and make it easier for people to apply for tuition aid, and they might be surprised that even if they didn't think they would qualify, that they in fact do qualify, and it will help them stay in our schools, graduate from our schools, and we already know the success rate of our students going through our Catholic elementary and high school experience.
Yeah.
And I wanted to add, Father, just so you understand that it's a coordinated attack. The financial aid aspect of this also comes up through my leadership. It's not about me. I'm not in charge. He is, right? But my point is that we got the strategy here going on the one side. We got the strategy on the other side. We can really make this work and say we're all in relationship to Catholic education.
It's a team effort, too.
It's a team effort.
With Steelers training camp, getting ready for the new season.
Get our terrible towel out. Let's make it happen.
Everybody... you're not one person. No one is by themselves. You're all team players. And it sounds like this is a well-oiled machine. Yeah, like
puts us in that
we
role.
got this. We got this, and get that. With a new federal law that just was recently passed to further expand the donor base, alumni supporters. What kind of feedback are we hearing from donors since these changes have been made?
Well, since it's very new and it hasn't officially started on the federal side, which it will in early 2027, we're going to be ready for it.
Okay, you're getting
and we're already getting inquiries about it. The bottom line is that we'll be able to attract the donors that maybe just want to interest on a one-year basis on the federal program and donate up to $1,700, and then many of those donors that are alumni from our schools that are out of state are able to participate now because they don't have to be Pennsylvania residents or have Pennsylvania income tax. On the federal side, again, it's a dollar-for-dollar tax credit off their federal return. So it's a wonderful addition to provide school choice.
Absolutely, yeah.
And going back to those roles that we're all playing, we're all hitting these at different places to make sure that we hit it, make it happen, and have that money come in for our schools that we love.
Just keep throwing it out there.
Just keep working on it together. We are a team on this.
Now, we only have about a minute or so left, so somebody listening here this morning, a business owner, an individual who wants to get more involved or more information, can you give us some information?
Yeah, part of our simplicity thing, we opened up a new website and relationship. It's www.taxesintotuition.org. And that will basically put you right in line exactly. You don't have to find it. It's going to be that one way of connecting. And that website will help you move through the process. If you're already sold, there will be a place there to commit. If not, there'll be a place there to communicate. So
taxesintotuition.org.
Or a phone number if they want to talk to somebody in person? Michael? Certainly. Our direct number here, 412-456-3085 for our department that will be handling the incoming calls. And also just want to mention our goal, we've applied for a significant increase, and I believe we're going to get it. And we're looking to raise an additional $2 million this year, which will have a great impact. So we want to double our impact 2 years from today and then triple it within 5.
Great. Michael Frecker, Bob Cosentino, and Tony Novelli, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Father Tom.
We'll be back in a moment.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
This week in our Plus segment, we are featuring the 19th Sunday in Ordinary Time, and we are listening in the Gospel this morning from St. Luke. Jesus tells us that where our treasure is, that's where our hearts will be. And how perfect, talking about turning taxes into tuition and the treasures of helping people. And we hear the parable of the waiting servants, which urges us to be in constant watchfulness and faithfulness. Faith and hope are the two themes this weekend, and Jesus instructs his disciples about waiting for his return, which we call the second coming, and he shows them to be ready at any hour, to be watchful and to wait and to have that faith and that hope. So let us trust in God's promise, trust that God is with us, and if our treasure is helping in here, we must bear that witness to it by living out our life with compassion, mercy, and love, and helping turning our taxes into tuition. That's helping people. So look at your treasures, look at how we can help, and Jesus tells us that we all are blessed. We're blessed every day with faith, hope, and love, and that will help us with our treasure. So as now we're in the middle of the month of August, we're just a few weeks away from school, and we're coming into the final home stretch these last 2 weeks or so for our summer season. Let's look at our treasure. Thank you for listening to Catholic Education Plus. I'm Father Tom Burke. We'll be back in 2 weeks here on KDKA Radio.
The preceding was paid for by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Etna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder that the Parkway East remains closed in both directions from the Square Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood-Swissville exit. That's so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. So the portion of the Parkway East will remain closed until Monday morning at 5. Police are assisting motorists near major intersections along the detour. State police are investigating after a woman was shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. Shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say 4 masked men opened fire at that housing complex, one of the bullets striking that woman, but no word on the exactly who the suspects are at this time. Numerous people have been displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California, PA. The fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home's siding. 6 adults and 11 children were displaced and are receiving aid from the Red Cross and the Salvation Army. That's according to the California fire chief. There were no injuries reported, and the cause of the massive fire is under investigation. Well, an ambulance collided with a vehicle Saturday morning in Oakland, sending one person to the hospital. It happened around 10:45 at the intersection of McKee Place and Fifth Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when the crash occurred. Now, the driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from that vehicle and was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance to the hospital. KDK Radio News Time, it's 7:02. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time to get greened. Doug Oster is here. All natural, no pesticides, no artificial ingredients. The Organic Gardener is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Mr. Oster is here. We'll get to him in a moment, but as we always begin the Organic Gardener, if you're the 10th caller at 412-922-1020, you're going to win yourself a $25 gift certificate from Sorgel. So he's got a guest on the other side of the next break, but we want to open up with his comments, and of course we'll take gardening questions throughout the hour at 866-391-1020. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. Beautiful sunrise this morning. And lots to do in the garden, that's for sure. I've been planting all sorts of things, even though it's this warm out. I've been working in the garden, and my sugar magnolia purple snap peas are up and growing, which when we plant those peas early in the spring, we have to wait a long time for them to pop up, but when we plant them in the summer, they pop right up. And the other thing that I'm doing, obviously right now, is watering. Watering those azaleas that I put in maybe 3 weeks ago. I mean, that was a crazy time to plant azaleas, but that's when they sent them to me, so I had to plant them, and I'm keeping water on them. What I'm doing, basically, is I'm soaking them in, but then I'm kind of just like leaving the hose there, just barely trickling for an hour, just to make sure that everything's watered there. There's some plants that I've never watered before in the garden, but I've had to water them. It's been so hot, so quick. And rain's on the way, hopefully. That's my next planting window. But yesterday I'd picked up a couple nice big black and blue salvias and some really inexpensive begonias. This is just to finish out some containers. This is my pattern every year. It might seem crazy to be planting mid-August, but we're going to go into October. We've got months and months to get the stuff inexpensive and just add a little color. I just posted on my Facebook page about my containers. I'd love to hear how your containers are doing. Give us a call today, 866-391-1020. And I've got a big event coming up Saturday. Saturday at 12 noon, I'm going to be at the South Park Learning Garden for the Penn State Master Gardeners Garden in the Park, 12 noon on Saturday. And I'm going to be talking about planning and planting now for your best garden ever. And I've got a bunch of free seeds for you. And this garden is one that, let's see, what year would it have been? 2021? Andy Anrime called me and just said, hey, we want to redo this garden by the South Park Theater. Would you help? And I'm like, of course I'd help, Andy, anything I can do. But it was late in the season, and all we could plant was daffodils, and it was like the last day that you could plant daffodils. And I found a company that would ship to me that late, and I mean, I think it was like the very end of December. And just before the ground froze solid, we put 1,000 Sir Winston Churchills and 1,000 of something else in there, which have since been moved by the Master Gardeners. But the Master Gardeners took over this garden, and it's just absolutely amazing. I had actually highlighted it in one of my videos, my In Doug's Garden videos this season, so you could see more about the garden there. But I'm going to be there Saturday, 12 noon, free talk. It's free to come. I know they're giving away also some of that creamery ice cream. Oh, my gosh. If you've never been to that South Park Creamery to have that ice cream, it is to die for. And speaking of In Doug's Garden, our season 4 finale ran yesterday. It is up on my YouTube page. I visit a home gardener who's passionate about growing fruits and vegetables, and I'm showcasing my greenhouse project filled with a new planting experiment, fertilizing containers in the video, which is something I'm doing in real life too. Planting some other fall crops, showing you a deer-resistant shrub, and Rob Kruljack from the Davy Tree Expert Company explains pruning, what gets pruned now and what doesn't, and how to make the proper pruning cuts. Even though it's so dry right now and so hot, things are looking pretty good. And there's one tree I wanted to talk about real quick. It's called a sugar tip. It's a type of Rose of Sharon. Now, do you hate Rose of Sharon like everybody else hates Rose of Sharon because it puts on all these babies? Sugar tip, and I talk about it all the time for the past probably 3 seasons. Sugar tip is sterile, so it doesn't make babies. And so it's a small tree, gets to about 15 feet, but it has variegated foliage. The leaves are green and white, and then you got these double pink blossoms, which are just so beautiful. In fact, it's on the tree is under an expanding hardy banana tree. I looked at it yesterday. I said, I got to cut off some of those banana tree leaves because they're going nuts. That's another thing I talk about a lot is my hardy banana. It's such an easy thing to grow, and you can find them at the nursery. And as I've been talking the whole morning, it's not too late to plant something. We'll be going right into fall planting season here in a couple weeks with bulbs and perennials and trees and shrubs, but there's still stuff out there that's cheap that you can get and stick in the garden. Now, this is probably your last chance to sign up for my upcoming trip to Sicily and southern Italy. I've got maybe 5 seats left, and so we're going there at the end of October and in November, which is a nice time to be in Italy and Sicily. It's going to be cool in the 70s and not as many tourists. We're going all over Palermo and you name it, Sorrento, Positano, Pompeii. You know, we're going to visit a local farmhouse, 13 days in Italy. Nothing could be better. All the information is at dougoster.com. And lots of other garden stuff at the website. When we get done with the show today, also, I wanted to mention, if you don't get through, or if you didn't get your question answered, you're too shy to be on the radio, you can always send me a question there. I answer my garden questions every day, and I enjoy doing it. And I guess one of the biggest questions that I've been getting is, when are my tomatoes going to be ripe? Because they're not ready yet. And it has been a tough year for tomatoes. I actually was at that South Park garden this week to do a a video for Talk Pittsburgh, that the show's on at 3 o'clock weekdays. And I was talking to the master gardeners there, and they were saying the same thing, that been a tough year for tomatoes, so wet and cool. I don't think my plants ever responded or they just never came back from that early. I planted way too early because I was traveling. I had that trip to London, and they're okay. There's tomatoes on there, but it's not a banner year. Although other people have sent me messages with just bushels of tomatoes. And so as far as when they're going to be ripe, they'll be ready when they're ready. We get to a certain point in the season. I usually wait to the very 1st of September, where I'll trim off the tops of the plants. And what that does, right now the plants are still flowering, and there's certainly not enough time for that tomato to reach fruition. And so what we're doing there when we cut the tops off is we're putting that plant into a panic mode. It's all those top blossoms are off, and now the plant is like, oh my gosh, I have to make seeds. I have to make fruit, and so that's what it's doing. Rob, do we want to get that call real quick before we go to our break?
Yeah, we can do that if you want. Let's say hi to Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question, Doug. Unfortunately, I have some poison ivy that is in a little patch where my myrtle and ivy are growing on a small hill. What do you suggest that I spray? Because the second year I didn't realize what it was, and I got poison ivy. Is there something I can spray that will not, damage the ivy and the myrtle?
You'd have to spot treat it. You'd have to take there's a couple different organic herbicides. Burnout and Avenger are probably the easiest ones to find at a nursery. And in a little sprayer, and you're going to have to be very careful, because if that stuff hits the myrtle or other plants there, it's going to kill that too.
That's what I thought.
The real way to do this is, if you had somebody that wasn't highly allergic to poison ivy, was just to pull it out with gloves and protective stuff. You don't want to do that because you're going to get it. And
right.
The other thing to do would be just to cut it out with a string trimmer over the myrtle. Again, if you were highly allergic to poison ivy, that would be a big disaster. If you had somebody...
And I have a second...
Go ahead, real quick, because we're almost going to break here.
Yeah, it's knotweed. I didn't know what it was, and I've been trying to...
So Japanese knotweed, there's only one way to deal with it, and it's continual top cutting. Put it on a weekly regime of cutting it to the ground, and after about a season and a half, 2 seasons, you'll be done with it. That's the only way to deal with an invasive like that. You don't want to pull it because you're going to make more. Keep cutting it from the top. Continual top cutting is the way to do it.
All right, thanks for the call. Short break. We'll come back. Special guest around the bend.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
News Radio, KDKA Sports.
with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93.7 The Fan. This black and gold camp report is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive on his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a 1-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now, you need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
Doug Oster tells you how to keep it green. The Organic Gardener is on 100.1 FM at AM 1020. KDKA.
Standing between rows of tomato plants that are taller than he is, John Bixler, Executive Director at the Hilltop Urban Farm, explains what this place is and why it's so important for the community.
How long has this place been here?
The first year of operation was 2019, became an organization in 2018, but started operations and programming in the spring of 2019.
How much space do you have here?
We have 23 acres right now. We'll, I think, eventually get another 4 acres just down the hill. So we have 23 acres that we're working with.
And technically, where are we? Pittsburgh, or are we in a neighborhood? Or?
We're in Pittsburgh on the borders of St. Clair and Mount Oliver neighborhoods.
What is the genesis of this farm?
Yeah, I guess going back to the 40s, this actually used to be some farmland up here. And I've read some old newspaper articles. They called it the breadbasket of Allegheny County, which I thought was pretty cool. And there was some residential units as well. But then in the early 50s, the city of Pittsburgh needed place to house people, so they built St. Clair Village. And so at one point there were over 70 buildings up here, and thousands of people grew up here. So there was a lot of, this was a good place for families to grow up. And but in a very short time, there was disinvestment in the housing development, and things started to go downhill. So by the 80s, some of the buildings were starting to come down, and by 2010, the last of the buildings did come down. Some of the neighbors of this property and former residents got together and started to organize, and they enlisted the Hilltop Alliance, a local nonprofit, to help them figure out what would be a good use of this land. So they did a lot of community engagement meetings, and after some time they finally settled on they wanted an urban farm up here that would address a lot of the issues of the neighborhood.
Why is this farm so important for the neighborhood?
Well, I think a lot of reasons. One, the food insecurity. We can go 3 days a week, we're sending a van out of here with fresh crops for people who need it. And also, I think, just like the community said, there isn't much for kids to do up here, and not much green space. So, like even today, we have a youth group up here. It's a good chance for them to play, to run around, to learn about food, to learn about how plants grow, and just to be a kid. And I think a lot of these kind of experiences can totally change your life. I think that's what happens with a lot of kids, one way or another. Somehow something in nature inspired them, and we're hoping that the farm does that for kids up here.
Elizabeth Metzler is the director of farm programs at the Hilltop Urban Farm and is standing in a field of cut flowers while we talk.
And let's discuss this space right here. What are we in right now?
Yeah, we're in the community farm. So this space is a half-acre deer fence, and we're actually starting to expand into other parts of the farm. But these spaces are primarily places where our community farm coordinator and our farm program assistants are growing as much vegetables and flowers, as you can see, for the community here at the Hilltop. So Hilltop is a bunch of different neighborhoods that are considered high food priority access areas by the city of Pittsburgh. And so we try to grow as much produce as we possibly can in the name of food access. So we're donating to 3 different food pantries in the neighborhood within 2 miles of the farm.
And what about the flowers? Why flowers?
We do grow some flowers, so I have a background in cut flower production, and our food pantry patrons really like grabbing a bouquet with their produce. Additionally, we have a really big event for every volunteer who comes out to the farm. We invite them back peak season to cut themselves a bouquet. Just a big thank you pick. We call it a thank you pick. So, yeah.
And what kind of vegetables are you growing here?
We're growing all sorts of different things. So we have everything from okra, collard greens, kale, tomatoes, eggplant, squash, you name it. We have it here on site.
And the joy of seeing someone pick up a big, basically homegrown tomato at the pantry.
Yeah, so we see our clients all year round, and during the winter they get some produce that doesn't look as great as our produce. So we see a distinct difference in the attitudes and just the excitement of seeing these different varieties of tomatoes and a fresh bunch of kale or a fresh bunch of collards get to the pantry.
And your job, what do you do here?
I oversee the 3 different programs that happen here at Hilltop Urban Farm. So we have the community farm over here, which is the community farm coordinator and the farm program assistants are really working on this side of the farm to produce as much food as we possibly can to our 3 food pantries. We also have the youth program, which is on the opposite side of the farm, and that interacts with a bunch of different kiddos from different organizations, some of which also harbor our food pantries. So we get to interact with the kiddos, and they get to take some of the produce home from the pantry. We also work with the elementary school across the street, so it's very rewarding. We also have a farmer incubator program on site. So our farmer incubator program is for individuals who are excited to be trialing out a farm business. We have 1/4 acre lots where you can basically farm your business model. We have all of the different tools, a bunch of different resources, educational opportunities, and it's really a safe place for you to get started in your ag business and then to graduate off-site.
And discuss the satisfaction you get from doing this job. Why is it so good for you?
Oh man, this job is like a dream job for me. So food insecurity is something that is near and dear to my heart, and making sure people have the right to food and are treated with dignity at food pantries is incredibly important. Having young people and different types of people have land access is incredibly important, and providing education to youth these are all big picture ideology.
All right, coming up on the other side of the news, we're going to take some gardening calls. So what you need to do, you need to get on the phone right now and give us a call. Number to dial to talk to Mr. Oster about everything that is in your garden is 866-391-1020. That is 866-391-1020. Rob Taylor, literally seconds away with that news at the bottom of the hour. So stay with us. Lots more to come. Coon's Cooking Hour. It's pork recipes. And then at 9 o'clock, Tri-State Neuropathies. And then Accurate Solutions. And then the Coon's Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Hey, your Pratt Pack for Pick Your Own Weekend. It's happening today, the final day at Janoski's in Clinton. It starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. $15 per peck basket, over 5 acres of fields for you to pick some delicious fresh vegetables, including tomatoes, zucchini, peppers, beans, cucumbers, eggplant, lettuce, and more. It's happening today, the final day of Pick Your Own Weekend, starting at 9 a.m., $15 per peck basket. Janoski's, all roads lead to the farm. Janoski's in Clinton, Pennsylvania.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my brother Lester. If you've heard Dad talking about his previous career as a PGA golf pro, you know I grew up in a golf family. My very first job at age 15 was a caddy. Yep, I was the only girl caddy at Nevillewood. I made $30 a round, and I got to watch a lot of golfers, their swing, their attitudes, and their reactions. The best players were those who remained focused no matter what happened. They never got too excited by a great hole or too rattled by a bad shot or an unlucky break. Investing holds the same principles. A market downturn can be upsetting, but staying calm is the key to success. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we help you keep emotions out of your investment decisions so that you can stay focused on what you want to accomplish. Dad and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. We work as a team, your team. Learn more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 68 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. State police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. That shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital via private means. She had a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say 4 masked men opened fire, striking the woman. Right now, no word on the actual descriptions of those 4 masked men. Numerous people have been displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in California, PA. That's the 100 block of Liberty Street. That fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home's siding. 6 adults and 11 children were displaced, and they're currently receiving aid from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. That's according to the California fire chief. There were no injuries reported. Cause of that massive fire is under investigation. An ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland, sending 1 person to the hospital. It happened around 10:45 Saturday morning at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when that crash occurred. Driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from the vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. Now, a second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance to the hospital. A reminder, the Parkway East remains closed in both directions. From the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood Swissvale exit, that's so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. Portion of the Parkway East will remain closed until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. Police are assisting motorists near major intersections along that detour. Saturday night in Baltimore, police say 6 people, including a 5-year-old, were gathered outside eating when they were shot and injured, one of them critically. No suspects have been identified. Police are investigating what led to that shooting. Here's Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
On arrival, they located 6 victims, 4 males, 2 females. One of the female victims was a 5-year-old child who was shot in the hand. Thankfully, it doesn't appear that her injury is very serious. One of the males was shot and critical.
KDKA Radio News Time coming up on 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be a very warm day with mostly sunny skies and a high up to 89. Then tonight, clear skies, low down to 67. Hot tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, high 90. Partly sunny and hot on Tuesday, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Back at it on Monday. We might sneak in a little bit of Steeler talk and everything that happened over the weekend. I'll talk to you first of the week, Monday, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
All right, we're going to give away to the 10th caller at 412-922-1020 a gift certificate to Janoski's in Clinton. So, 10th caller wins it, 412-922-1020. Here's John in 84, Pennsylvania for Doug Oster. Hey, John.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, 2 questions regarding planting a fall crop of lettuce.
Okay.
Black-seeded Simpson.
Okay.
The target date to do it, and do I mix granular fertilizer in with the soil?
So this is the time to start your lettuce. This is like the first, the first of the plantings that you would do. We're going to do a couple more plantings by the end of the season, especially with black-seeded Simpson. The other one that I recommend that I talked about last week is called Simpson Elite, which is that's the first one that I like to put in when we get into even in this warm part of the summer. But you could start that right now. You would actually, it'd be better probably just to put in like a bag of compost first, then put like half a packet of those seeds on there, then a little bit more in another 2 weeks. This will keep the harvest going all the way, through November, maybe even longer, maybe all winter long. You don't know. Depends on how the winter is. And you could put an organic fertilizer in there if you wanted to, but if you had the compost, you wouldn't need it.
Okay, got it.
What's your second question?
No, that was it. The fertilizer. So forget the fertilizer. Do compost.
Yeah. So how was your season?
Surprisingly well, and the figs are doing well.
What is doing well?
The figs, the fig tree.
Oh, good. Do you see any of the spotted lanternfly on the figs? Because that's one of the things that they like.
I collected spotted lanternfly last year for some organization that was tracking, and I collected a lot of them. I've only seen one so far this year.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how it comes and goes. and I guess that's just nature. I'm seeing them a little bit on my fig tree, but they're just on they're not on the fruit. They're on the branches. And what I'm doing is I'm just spraying them with something called horticultural oil to deal with them.
Hey, one other question on figs. I have the Chicago fig, which is so hardy supposedly for this area, and it is, no question. But I'd like to try a different variety. What else would work in this area?
There's a bunch of them. There's brown turkey fig, and I'm trying to think of the others. But if you just go to your local nursery, they'll probably have a couple there. Now, I'm having a guy on, my friend Steve Biggs, who is the fig whisperer. I'm having him on in probably about a month, and he'll discuss a lot of different varieties. But if you just go to DougOster.com, there are a bunch of stories that I've done with Steve about figs and which figs to pick. So thanks so much for your call.
All right, let's take another call. Let's go to John in Westmoreland. Hey, John.
Yeah, how do I keep deer out of my pumpkin patch?
The only thing you can do is, the first thing is a physical barrier, some type of fence, some type of netting over that. And then the second thing is some kind of spray repellent. Now, I use one called Bobbex, Bobbex. But there are lots of different repellents. But when I spray that Bobbex, and I was spraying it yesterday, actually, when I spray that Bobbex on the plants, the deer will not touch it. So it's been pretty bad for you, huh, with the deer on your pumpkins?
Last 2 years, I've been trying to grow trying to grow the big pumpkins. I get the big seeds.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as they show up, the deer show up.
Get that. Do you still have plants out there? Do you still have stuff to protect, or is everything gone?
It's done. It's gone. They got it ain't gonna grow back.
Well, for next year, if you're going to do this for the giant pumpkin thing, I would consider some type of, like I said, physical barrier, some kind of fencing, or, like I said, bird netting on top of it, that sort of thing. Just something to keep those darn deer at bay. Nothing more frustrating than that. It's funny. I've got a friend actually from high school back in Ohio that is growing giant pumpkins like that. So next year, let's figure out a way to keep those deer off. Give me a call next year too. We'll talk a little bit about what we want to do with that soil for your giant pumpkin. Excuse me. Besides just the giant seeds. All right. Thanks so much for your call.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Let's keep it going. Let's go to Janice in Delmont for Doug.
Hello?
Hey, Janice, what's going on?
Hey, Doug, I have a question. I have a lawn that's filled with this nut sledge. Do you have any suggestion how to get rid of that?
Just don't look at it. Just pretend it's not there. That is the worst thing you can have. And what you need to do, and you're not going to want to hear this, okay? That's why I'm just saying. I'm saying just leave it there. You got to get that little nut that's underneath there out of there. So you need to kind of dig underneath there, and that's just the worst job you could possibly imagine.
But it's massive. There's quite a bit in the front lawn.
Yeah,
it's quite a bit. I don't know how it got there. The neighbors don't even have it. So I mean, the lawn is filled with that, and I thought, what the heck?
Yeah, that's no fun. I guess what you could do, here's something you might think about doing. Mm-hmm. Getting an organic, I would do this probably next month. Getting an organic herbicide like that Burnout or Avenger that I've talked about. Use it on that whole area. Then get in there and dig as much of that out of there as you can, and then reseed. That's there's no other way that I can think of to deal with nutsedge. This stuff is just awful.
Here was my thought on it.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought maybe cut the lawn low, and then aerate the area, and then reseed it, and fertilize it. Okay, and then next spring put corn gluten meal on it. What do you think?
No, the corn gluten meal only stops things that are annual that have seeds. Those little nuts underneath, are what make that plant perennial, and so that's not going. Unfortunately, that's not going to help you. They need to be removed. That's all you can do. Either remove it, or you live with it. And to tell you the truth, I'd say live with it, because it's going to be a never-ending battle. This is one of those things where you've got something growing. In my case, it's bamboo that somebody gave me that told me it wasn't spreading, but I'll never get rid of it, and I feel bad for the next people that live there, but I would just cut it like I'd cut my normal grass. Try and get your regular grass to outgrow it. And so try and fertilize we were not fertilizing the lawn until we get later into the season because it's too hot.
Yeah.
But when we get some rain, fertilize that grass and hopefully get that grass. Keep that grass tall so it might shade out that nutsedge. And every other day, go out there and dig a couple of those little nutsedges out of there, and then you'll feel better.
All right, let's go to Gloria. One more before the break for Doug Oster, DougOster.com. Hey, Gloria.
Hi, excuse me, this is Gloria. Those beetles you were talking about, what were they again with the red body?
The spotted lanternfly?
Yeah, we decided to clean up our wood after our fireplace, and we found them all by the wood. And somebody said they like pine trees. Is there anything? I was spraying them with water yesterday, excuse me, and trying to tell them to go back out on the street, where the pine is more. And I'll tell you what, they jump and they fly fast. They won't hurt me or nothing, but is there another way to get rid of them?
The best way to do it is, well, first off, there's a lot of things that they won't bother. They need to attack something that has what we call positive pressure, which means that if you poke a hole in like a maple leaf or a fig or hops, the liquid that they want is pushed out. They can't suck it out. So they're not after everything. And I'm not sure if pines is one of the things that they're after. But the best thing to do is get this stuff called horticultural oil, and you spray it on them, and it doesn't kill them like right off the bat, but it just suffocates them, and then you'll be done with them. Every time you see one, you put that horticultural oil on it, and it comes in a little spray bottle. You can get it at any garden center, and that'll solve your problem as long as you can get that horticultural oil on there, because as you said, they really jump like crazy. So that's the best thing to do for the spotted lanternfly.
All right, Gloria, thank you for the call. Let's get a break in here. We'll come back. Anybody else wants to get in here with a gardening question? All of our lines are available. Doug Oster, one more segment, The Organic Gardener, 866-391-1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Markets with 8 locations to serve you. Bucks lost to the Reds 2-1 yesterday. 2 teams again today at PNC Park. First pitch 135, 93-7 the Fan. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson led the Steelers to a 31-25 victory against Jacksonville. Preseason football action last night. Mason Rudolph led a touchdown drive on his first series, and Thompson took the Steelers into the end zone 3 times in that preseason opener. FedEx St. Jude Classic through 3 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader at 14 under. He has a one-shot lead over Justin Rhodes. Pittsburgh Riverhounds ran their unbeaten streak to 9 games yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Though they didn't gain much ground in the USL Eastern Conference, they fought to a 1-1 draw against Orange County. And NASCAR racing today at the historic Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Well, it's summer, and with the heat, are your plants and weeds seem to be thriving? Hi, this is Randy from Sorgels in Wexford. If summer has brought a few places where you just need a few plants to fill in, we have you covered. We have fresh hanging baskets, herbs, and still beautiful annuals to fill in those spots. And if you've been waiting to plant an apple tree, we have a great selection. And we have the expertise to make you successful. But Sorgels is more. Our home accents and our baby apparel is something new that you have to see. And of course, our fruit market, deli, bakery, gift barn, Naturally Sorgels gluten-free store, tiny town play area, ice cream, and arsenal cider for the big kids. And especially, thanks for your support of our family business. And I encourage you to shop any family-owned farm or garden center first. Sorgels, 724-935-2090.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Doug Oster tells you how to keep it green. The Organic Gardener is on 100.1 FM at AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Doug is here, and he's got some closing comments before we exit and get ready for the Coons Cooking Hour. After Rob Taylor checks the news, and every time I mention Doug's name, rock and roll just seems to appear. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm watching the detectives, Rob.
Are you? Okay, good. Hey, listen, folks. All I can say is keep moving forward.
Okay, the big question is...
What is it?
Yes or no, Rob? Do you remove your tomato suckers?
Yes. I don't know.
Do you care?
I don't know. I do care. That's my problem.
I'm getting lots of questions about that. So there are parts of a tomato plant that pop out. They don't flower. And so some people, they will remove what's called a sucker. It's just like it's a branch on the tomato because it's not doing anything. And the theory is that it's giving your plant much more energy for the tomato. The other group, which the one that I'm in, is too lazy to pull off their suckers, says that if you leave the suckers on, there'll be a little bit of shade for the fruit, which they need. You don't want them to have sun scald. I hope you're having a good season with your tomatoes. It's been a tough year for me. I should have done what I said I was going to do in the spring. I should have hooked up with a farm. There's a farm that lets you, there's Blackberry Meadows, that lets you take a little plot that has full sun, and they'll kind of watch it for you. I should have done that because I'm losing every year. I'm losing more sun, and I'm just not getting enough sun for my tomatoes. Like I said, I've got tomatoes on there, but they're not going crazy. Another question I was getting a lot, probably not as much now since it's dried out, but what to do about mushrooms in the lawn and garden. Don't worry about it. Just rake them out. There's nothing to worry about there, and people do really worry about it. And when it gets like this, we lose our mushrooms. And I do have a couple questions from listeners that I got online, and Donna wants to know, my bed of geraniums was destroyed for the past 3 years by moles and voles. I have tried granular products spread over the bed or a different one that was spread along the perimeter of the bed, a battery-operated device that emitted a noise periodically to scare them away, but none of these made a difference. Are there other deterrent products that you would recommend to get rid of the moles or voles? Yes. There's one that I know works, and it's called Mole Scram. And there's another one called Mole Max, and they both use the same ingredient. It's castor oil and garlic. The moles or voles can't stand it, and you just have to understand, though, how it works. You can't take that and put that all over a bed of moles and voles. First off, let's talk about moles. Moles are actually a good thing for the garden. They aerate the soil, they eat grubs, they add a little bit of fertilizer to the garden. The thing that we don't like about moles are the tunnels. If they are unsightly or dangerous when you're out there walking, we need to move them. And so let's talk about how we apply the Mole Scram or Mole Max, because it works as something they can't stand. You have to put just a band down like 1 foot to 18 inches wide where you don't want them. Not just over the entire area, because they won't know what to do. When you put just that little band down there, it forces them to move away from that band. Now, the next day, you put another band down, pushing them away, and keep doing that until your neighbors have all your moles and voles, and then you don't have to worry about it. And that's the best way to deal with them. I've seen people try to... There's a really... scary-looking mole trap, and I've heard, throwing chewing gum down, this and that, but this Mole Max, it works great. Another question, this is from Claudia. Hi, Doug. I planted some black-eyed Susans at my cottage up north near Pymatuning. They came up fine, but developed a serious case of black spot. I did spray with Captain Jack's. So here is the problem. Black-eyed Susans nowadays always get this problem, and the solution is not the Captain Jack's. Always when you have a problem in the garden, whether it's an insect or a fungus or a disease, whatever it is, the most important thing is to diagnose what it is and then get the right product to solve the problem. Captain Jack's is something for chewing insects, not for fungus. And so that's an organic insecticide. We would use the thing called Revitalize from Bonide is the fungicide. It's a biological control. It actually deals with the fungal spore and stops it from reproducing. And so anytime we have fungal issues like black-eyed Susans, tomatoes, beans, phlox, squash, and other vine crops, it's always best, roses with black spot, it's always best if you know this plant is going to get the disease. If it gets that disease every year, start on the plant before you see signs of damage. Start with this revitalized fungal spray. Let's say, especially this year, like tomatoes, we had that cold spring, and so we start that before we see signs of damage. Remember, organic gardeners, you make our world brighter and safer with each seed you sow and every garden you grow.
All right, Doug, good show today. Stay tuned. News at 8, and then we're cooking some roast recipes on the Coons Cooking Hour on KDKA with Frank Dentisi. Rob Taylor next with the news with your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
What will you do when your home loses power? Stop waiting for the utility company to restore power. Prevent unpredictable outages with a standby Honeywell home generator by Generac from AirPro Heating and Cooling. Control your home's power and protect your family from power disruptions, unsafe situations, and inconvenience. Call someone you know. Call the home generator experts at AirPro Heating and Cooling today. 800-749-0642. Learn how easy and affordable home power protection is from your friends at AirPro.
Amazing August specials underway right now at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breast or breast tenders, $2.98 a pound. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania peaches, 99 cents a pound. And Essential Everyday Awesome paper towels, 8-count packages, $4.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style ribs, $1.99 a pound. And dinner-cut tuna steaks, 10-ounce portions, $4.99 each. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound, and locally grown sweet corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound, and Silver Star Italian-style hot ham, $9.59 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
So get into Coons Market for the amazing August specials. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot. Can we stop at a bathroom? Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 68 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder that the Parkway East remains closed in both directions this morning from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood-Swissville exit. That's, of course, so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. Portion of the Parkway East will remain closed until Monday morning at 5. Police continue to assist motorists near those major intersections along the detour. Well, state police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. That shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say 4 masked men fired shots at the Linmar Terrace housing complex, one of the shots striking that woman. No word on the exact suspects in that incident. Numerous people have been displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California borough. The fire left 4 homes destroyed and 2 others sustained damage to the home's siding. 6 adults and 11 children were displaced and are receiving aid from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. That's according to the California Borough Fire Chief. There were no injuries reported. The cause of the massive fire is under investigation. A wrong-way crash on Route 28 sent 3 people to the hospital. That crash happened Saturday morning around 4 o'clock near the East Ohio Street and the Parkway North exit. Those 3 people were taken to the hospital in critical condition. It shut down part of Route 28 in that area for about 2 hours early Saturday morning. An ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland, sending 1 person to the hospital. It happened around 10:45 on Saturday morning at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when the crash occurred. The driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from the vehicle and was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance that was involved in the collision. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by Coons Quality Market. This is the Coons Cooking Hour. The crew from Coons Market are here. It's the great food you grew up with and the recipes that make Pittsburgh someplace special.
All right, it's all about roast recipes, slow cooker pulled pork. We're going to talk baked pork chops, and it just goes on and on and on. Roast pork loin. But here's what we want you to do. We want you to pick up the phone and participate. Give us your favorite pork recipes, and you may be taking home a $25 gift certificate. You give all your information to Ty Polk, who is producing today, and then we'll draw a lucky winner's name before the hour is up, and that person will be sent a $25 gift certificate from Coons Quality Foods, your neighborhood grocer. 866-391-1020. Frank is here. So pork, delicious. I love it. And boy, because of air fryers and those slow cookers, the world to prepare it has never been better and a whole lot easier. Frank, let's talk pork. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, pork is going to be that slow and low cook where you're going to put it in the crock pots, always work perfect, or if you're going to smoke it, or just pretty much in the oven, as long as you're covering it, keeping it low, and at the end you can do a sear on the end. Pork's just that other, as we see prices have been rising and rising, things that are out of our control, things from the past, like beef market was affected almost 2 years ago now with droughts, and still working to recover from that. These are things that are out of our control, but pork is just such a great value. Like this week, we have the center cut rib or loin pork chops or the roast at $2.99 a pound.
Ooh.
So, I mean, that's great deals. And our Coon's hot sausage or mild sausage, $3.99 a pound, which we do in ropes, we do it in links, we do it in bulk sausage, or any which way you need that for your recipe. That, it's great. And, pork's just got such a great flavor. Of course, this time of year, it's great for barbecue. This is what it's really good for. For me, I like a nice pork steak. The pork steaks are comparable to what you would get on the Delmonico steaks or the rib steaks that you see in the case, which are like more a high-end cut from beef, where pork it's a reasonable cut, but has such a great flavor. They have that marbling all the way through. They're nice and tender already. You don't have to do a whole lot of playing around to get it there. But even with our pork, we use Prairie Fresh Natural pork, which is an all-natural pork. None of the hormones or the antibiotics. It's all free from that. It's never been introduced into the product. Plus, it's raised from marbling as well, so that it has a nice marbling all the way through. And gone are the days that we use the pork where you see no marbling, because we're looking for the leanest possible. Lean is great until you go to taste it and it doesn't cut real nice. You need a sharper steak knife just to cut it. The trick with that marbling is that's what breaks down whenever you go to cook it, like the pork chops. That's your porterhouse or T-bones of beef. That's going to be your pork. On your pork, that's going to be your rib and your loin chops. The loin chops is going to have the tenderloin, just like a porterhouse does, and then the similar to the strip loin on the one side. That's it. That's your loin chops, and your rib chops are going to be like a New York steak, strip steak with the bone in, similar to that. Then boneless pork is just with that bone removed. But, slow roast is, of course, your favorite barbecue sauces, your favorite rubs. You can really play around with some different seasonings. If you go into our stores, we have the Coon's spice mixes, all different varieties. Some stores we have it back in the meat department as well, so you can compare and look at what spice mixture you're wanting. You can always talk to our meat cutters, managers, wrappers, and if you're looking for ideas or what cut is what, or if you want a specialty cut, if you want something done to a certain thickness or a size of roast or anything you're going to need, you can call ahead. You can do it while you're in the store and talk to them back there, and they'll fix something up for you real good.
So let me ask you, you're the chef on duty here today. So the old adage about pork, you had to really cook it a long time to be safe, right? Then air fryers came in, slow cookers came in. You could put it in the morning, go to work, come back and be done. But what about grilling pork chops? What's the rule of thumb there? Do they cook faster? Is it safer when you're grilling pork chops or pork in any fashion on the grill?
Pork these days is treated different. They've, just the process of how it's raised and how that it's processed and harvested is changed through the years, and storage and all of that has changed. And so the pork today is a nice safe. You can cook it the same as beef, pretty close. Like if you're going to do a rare one, medium rare, 135 on beef, you're going to go 140 on pork, a little bit more. But you can go with, if it's pink inside, you're still okay. You don't want to eat a rare pork, but, if you go into a medium rare, medium is usually the best on pork. But you can still cook to that. Also, because pork tends to be leaner, even though it has some of that marbling, if you go into the pork steaks, they have a lot of marbling. You don't have to worry so much about it getting tough. But because pork has that different tendencies to it, you do cook it a little bit slower. But on the grill, you can still sear it both sides, and then you can always close that lid, turn the temperature down, and let it finish on the inside a little bit, and then you can get to the temperature that you want. Obviously, keep a digital probe on a digital thermometer handy so that you can test it, make sure that it's that temperature. And I always carry a spray bottle just in case I have any flares. Pork, the fat around it will tend to flare up when it's dripping down through, so always keep a spray bottle handy. And make sure that you don't have any flames on it, because you don't want that carbonization on the outside of it. My favorite way to eat pork chops are out of the refrigerator when they're cold. Well, cooked, I'm sure. Yeah. Cooked at one point. Yeah, my favorite pork chops actually still breaded and fried. Really? You do an egg wash, rub it, and then do your egg wash and then bread it with Italian breadcrumbs. Ooh. Or you can do a seasoned panko breadcrumbs. You like a little bit crispier, and fry them in the... You can either fry them in the frying pan, but now you also have the option of the air fryer. If I'm doing the air fryer, I'm going to spritz it with some olive oil and then put it in the air fryer, that just so it gets crispy on the outside, similar to what it would do in a frying pan. But yeah, something about the breadcrumbs breaks down that little bit more, and tends to be more tender. And eating a cold pork chop that has been breaded is even better than just the regular grilled one.
Yeah, let's talk about breaded pork chops. By the way, we're looking for pork chop roast or any type, you name it, recipes. Somebody's going to take home a $25 gift certificate, but you got to call in to participate. We'd love to hear from you, 866-391-1020. Let's talk about breading pork chops. What about the process? Go ahead.
Yeah, you do an egg wash. So if you take one egg, whole egg, and then whisk it in a bowl and then add water to it, just basically 50-50, half water, half of the egg. And that's where you're gonna take your pork chops out of the pack. I always dry them off. So I take some paper towels and I press them between paper towels. That way you can throw away the paper towels, not worry about any contamination. And then put in the egg wash. Then you put into the breadcrumbs. The breadcrumbs I put flat on a plate. And bread each side of it. Cover it completely. Cover the other side completely. Then press it with your hands to make sure that it stays on. And then carry on through the rest of the pork chops. Frying, it's easy. Just some oil in the bottom of the pan, and then fry it on both sides. Inside those breadcrumbs, you can even add a little bit of Romano or Parmesan cheese to give it a little bit of a different taste as well, especially on the boneless chops or boneless sirloin chops, because they tend to have a little less flavor without that bone that you pick up with your stuff. So it works out pretty good.
Isn't it important, I think, the marrow from the bone in the pork chop? I think that really adds to the whole process.
It does, and it adds a lot more flavor, too. You really get it through the meat of the pork chop. That flavor just tends to be better with the bone in there. I've always preferred the bone in there. I guess it's not as popular anymore. A lot of the packers want to get the weight from the meat. They can get more money out of the meat, obviously. So they don't usually ship it with the bones as much anymore. But for steaks, I do the same thing. I want a bone-in steak on the beef side. I want a bone-in ribeye or a bone-in strip steak if you're looking for something a little bit leaner but with a little more beefy flavor. But also on pork chops, so I'm going to get the bone-in most of the time. But again, if you have kids, and even on pork chops, you tend to get sometimes you get some little pieces of bone at the end, just from the way it hits the saw in the meat rooms. And if you have kids, I would suggest going to the boneless mostly, but making sure there's enough fat left onto the chop. We usually do an 1/8 inch trim, which is a pretty close trim, but it still leaves enough fat on there. So when you're cooking it, you're getting that flavor from the fat, and remember on that fat, just because you see it on there, number one, you're not going to eat that, but that a lot of those drippings go through the meat to pick up that flavor and drip off. So you're not getting and actually consuming all that fat that you see.
All right, we've got a couple of calls on hold. Ty's getting them in the loop. We'll get to them on the other side, but it's all about pork recipes today, so give us a call, 866-391-1020. Next hour, Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers and Accurate Solutions will take us to the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Steelers get a win in that preseason game against Jacksonville last night. We'll break it down with the man who is on the Steelers beat for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray Fittipaldo will be here today to begin the show right after that 11 o'clock news. So we've got a long way to go till 1 o'clock. Stay with us. It's your Pratt Pack for a Sunday morning. And again, roast recipes. We want to hear from you. 866-391-1020.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
1565.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, folks, so if you got a roast, meaning pork recipe, anyway, pulled pork, you name it, pork, sauerkraut, we want to hear from you. We want to hear those old world recipes. Someone's going to take home a $25 gift certificate. 866-391-1020. Keith, love the show. How are you?
Rob, The Rock, Frank, and Miss Old Joe, but still love the show.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, Frank, are you there at the station?
Yes.
You better start taking Robin some care packages. He must be eating Frank and beans right out of the can.
With mustard. He got me some nice. He just brought me over some.
Help that guy.
He just brought me over some pretzels right before every day, before every show. He gives me 4 pretzels. We enjoy our pretzel mustard.
He gets
some
4 and
black coffee.
Yeah, packing the mustard.
He gets 4 and I get the bag. Listen, there's more mustard at this radio station. You think it's Coons Market? It's everywhere in the building.
I don't have a recipe, but
I needed something. Listen, I needed a little humor in my life today, so you do whatever you want to do.
Huh?
I needed a little humor today. It's been a challenge here at the plant. So whatever you need, whatever you want to say, go ahead. It's all yours.
I love you. You're the Rock, man.
I don't know, man.
And all those guys that are busting your stones before, forget about it.
Don't worry anymore.
I'm on your fighting side.
Listen, they're attacking me in the streets. They're coming after me everywhere, but I don't care. I'm 68. Do what you need to do. It'll be a mercy killing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to come down there. I'm going to be your wingman.
All right, brother. Hey, have a great...
Thanks a lot, Rob.
All right,
Keep
man.
up the good. You're a man.
Thanks.
All right, have a good Sunday.
Well, let me just tell the audience, why not, right? So my incredible producer, Ty, who's never done this shift before, and these 2 shifts, Saturday and Sunday, are the most difficult shifts because they're 10 hours, lots of moving parts, lots of streaming stuff you have to do, podcasting. He's doing a great job, but he kind of got a little aggressive on the intercom button today. We were talking back and forth. So the intercom button is stuck. And we've reached out to the people that will fix it, but we want to give them a chance to kind of, wake up on this Sunday morning. Well, basically, so every time I'm on the air, I hear everything from the producer's booth. So when he's answering phones, the phones are ringing. You don't hear it on the air, but I hear it in my headphones, as does Frankie. And when Rob's talking to him in the newsroom, so we're doing a radio show with constant noise in our headphones, along with you, the great caller. So just understand, we love you, we appreciate you, and Ty's doing a great job. But one thing I've learned when it comes to showbiz, the show must go on. So that's what's happening. That's why we've been chuckling on and off today, because I'm hearing, it's like we're hearing voices in our headphones.
Rob, after we're done here, we can actually be halfway to being trained for air traffic control.
Listen, I wouldn't wish that on anybody, me in an air traffic controller booth. All right, 866, we're having fun. 866-391-1020. So if you have a pork recipe, we'd love to hear from you. What about pulled pork? Why all of a sudden has pulled pork become a favorite for tailgate partying? Because over the last couple of years, every show we do about tailgating, somebody is doing pulled pork. What's up with pulled pork?
It's so easy, because you can buy the butts that are already pretty much trimmed all the way to what you need them to be at the store, as long as you're getting the bone-in one so you get that flavor from it, and putting it in the crock pot. I do I take that pork butt and I put a nice dry rub on it. I use one from, I forget the name, it's a maple bacon, I believe, from the Coon Spice, and I'll rub the outside of that, and then put a little bit of liquid at the bottom, put it in the crock pot, and just throw it on high, and then let it go. And you can put it on to the medium too. You don't have to really go on high depending how much you go. But what I do is I run it till it hits about 195 degrees. Now you're gonna say I'm crazy. That's way overdone. But in a crock pot, you're cooking with all that liquid. You notice we put a little bit of water in the bottom that keeps that moisture more than what's just in the pork itself, and that keeps that moisture going up through it. So it's not burning; it's just fully cooking it, and then it's introducing a lot of that moisture as it's opened up. That moisture is getting steamed, hitting that lid, coming back down, and getting soaked back into the pork, making it so that it will pull apart really easy. And that point of 195 is like the magic number to get it so that bone pulls right out. You can go to about 200. If you go over, don't worry if it goes over to 195. But if you're at like 192, like I've learned in the past, it doesn't pull as easy. 195 is like the magic number, and that's in the center of that pork roast. But you take that out, it's going to take about 8 hours. You pull that out. When you go to pull it out, you pull on the bone, it comes right out. And the rest of it, I just take big forks, those big serving forks, and I can get it out of there. And I pull it apart. There'll be some of the extra fat cap that's there, and I toss that. I don't put that. I don't mix it into the pulled pork itself. But after I'm done, I strain that juices, strain it back into and put, just put a strainer down, pour those juices in the crock pot right back over the pulled pork you just pulled out and pulled apart. Pour it back over it. Those juices come back in there. Then you can go ahead and add your barbecue sauce. And whatever size you want, and you don't even have to have barbecue sauce. You can do it just like that. If you're having a party, it's always nice to just put that juice back on and leave it like that, and put like 4 or 5 different selections of barbecue sauce there, and people can pick their own. But you can see how easy that is. And the crock pots of today, they have the lids that just snap right back on. You take it to the party, plug it, put it on warm. You're not messing any dishes up. You're just, it just cooked right back into what you cooked it in. You're able to take that out with it, and you're not doing any extra work. And people can just reach on in. I use one of those pasta forks, because it grabs just enough. And, it works out perfect for pulled pork. It's about the right portion for one sandwich, and it's great. You can squeeze on your favorite barbecue sauce, maybe put a couple sliced pickles on there or some coleslaw, and enjoy that sandwich.
What we used to do back in the day, you have Christmas in July. My grandmother would mix things up, and a lot of the comfort food that we would eat in the winter, meaning, like heavy stuff, homemade bread, mashed potatoes, what have you. But every once in a while, on a Sunday, we'd show up on a hot summer day, and she'd have pork and sauerkraut. I think people need to understand, you don't have to eat pork and sauerkraut on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve. Pork and sauerkraut is a good Sunday dinner. There's something to be said about pork and sauerkraut, why it's a winning combination. I don't know, but it tastes great.
Oh, I like a nice kielbasa and kraut.
Ooh.
I'll get a Silver Star kielbasa, and I'll slice that lengthwise almost all the way through so it opens up. And then you can throw that on the grill or pan fry it like that. That way it heats up instantly in the inside, a lot better than trying to cook that whole piece. Mm-hmm. You'll end up charring it, and it won't roll away, which is the other benefit of when you put it outside. But cook that up real quick. And then you can do it one or two ways. Cook it on the grill and then put it in a pan with the sauerkraut and just let it roast for a little bit. Or just heat up the sauerkraut separately, which is what I do. And then when you pull that out, that's your topping for that kielbasa. Now it's opened up, so you put the skin side down where the opening that you just cut, that inside the pork of the kielbasa is right there. Put that sauerkraut right there.
Okay.
Closes right up and holds that sauerkraut in there better, and just enjoy.
All right, so Diane, we're going to be right with you on the other side of the break. Stay where you're at, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk to you. She's in Valencia, and we're going to get her recipes concerning the topic today, which is pork. But we've got room for all of you, and if you want to have a chance to get that gift certificate, you need to give us a call right now at 866-391-1020. Don't forget, getting ready for back to school. We have everything that you need to get the kids back to school. And how, of course, you find that Coons Market nearest you. You click on coonsmarket.com. McKnight Road, Hopewell, Ingomar, Banksville Road, Bueller Road, Bellevue, Highway Street, and Ferguson Road. Don't forget, if you don't have that Coons reward card, you need to get your hands on it, okay? So pork recipes, the topic of conversation. We have some lines available. And before the hour is up, some lucky listener who calls in with a recipe is going to take home a really cool gift, a $25 gift certificate from Coons Market. We're going to talk to Diane, as I mentioned, in just a couple of moments. Rob Taylor coming back with the news 3 minutes away on a Sunday morning. And then we get right back to the kitchen on the Coons Cooking Hour. This is KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Rob Taylor, a couple of minutes away with the news at 8:30. And then we take more of your calls. Today's topic, pork recipes on KDKA. Good morning.
Hello, everyone. It's Bob Pompiani. Did you know that the pulse of Western Pennsylvania is in very good hands? It's because we have a system of healthcare whose hospitals have earned a host of medicine's most prestigious honors for cardiovascular care. From a host of the most prestigious sources like the American Heart Association, U.S. News and World Report, and health grades, like being in the top 10% in the nation for excellence in specialty cardiac care. Listed as one of America's 100 best in cardiac care. A heart surgery program ranked among the top 2% nationwide and cited as high performing for heart bypass, heart failure, and heart attack. Its superb physical expertise combined with the latest technology, including advanced, minimally invasive surgical options for cardiovascular disease. It's the Heart and Vascular Program at Independence Health System. Strong testimony that the pulse of Western Pennsylvania is indeed in very good hands. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture. Okay, listen up. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. There are no negatives to clothes fitting better. Being able to walk up the stairs not winded, getting up off the floor easily, decreased meds and off medications, better hip and knee replacements, greater self-worth and self-esteem, and absolutely feeling genuinely happy with who you are. That's exactly what we're going to do together. Call for making these changes become a reality. 1-800-900-THIN.
7 races, 7 dogs, and KDKA Radio. Colin Dunlap takes his show on the road in support of the Wiener 100 race at EQT Park as part of the Bark in the Park night on August 19th before the Wild Things game.
The race is on. The field is set. See you on the 19th in Washington, PA.
Hot dogs, baseball, the Wiener 100 race, and Colin Dunlap. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 70 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. State police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. That shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital by private means with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say 4 masked men opened fire at the housing complex. So far, no arrests have been made. Well, an ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland, sending one person to the hospital. That happened Saturday morning around 10:45 near the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when that crash occurred. Now, the driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from that vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. Meanwhile, a second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance to the hospital. Numerous people were displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California Borough. That fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home's siding. 6 adults and 11 children were displaced. They're receiving aid from the Red Cross and the Salvation Army. That's according to the California Borough Fire Chief. There were no injuries reported. Cause of the fire is under investigation. A wrong-way crash on Route 28 sent 3 people to the hospital. It happened Saturday morning around 4 o'clock. Near that East Ohio Street exit. They were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Route 28 had a lane restriction for about 2 hours due to the crash. A reminder, the Parkway East, it still remains closed in both directions from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood-Swissville exit. That's so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. Now, the portion of the Parkway East that will remain closed, it will remain that way until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. Police are assisting motorists near major intersections along the detour. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:32. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, loads and no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be a very warm day with mostly sunny skies and a high up to 89. Then tonight, clear skies, low down to 67. Hot tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, high 90. Partly sunny and hot on Tuesday, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by Coons Quality Market. the diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Ah, yes, indeed. We forge ahead on the Coons Cooking Hour pork recipes. Get on that phone. I want to give someone that $25 gift card. 866-391-1020. Here is Diane. Diane, good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning, guys. Just a little side note. So, Joe, with that pulled pork recipe, you probably still have some of that cabbage left over from last week and wondering what to do with it. Make up some classic Memphis-style coleslaw. That pairs really well with it, and it gives you that nice crunch. Or if you're going to do that pork sauerkraut and kielbasa recipe, do some holoshki with that.
Oh,
cabbage.
boy. Yeah, holoshki would be good with that, too.
Yeah. So, yeah, even with your pulled pork. But my recipe for today is Jamaican jerk pork kebabs. So you're going to need about 2 pounds of a pork roast. Look for some good marbling in it. And you want to trim and cut that into approximately 1.5-inch pieces. And for the jerk recipe, I just use a combination of onion, garlic, and kosher salt, some cane sugar, allspice, chilies, pepper, thyme, nutmeg, cinnamon, sage. Or, if you have another favorite kind of jerk recipe, whatever, you're going to add in olive oil. I would say probably about, a tablespoon or two, about a tablespoon of soy sauce, 2 tablespoons of white vinegar, 2 tablespoons of fresh lime juice, and your pork pieces in a Ziploc bag. Seal that, shake it up real good. Try and marinate it for about 24 hours to let it all really sink in. And then once it's ready to go, take your skewers, soak them for a little bit in water, give them a little coating of the olive oil so they don't burn up too bad on your grill. Cut up that pineapple that you can pick up for $2.99 a pound this week at Coons. Add in some red onion, works well, and you have the sweet onion. That works to me even better. I'm more of a fan of that. And assemble your skewers, alternating pork, pineapple, onion. You can add in some bell pepper. You want to be, even try some of the zucchini or yellow squash. Grilled over medium heat, turning often for about 10 to 12 minutes till your internal temperature reaches 145. You can serve that up with some coleslaw, Jamaican rice and peas, or some grilled veggies. You've got lots of great choices, and the cabbage is on sale this week for 49 cents a pound. You can't beat it, or a nice salad. You can grab the ocean spray juice and the Sprite, mix up a little summertime Shirley cocktail, and you've got a meal ready to go.
And there you go. Even brushing some, when you're talking about those kebabs, I'm thinking that sweet chili from sauce from Frank's, that brush that on it for a little bit of sweet heat on top, pair well with those Vidalia onions.
Good.
Absolutely. And even the peaches are,
peaches,
believe it or not, peaches work really well on the grill. And even just if you boil up some water, just blanch them, take the skins off, cut them up, serve them over some ice cream, or if you make up like a quick shortbread, top that off with ice cream, whipped cream. You got a great, refreshing, quick dessert to go with it too.
Yeah, delicious. Always the best ideas.
Diane, thank you for the call. By the way, Chambersburg peaches right now, 99 cents a pound with that Coons Reward card. Those are the creme de la creme. They're the best peaches on the planet.
They are, and we are worried. I mean, the supply is less this year, but we're able to secure enough to be able to advertise, so that we went ahead. I mean, we discussed it in a long time the week we were looking at putting them in to make sure that we'd have enough of the supply, and they confirmed with us, yes, here's the date when they're coming, and here's when you can get them, and here's how many you can get, and we were good to go. So being able to run those is just great. The Chambersburg, because I'd hate to have a year without those Chambersburg peaches. And the deal, 99 cents a pound, you can't beat it.
No, can't do summer without Chambersburg peaches. Georgie, pudding pie. How are you in Clareton?
All right, here we go. It's the Girls Who Made Him Cry, old Toto song.
That's right.
Good morning, gentlemen.
That's right.
I like to get about 3 pork butts, or whatever's there, And at one time they were cheap. I heard you say it. They were like down to $1.19. That's about 15 years ago. But I get 3 of them. I wash them off, and I just do it like I do all my roasts. I poke some holes in there. I start putting garlic in there, drizzle some olive oil. Then I go with the old parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, with salt and pepper. Cook it slow, but sometimes less than 300 for hours. And I work with that and make it like a roast. I'll throw some yams, carrots, stuff in as I'm cooking. But that's what I do. Then if I want to start doctoring things up a day or two later with some leftovers, I'll start with the sauerkrauts or maybe different pasta sauces, etc. But there's a lot of things to do with the incredible edible porco.
Yeah, and putting that garlic in, great idea. And nowadays we make it even easier. We have the already peeled cloves too that you can save a little bit of time on. But instead of peeling that, and that way you get all those. But you season that very well, by the way, George. You have some nice flavors really competing in there.
Yeah, and then a little bit of garlic bread at the end. I'll throw in the oven on top.
Oh, my favorite. Garlic bread. I get the Salonis from the freezer section.
Oh, that's one of them. And there used to be the Tambellini. So many around.
Yeah, and
my brother from New York makes his own.
Yeah, and you can make your own. You can make your own compound butter. Put that garlic in there, especially if you got some from the garden, and make your own butter.
He's a way better cook than I. That's for sure. I think I'm good. He's amazing.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you've got great recipe there.
All right, get on the line. Give us a call. Pork Recipes, 866-391-1020. Lines are open. Someone's going to get a $25 gift card. Let's go to Wilkinsburg and say good morning to Elaine. You're on the Coons Cooking Hour. Hi, Elaine.
Good morning, fellas. I have a very simple recipe. You get a pork tenderloin or two, and you take off that silver skin and, trim off a little bit of the fat and put it in a Ziploc bag, and then you put Kikkoman's teriyaki marinade and sauce, pour that on, and then throw in a clove or two of garlic and sort of, mix it around, and then marinate it overnight and put it on the grill. I have made this for years, and everybody just loves it. It's so simple, and there's dinner.
And teriyaki adds a lot of flavor to it. People don't realize.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great, and especially as a marinade. It doesn't need a lot of tenderizing, but the teriyaki just gets that flavor in there. And those tenderloins really accept it well. That garlic will pair well.
Loves it.
Delicious.
All right, Elaine, thank you for the call. And we got room for you. What are you waiting for? Get in and join us, 866-391-1020. When you say the word roast, that always means Sunday dinner to me.
It's definitely a sit-down dinner.
Yeah.
For sure. I always think of sit-down dinner, I always think of leftovers.
Come over, we're having roast.
Yeah, no one picks that perfect roast that's perfectly finished. Everyone's going to have some leftovers, and just getting some nice sandwiches afterwards, like even the pork tenderloin or the roast before it, especially the roast before. You cut that down into slices, and then you get some pork gravy. Either you save some drippings and make it with that pork roast and save that for the next day. But you take that pork gravy. So you take one slice of white bread or Italian bread, put that pork down on it after you heat it up a little bit, and then pour that hot gravy over top of it. You got that open face knife and fork sandwich to die for. Get some Bob Evans mashed potatoes, or if you have some leftover potatoes or sweet potatoes, perfect.
So I was living large on my way to do some social media stuff in Ohio on Friday. I said, I'm going to buy a new shirt at Walmart. I just wanted to buy a new shirt. So I go in there, and my microwave has seen better days, but I'm so cheap now I squeak. And I was thinking about buying a new microwave, which I didn't. But imagine a world, Frankie, without a microwave. Imagine a world without a mixer. Imagine a world without a slow cooker. Imagine a world without think about it. All the different tools that we utilize in the kitchen today, an air fryer. Which is a modern day miracle, like the microwave was. And all of this stuff had to be made from scratch. So what time do you think somebody preparing Sunday dinner for 5 actually had to start preparing Sunday dinner? 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, sometimes the day before. It definitely some time savers that are in there. The air fry, like if you're making pasta, meatballs, you can air fry them. Things that you browned off before you go and put in the crock pot, you can actually air fry cook the outside of it first, and you can put it in there. Things that the nice thing about some of that, the microwave, oh my goodness, I forgot to defrost it. Well, the microwave will defrost it for you.
Yeah.
Pick the program, know the weight, and it'll defrost it for you without touching anything. It's not the perfect situation by any means, but it is good. And let's say you're making something where you need softened butter. Well, you can soften the butter right in the microwave and not have to sit there and put it on the counter and wait 3 or 4 hours. You can actually, soften butter in 20, 30 seconds and be ready to make whatever icing or whatever else you're going to be doing. So, I mean, a lot of these equipments, they're time savers. None of them are really, perfect for cooking the full meal. Like a microwave never came out to let's make a roast in the microwave. It never worked out. When they originally designed it, I remember they had probes and this and that. Never worked out. It's not going to do it right. But it has its place where it can just be a time saver for other things like the defrosting or how do you, imagine if you're at work and you have roast or you pork chops or something like, say, well, I'm going to heat this up here at KDK.
Mm-hmm.
How would you do that?
You'd
be popping in a toaster oven, which you hope someone cleaned, and you'd be waiting 20 to 30 minutes to cook you'd never be able to get it done.
I've never owned a toaster oven. I should look into that, but I'm too cheap. All right, 866-391-1020. Listen, I will use things till the wheels fall off. This microwave will probably be with me when I go to the great beyond. I hate parting with things. I like hanging on to things till they just don't work anymore.
Well, that's the whole thing. You buy it so it lasts, and then when it lasts, you should be happy.
Nobody as bad as your late dad, coming up on 2 years. We think about him all the time. When he came in here that day, he was smiling because he got a new hose from Sears. I've told you the story 100 times. And I'm like, well, how long have you had it? He goes, had a lifetime guarantee, like 20 years. He took it back and got a brand new hose, and he said, well, I got if it's a lifetime guarantee, I'm still alive, I'm going to get my hose. So you know what? Maybe he's rubbing off on me.
We used to have a microwave at the office, and you know how they're all push button, now they're digital?
Yeah.
Well, this had a dial. I've never seen a microwave with a dial. And you just kind of guess the time. It worked just like a toaster oven. You just set the time on it. And this thing had been 25 years old before it finally went.
Oh,
and he wasn't replacing it. Yeah. It was almost a challenge to see how long it will last.
Listen, it was huge. He and I near and dear to the same thought process. Loved him. All right, Chuck Shaler, you're coming up next. This is the Coons Cooking Hour. Next hour, Dr. Sean Ritchie, helping people with neuropathy. Stay with us.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, been a lot of fun today talking pork recipes. Let's see what Chuck has to say in Shaler. Hey, Chuck, good morning.
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. What do you have for us today?
Well, I just make the simple pork roast on the grill, but the thing that I like about Coons is you got the foil pans, like 2 for $1.25.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, I use them constantly. We save on tons of dishes. You know, I'll spice up my pork and put some smoker chips in there, cook it on the grill for a couple hours, and then I'll transfer it into that aluminum pan, and then I'll put my vegetables in there, jalapenos, onions, carrots, you know, maybe potato and yams, sweet potato, and just let that cook 10, 11 hours at 200 degrees. And put barbecue sauce on about the last hour and cover it with foil and then let it sit for another hour after it's done. And it's just, you can pull apart with your fingers. You don't even need a fork.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I forget all about it. Like that dollar section, one of those foil pans we have are about the most useful product you find in there because of cleanup. You don't have to imagine, you know, when you cook it for that long, if there's any sugars or anything that builds up on your pans, you know, and you have to sit there and scrub them. Those foil pans, that being a decent, you know, it's a good price, and you're really using it mostly for cleanup, and it works out perfect.
Yeah. I even put the leftovers in there and cover it back up, you know, for the next day.
Right. You know, you're still getting double usage out of it. Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
And I don't know, Rob, did you get that email I sent you? I think I might have screwed it up, but my buddy's up in Alaska right now, and he was just talking about how unbelievable the food prices are. Their Pepsi special this week is $17.99 for a 24-pack.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Well, you figure that way they have to transport everything up into Alaska.
Wow.
It's almost as bad. Hawaii's even more. But, yeah, going up into Alaska, and depending on the season, too.
Yeah, Chuck, I just looked. I did get it. I did get it.
I don't know if I put the attachment on there, but it was just he's just having sticker shock. $17.99 is the sale price.
I know.
Yeah.
People don't realize how good we have it in this part of the country. And look, we've gone through this time and time again. I'm in Coons Market just about every day. I look at the flyer every day, and I compare, and I've even had my son, and I won't mention where he normally shops because it's closer to where he lives. I took him to Coons in Hopewell one night, and this is how you get your kids to hang out with you when you offer to buy their groceries. So he bought $400 worth of groceries, which I paid for, no problem, at Coons Market. He's my boy. And he said, Dad, you're absolutely right. He said, if I would have got this at the other place, it would have been $600. So that's coming out of a guy who's got no skin in the game. He's 26 years of age, who loves to cook, cooks every day at home, does the whole prepared food things, knows more about recipes than I could ever hope to know. He's in Frank's category, and he literally told me he saved $200, or I saved $200. But still, we are really fortunate to have Coons Market. And the best part, and Chuck, thanks for the call, that 2-day sale that we do once a month, it's getting rave reviews. I mean, you can save hundreds of dollars with that, Frank.
Stock up. You know, we're getting it. The manufacturer's giving us a deal, and we're going to pass it right on to you, the entire deal. And you get to be able to, you know, save money where you can. You know, always follow our ads. This is the deals that manufacturers and processors and, you know, all the produce suppliers, the local farmers, these are the deals they're passing on to us, and we just pass that deal right straight through. We don't keep it, you know, because the customer is the one that needs that deal, and they need to, you know, they're feeding their families, and we want to make sure people can afford to do that, you know, and we focus on the items that are, number one, relevant, and then when we're telling you you can buy 2 for $7 or 2 for $5, or we're doing a BOGO. I'm not telling you have to buy both to get $7. Well, I'm telling you that you can buy one of those and pay $3.50. That's not the case in the rest of these stores around us.
All right, let me get to a break so we can come back and draw this week's winner. Stay with us. Coons Cooking Hour. Next hour, Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, helping people with neuropathy get back to the business of living. Stay with us.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cashback earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The preceding program was paid for by Coons Quality Market.
Get ready to go bananas at the Robindale Great American Banana Split Celebration, presented by Dole Foods and Giant Eagle Markets, August 23rd and 24th in downtown Latrobe. Enjoy live music on 2 stages, a climbing wall, and tons of activities. Savor delicious local foods and, of course, authentic banana splits. Special guests Punxsutawney Phil and the Pittsburgh Mobile Glass Blowing Unit Saturday afternoon. Gene the Werewolf headlines Saturday night on the Robindale stage. And prepare to be amazed by the Hawaiian Fire Show Sunday. For a full schedule and more activities, visit bananasplitfest.com.
The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, time to draw this week's winner of that $25 gift certificate, and the winner is...
This week's winner is Chuck and Shaler.
All right, so give them some tips, Frank. Got a little bit of time. You got to prepare the grocery list. You get the flyer. You go to coonsmarket.com. You know what you're dealing with when you go in. You know what the bottom line is going to be. Maybe one extra item just to kind of add a little curb appeal. But for the most part, check the list once, check it twice, and stick to it, and you're going to save money. And if you take the Coons Reward Card and look for that essential everyday brand too, right?
Definitely private label. You know, we hang our hat on the private label to make sure, you know, it's a quality item. It's going to match to the national brand of what it, you know, is the like item. You know, like the essential everyday peanut butter is going to match the top selling Jif. You know, those kind of things. Paper products where you can really save on the private label, and in the HBC items. We don't talk much about HBC, but health and beauty care, the Tylenols and Advils and, you know, Band-Aids, or like I'm looking at now, poison ivy medicines, cortisone, you know, those kind of things. You can save a lot of money there, but taking our flyer, going through and picking your items and write up a list, or just go through it. And if you can, you know, even in your memory bank, you know, but in the store, we're going to give you that reminder. We have a lot of signage. We have yellow tags are all of our ad items. Red tags are in-store specials, TPRs. Green tags are clearance items. We're going to have lots of signage in there as you go in. So if you pick a general idea what you want for dinner, you want a pork item, and you're going to need a gravy, you have that on your list, and then you know you can shop it while you're in the store. So there's different ways to do it. Also, we have it all digital. And if you go to coonsmarket.com, you can also download our app, put that right onto your front screen of your phone. You can also see the deals on there, plus the e-coupons to match to everything.
All right, next week we're talking veggies, and I can tell you unequivocally I've learned more about veggies over the last 2 years than I've ever known about veggies in my life, and you should be thinking veggies too, and I hope you'll join us on the Coons Cooking Hour, same time, same station, 1 week from today, which is August 17th. The month is flying by. Frank, always good to see you. Have a great week.
Have a great day.
All right, listen, we've got the news coming up, and then Dr. Sean Ritchie helping people with neuropathy from the Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as we roll on until 1 o'clock today. Your Pratt Pack on KDKA. News is next.
Buy more, save more at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. For a limited time, save $200 instantly for every $800 you spend in our showroom. It's the perfect way to complete your look for less or splurge on your dream piece for your living room, dining room, outdoor space, home office, or bedroom. Stop by your local showroom today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Aliquippa, state police are investigating after a woman was found shot there Saturday night. It happened just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. A woman arrived at the hospital by private means with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say 4 masked men opened fire at the housing complex. So far, no arrests have been made. A reminder, the Parkway East still remains closed. It closed at 9 p.m. on Saturday night, and it will remain closed until Monday morning at 5. And it is from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood-Swissville exit in both directions. And this is so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. Police are assisting motorists near the major intersections along that detour. An ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland, sending one person to the hospital. It happened around 10:45 on Saturday morning at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when that crash occurred. Driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from that vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance to the hospital. A number of people were displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street, that's in California Borough. The fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home siding. There were 6 adults and 11 children who were displaced. They're receiving aid currently from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. There were no injuries reported, and the cause of the massive fire is currently under investigation. Well, a wrong-way crash on Route 28 sent 3 people to the hospital. Happened around 4 o'clock Saturday morning near the East Ohio Street exit. The 3 people were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Route 28 had a lane restriction for about 2 hours due to that crash. KDK Radio News Time. It's almost 9:03, which means the AccuWeather forecast next.
Planning a vacation can be fun, but don't get taken by service fees and processing fees. SWAC Vacations lets you book direct. SWAC owns its own properties. The price you see is the price you pay. Michael Bartley here. My friend Jeff is the owner of SWAC, and you can trust you're going to get the best deal possible. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, or that massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone. Book direct. Save at SWACvacations.com. That's SWACK Vacations.com.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is so good to have this guy back in the building. He, of course, from Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Lots to get to today with Dr. Sean Ritchie. You know, people are out and about trying to enjoy summer, but it makes it very difficult when you're dealing with neuropathy, and they're making a difference every day. We've got a lot to get to, but we always like to begin with his opening statement on what's happening in his life, and of course at that Tri-State Neuropathy Center is making a difference and changing the lives of people every single day. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning to you. Yeah, I'll tell you, we've been doing this a long time, since 2013, and it just the staggering numbers of people that suffer with neuropathy still ceases to amaze me. They say 10% of Americans have this. That's over 33 million people suffer with this. I was sitting there one day thinking about what that means, and I looked up Acrisure Stadium, and it says there's about 68,000 people. I think it's close to 500 Acrisure stadiums would be filled with people suffering with neuropathy.
Incredible.
And almost every one of them are out there looking for answers, looking for solutions, and thinking maybe it might get better on its own. And, we roll an ankle, break a bone, or something like that, and that thing can heal on its own. The unfortunate thing with peripheral neuropathy, it's exact opposite. And once you get it, it's going to keep getting worse. It's just how fast. So they're out there looking for answers. 500 Acrisure Stadium people are looking for answers, and they're not getting it, thinking that there's no solution for it because that's what they're told. But since 2013, we've helped over 14,000, coming up on 15,000 people, just in the tri-state area to help to get their life back to doing the things that they love. I just had this guy, Harry, that was in, and he was a big golfer. And he was telling me that when we first met, he's like, I had to give up golf. And he goes, it was embarrassing. And he told me the story of how he was on we're in Pennsylvania, so we got a lot of hills here. And he said, I was out golfing. I had a little grade there that I was on. And he goes, my feet are numb, which obviously can cause balance issues. And he said, I swung, and I'm there with my buddies, all of them watching me. He goes, I swung and I totally missed the ball.
Oh.
I totally missed the ball. And he goes, and then it started happening more frequently to the point that he gave it up. And just this month, he was able to get back to golf and start to play, and he's not whiffing on it anymore. So, some of these things that neuropathy can steal from you, not only just your balance, but the things that you like to do, golfing, fishing, gardening. A lot of people can't even walk in the yard, They can walk on like a hard, flat surface, but when it starts to get really bad, it starts to affect just getting out and being in the grass or anything.
All right, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle, Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com. Now, if you call today, leave your information. You will get that first consultation, examination, and treatment absolutely free. 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. One of the largest neuropathy centers in the country with the most experience, most mostly powerful, non-invasive, FDA-approved technology on the market today, 100% devoted to treating peripheral neuropathy only is what their goal is every day, and they are the experts, and they can get you on your way to feeling better, but you have to take the first step to take that giant step into your future by calling 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. Now, if you know anybody that's dealing with neuropathy, please give them this information or let them know to tune in now, because there is hope. And remember, when you call, leave your name, first and last, and a working telephone number that they can meet you during the week. We want to get into some success stories this segment. We want to talk exactly a little bit about neuropathy in the next 20 minutes or so. And then, of course, more patient success stories and an opportunity to learn about the technology and what they're doing as far as the science, the knowledge, in getting results at the Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. This is the other thing, too. When you become a retired individual, no matter how much you have, for the most part, it's safe to say over 50% of the population is on a fixed income.
Mm-hmm.
And they have more time at home, so they have to take care of things around the home that they don't want to spend money for somebody to do, like cutting the grass, trimming the shrubs, gardening, taking out the trash, just doing little things, cleaning your home.
Mm-hmm.
When you can't do any of that because of neuropathy, you have to pay somebody to do it. So if anybody's out there questioning how much is it going to cost, can I afford this? When you're thinking about being on a life like Neurontin or gabapentin, a lifelong prescription for the rest of your life, and what you're paying every month, and the price of drugs and prescriptions going up as we speak, co-pays becoming less, what's happening with healthcare in this country, then you add on top all of those chores, you're spending a ton of money. You'd be better off getting treatment, and hopefully getting this behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to even take it another step further, neuropathy is wicked. It is a wicked disease.
It destroys people.
You don't know it. And it comes on. Some people are fast, some people are slow. And I had a lady come in. And, I mean, this is kind of the advanced stages. Had neuropathy for a while, and we do this exam. It's a really simple exam to see your sensory fibers and how they're firing, and it's a really simple one, but they have to take their shoes and socks off. So when she did that, I kind of said, put your feet up like on your heels, and when she did that, under one of her toes, I don't know if you've ever seen gangrene before, but underneath her one toe was just all gangrene.
Mangled.
Had no idea that she had it because her feet were so numb. And I had told her, I'm like, listen, you got to put your shoes and socks back on. I want you to go directly to the emergency room, and I want you to get that taken care of. Then call me. She called me 3 months later, and she said, it was gangrene, and they weren't able to save that toe. They had to take that toe off. And I said, oh, I'm really sorry to hear about that. And she said, no, that wasn't it. They didn't get it all. It went into my other toe.
Yeah.
And then they had to take that toe off. And she said, and then again, I said, oh, man, I'm really sorry. They ended up not getting it. She ended up losing her foot.
Oh.
So neuropathy, I mean, you can have the numbness, the burning, the stabbing, the pins and needles, the electric shocks, the cramping, everything that goes with it, the balance issues, falls. But when you start to look at the future of it, taking the medication is not going to fix it. It'll try to mask it, but usually it doesn't do that. But ultimately, it can lead to amputation, not a toe, a foot, a leg. I have a lot of people that come in with, just one leg or one foot that's suffering with neuropathy. And so when you start to look at neuropathy, this isn't something to hope is going to go away. I look at all these people that we've helped, Rob, I said, over 14, 15,000 people that we've treated. Almost everybody gets 50 to 100% better. I mean, like almost everybody. We qualify our patients. We have enough experience with this. We've seen probably 25,000 people qualifying and treating people, probably about 14, 15,000. But of all those people, like I look back in that history and I say, what if they didn't do it? Where would they be today? What if this was back in 2013? What if this was back in 2020, right before COVID, or even a year ago? When I do my testing, I always do my math. Okay, somebody comes in, they've had it for 2 years, I test them, they're 50% functionality. I know in 2 years they're going to be at 0%. That's just the math. So when I look at these people, that have gotten better, like Harry that's now golfing. Like, where would he be next year? Not just not golfing. Like,
most of them would be wheelchair bound.
Yeah, that's kind of where it goes.
All right, listen, we're going to come back. All this stuff I mentioned, we're going to talk about neuropathy. We're going to talk about the science. We're going to talk about more in the way of success stories. But I want you to be a success story. How do you do that? You take this opportunity right now as we go to break, and you pick up the phone and you dial 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. You leave your name and number and a working number they can reach you, a working number that they can reach you during business hours throughout the week. You'll get the first consultation, examination, and treatment free. First, last name, and a working number they can reach you. Do it now, 724-940-9000, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton in Morgantown, West Virginia, MaryDanston.com. Dr. Sean Ritchie back for his monthly visit on KDKA, and we'll be back after this.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Amazing August specials underway right now at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breast or breast tenders, $2.98 a pound. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania peaches, 99 cents a pound. And Essential Everyday Awesome paper towels, 8-count packages, $4.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style ribs, $1.99 a pound, and dinner-cut tuna steaks, 10-ounce portions, $4.99 each. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound, and locally grown sweet corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound, and Silver Star Italian-style hot ham, $9.59 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
So get into Coons Market for the amazing August specials. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so we're going to start, drilling down on the treatment for neuropathy, what they do at the Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. But it must be such a pleasure, Doc, to get up every day and to go to work knowing you're changing someone's life for the better for the rest of their life.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's, people always ask, how long are you going to work? And I love what I do, being able to tell people that are out there feeling that there's absolutely no hope. That there's actually hope, and you can help to restore their function in life, just sleeping, walking, doing a thing. But neuropathy itself, a lot of people don't even know. They have it, and they know what it feels like, but they don't even know what it is. And a very simple way to describe it is our brain, it controls everything. Our whole neurological system controls every cell, tissue, organ in your body. When it runs down your back, your spinal column, it'll leave as a large nerve fiber, and that controls your big stuff. That's like your muscles, your heart, your stomach, your pancreas, picking your legs up, moving your feet, bending your toes. That's all a large nerve fiber. But when that nerve ends, it ends in the peripheral, it's the top layer of your skin. It's this tiny microscopic nerve. It's literally so small you can't see it. And that's called a sensory nerve or a small nerve fiber. It makes you feel things. It makes you feel the ground, where your foot is, not the pressure, but the ground, walking on a cold tile floor or the carpet grains or in the shower feeling the hot water. These are the things that these nerves feel. When you get peripheral neuropathy, that's the nerve that gets damaged. It's the small nerve fiber. Some people come in with this drop foot. They can't pick their foot up. That's a large nerve fiber. Some people have sciatic pain. It runs down the back, the glutes to the leg. That's a large nerve fiber. But these nerves at the end are the ones that get involved, and that's what we treat. It usually starts in your toes, maybe one toe, and kind of roll across, and then it'll roll back. Sciatica rolls down, large roll down, small start at the toes and roll back. Generally starts with that numbing feeling. People say it feels like my toes are swollen, and they look down and they're normal. Then they feel like they got a fat pad on the ball of their foot, it feels like bunched up socks. And people open their eyes and they're like, yes, that's exactly what it feels like. I can't tell you how many times I take my shoe off and pull my socks up when they're not bunched up, or pebbles in there. Some people say they feel like a vice is on it. Some people say they feel swollen, but they're not. And that's kind of the beginning stages of it. And as I had mentioned before, the worst part about this disease is it likes to get worse. So as it gets worse, then you start to get I like to call the a la carte symptoms, because not everybody always gets the same ones, but generally likes to roll into the pins and needles. The tingling is next, and it starts to roll back your foot. Now it's hitting your heel. Then it turns into the other stuff, the burning, the stabbing, the electric shocks, just sitting there and somebody takes a cattle prod and hits your foot. And a lot of people will tell me the worst time is at night, when they sit down to watch their news or the TV at night, or even worse yet, when they go to bed. And that's when it really starts to kick in, because what happens is your heart is sending all this blood out, and that's what's feeding these nerves. And when you obviously sit down, your heart slows down, and then you lay down, you elevate your feet, your heart even slows more. So these nerves are out there screaming at you, and then there goes your sleep. And a lot of people out there, they sleep an hour a night, and then they get up and walk for 2. They sleep in a recliner chair out there. I know there's some people right now going, man, that is me. I can't sleep in my own bed anymore. And it's just a journey that we've heard so many stories, and it's devastating. And the one thing I tell anyone, if you even think that you have it, it's the best time to come in. Catch it sooner than later, because when you wait, it's going to get worse.
It is going to get worse. It's not going to go away.
No. And we offer a free consultation to determine that. I turn people down all the time, Rob. All the time. People come in.
Is that part of your daily routine too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If somebody comes in and they don't have it, like there's radiculopathy, there's plantar fasciitis, there's neuromas, there's arthritis, and you can kind of roll them in and out pretty quick. But I turn people away all the time. That's why we're very successful, is we know who is going to get the results and who's not. So that's what we do whenever we come in for that first consultation. We literally devote like an hour to an hour and a half with each patient at every one of our offices. So all you have to do is call for that free consultation.
All right, so who gets it?
Great question. There's hundreds of reasons people can get this, but there's I would say top 4, and recently top 5. Obviously, everybody thinks it's a diabetic thing. And it's obviously one of the top reasons, and yes, diabetics can get it. Chemotherapy, people that get cancer and they go through chemo, radiation, those people can get it. There's a kind of a hidden one. It's when people get cardiovascular disease, they get put on a cholesterol medicine. And I'm not telling anybody to get off their cholesterol medicine. Everybody has their history, but that can cause neuropathy too. Our website, marydanston.com, is based off of a woman who suffered for nearly 12 years. At the age of 45, started taking it and was almost in a wheelchair at the age of 57. And she's now 100% better, which is great. But then another one is a back, really bad backs like stenosis, disc, surgeries, things like that. Those are things that can cause peripheral neuropathy.
Do you ever think about how far we've come, but especially you and her, the Latrobe office, the early stages, how she was one of our first on-call, on-air success stories?
Yeah.
Over 14,000 people now in 9 offices.
Yeah, I know.
That's remarkable. That speaks for itself.
Yeah. Yeah, the greatest thing is it works. That's it. That's why it's grown so much. She was the one that, when she got better, she's like, you've got to open an office and I will run it for you. And I didn't know how to manage a second office. How would I be in 2 places? But eventually, I had people coming from New York, from Ohio, from West Virginia, Maryland, driving, hours to see us just because they heard that there was a solution for them. But once we started that second office and she ran it, I mean, she was the best person to run it because she lived and breathed it for 12 years. So she taught me a lot, just even things of, at night times and little things that she would do, little tricks of the trade. People with cramps, she's like, there's a thing called quinine that you can get in tonic water that was helping her with her cramps. Fever Tree tonic water is a very good one. If you're out there with cramps, that's a really good one that you could take. But yeah, she taught me a lot, and she helped me, go from the second office, and then we just grew. I had another doc that was interested, Dr. Scarton. And then we opened in Washington, and Dr. Jared Yevans, and Dr. Rank, and Dr. TJ Clayton, Dr. Darby Kern. So here we are now with 6 docs on board focused on treating peripheral neuropathy with the best technology on the market with 9 offices on the tri-state area.
If you're rather young and you're experiencing it, you're probably saying, I can't have neuropathy. Mm-hmm. I'm 40 years old. There's no way. I'm not diabetic. I can't have neuropathy, but it sounds like I have neuropathy. It doesn't discriminate. This is just isn't for people that are diabetic, chemotherapy, and are older. Yeah. This can be people of any age.
Yeah, it can. I mean, it is. I mean, generally, you think of the 4 things. It's what you get when you get older in life. But like you said, what if you get cancer and you go through chemo at the age of 40 or 30 or whatever? You definitely can get it. Broken down back surgeries, cardiovascular disease. I mean, like I said, was 45 years old when she got it. I actually had a 13-year-old that had leukemia. It was a very, very unfortunate, sad case. The mom was just like beside herself because the poor girl had neuropathy with the numbness and had to walk differently, and I think kids were making fun of her. I was destroying her mom, and but we were able to help her. And I remember when she left there, the little girl was smiling. This was early on in our when I was doing this, and I mean, what a difference in their disposition when they would come in at the very beginning to the very end. The girl's normal, walking and happy, and the mom, obviously, her heart goes for her little daughter.
Listen, 14,000 people, 9 locations. That speaks volumes for why you get it done. But what do you want people to know about what separates you from all the other people that are out there doing this? And there are a lot of people out there doing this now.
Yeah, the most important thing is just knowing who the right candidate is.
Right.
Like I say, we've seen probably 25, 30,000 people. That's a lot of stories to hear, and putting people through the program, you can kind of guess, how they're going to go through the program. And just being realistic and honest about it is like somebody comes in and I'm like, I always like to say, I'm not Jesus, I can't heal you, but if we can just stop this disease, you're going to win the situation. But most everybody gets 50 to 100% better. And the stuff that comes later, the burning, stabbing, electric shocks, that's something we like to educate them on. That'll go away. But more importantly than that, and the thing that has made us so successful, we'll talk about it on the next segment here, but is our technology.
Oh, amen.
Nobody has it. And I'd like to tell you why. It's super cool. The technology, when we first started back in 2013, obviously technology gets better, and where it's gone to today, and why we have been able to help so many people and be successful. We get people coming from all over the place that have tried so many different things.
They are literally 100% devoted to treating peripheral neuropathy only. That's what they do. They are the experts in the industry. So what you need to do, this offer is on the table again. We do it because we know it can help. If you think you're dealing with it or you know someone that is, have yourself or someone call this number today. Your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you throughout the week during business hours. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. First treatment, examination, all of this stuff that we talk about, absolutely free. So make the call. 724-940-9000. They're in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, loads and no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. State police continue to investigate after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. This shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. A woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say 4 masked men opened fire Saturday night at the housing complex. Right now, no arrests have been made. Numerous people were displaced following a fire in Washington County. It broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California Borough. It left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home siding. 17 people, that's 6 adults, 11 children were displaced. They're receiving aid right now from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. There were no injuries reported. Cause of the fire under investigation. KDK Radio News Time 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be a very warm day with mostly sunny skies and a high up to 89. Then tonight, clear skies, low down to 67. Hot tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, high 90. Partly sunny and hot on Tuesday, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, well, he's the best. Dr. Sean Ritchie, over 14,000 people. I've had people treated by him. He's helped me. He is the real deal. He is a real game changer. Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com, 724-940-9000. Call that number. Treatment, examination. You get it all free, but you got to call first and last name. Leave a number that they can reach you during the week, during business hours. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. And it may sound a little complicated because it is, but the results are incredible. The scientific background, which separates them from everyone else on the planet. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes, so as we talked earlier, we got these little nerves in our skin that are dying, okay? And we've discussed the causes. You've got diabetes that can cause it, cancer treatments can cause it, cholesterol medicine, back issues, and there's a lot of different things, Lyme's disease, alcohol, mental things, you could have had clinical depression. Weird things can cause this, but either way, when you come in for that consultation, we can go through that, but ultimately we can run a test. Easiest test is 2 minutes. Check your sensories, and we'll see whether you have it or not. It's a really quick way to rule you in or out. And then once we determine that you have it, then we know that we can help you, okay? And that's when I say we could probably get you anywhere from 50 to 100% better. And by doing that, that's helping to regenerate those nerves. So what's happening with these nerves dying is you have something causing them to die. And the unfortunate thing is they could stay alive if you had more blood flow and oxygen and nutrients to treat them. So there's a thing in our body called nitric oxide. It's made naturally. And when we're young, it's made at 100%. And nitric oxide, Dr. Ignarro discovered this in 1998 and won a Nobel Prize. It does one thing. It keeps your vessels open, loose, pliable, but more importantly, it keeps it permeable to allow these oxygen and nutrients to get out of the blood. That's why after it goes from an artery to a capillary, now a capillary is only a single cell wall layer that allows all the oxygen and nutrients to get out. That's why when it hits the veins, it's like blue or purpley and goes back with no nutrients, no oxygen. And kind of a neat little fact, when the heart sends all that blood out, it's an artery, then a capillary where it lets all the oxygen and nutrients out. It feeds everything in your body, muscles, ligaments, tendons, intestines, everything. And that goes back in the vein. If you line them all up in a single file line, average human adult's about 92,000 miles. That's around the earth 3 times. That's crazy. Now, the capillaries are about 75% of that. That's how important they are. So when we're young, we're producing nitric oxide, keeping those vessels open and permeable. So you get to feed everything. But what happens is when we lose the production of nitric oxide, they start to tighten up. They say when you're around 40 years old, you're about 50% production. When you're 60, they say average 50 or 15%. That's tightening those vessels up. Furthest from the heart is where? That's your feet, your hands. So all of a sudden, these little nerves that are dying just aren't getting fed. I always like to say it's like grass that hasn't had rain, like we are now. It just hasn't had rain, and you start to get wilty grass, and it just isn't getting that nutrients. And this is exactly what's happening, Rob. And with that said, we have taken this Dr. Ignarro's knowledge about nitric oxide, and we have found technology that can actually produce nitric oxide in the skin where those damaged nerves are and just open those vessels like you're 20 years old again. It's awesome. And the best part about it is we have the best technology. Now, technology, when we first started all the way till now, is leaps and bounds above, and we are the only ones that carry this. And one of the biggest factors that our technology has, it's called low-level light therapy. It's a light system that you put on, you don't feel it, and you let it run for about 20 minutes, and you pull your feet out, and you've opened those vessels in your skin where your damaged nerves are, and that'll last about 3 hours. Now, this is stuff you'll do at home. It's very easy. I don't care how old you are or how mobile or immobile you are. You can do this. It's that easy. And by doing that, you're just watering those nerves. It's literally like the dead grass scenario. All you got to do is put a sprinkler out there and water it. And that's what we do. From there, your body knows how to do the rest of the job by bringing those nerves back to life. Now, the coolest part is technology always advances. And like I said, we are the only ones in town. That's why I know a lot of people have tried different things, different programs, maybe even low-level light therapy of a different caliber. And they come to us and they get results because there's two things. The one is the refractive angle. When this light comes out, most lights, the more light you had, the better it was because it comes out in like a laser beam. We've been able to now refract the angles to 120 so we cover more surface area. No one else has that. So the results are astoundingly better. But even more importantly, the one thing that we have learned and our system has is if I take a pin and I hit your skin, it hurts, right? After about a minute or 2 or 3, you have this accommodation. It doesn't hurt as much. You know, your tissue gets resistant to the pain. Same thing that happens. If I just take one laser beam and plow it through that same tissue for 20 minutes, within 2 minutes, you already have tissue resistance. We are the only one out there that has this thing. In like 1 second, this thing flashes like 50. It flashes, you know, it'll create this like it's on, off thing so that you have absolutely no ability for your tissue to resist it. So for 20 straight minutes of this therapy, you get 100% absorption of this light that is producing nitric oxide. And that's why our system is way more successful than anybody else's out there and why we've been able to help so many people. You know, the scenario of this is super simple. If you go out into the sun hits the skin, you have these photorecepting cells that produces vitamin D in our body, right? This is exactly the same scenario. This specific frequencies of light hits those same photorecepting cells and produces nitric oxide, and that's what produces those vessels to dilate so we can start to water those damaged nerves.
So when did this journey begin for you that you wanted to start helping people holistically? When did this whole journey? How old were you?
How old was I?
High school kid? Where were you when you started thinking, I want to help people holistically, naturally?
Holistically?
Maybe become a chiropractic.
Yeah, it was, I mean, I was in high school, yeah.
Right,
I mean, even in my yearbook, you know, what was your profession? I wrote chiropractor, but, you know, I was eager to get out of school, and I took a...
Did you experience chiropractic? I mean, I had chiropractic care at like 15 for the first time, and it changed my life.
Yeah.
My mother took me because I was over anxious, probably, you know, had some issues, as some kids, including my own, do, you know, just were fidget a lot and move around, and a little ADD on my end, probably. And it changed my life. I mean, because she went on a regular basis. And it always interested me until I found out you had to go to school for like 8 years. But did you experience some sort of like chiropractic intervention or something?
Surprisingly not. You know, it was just something that was very interesting. I've always kind of been a natural, you know, way of looking at things, a healthy kind of guy. But when I graduated college from Pitt, I went into sales, and I was in sales, and I didn't like it. You know, it was like you always had to do like things that you're selling something to somebody that doesn't need it, and I just never liked it. And I was 29, and I realized, you know, this is really what I want to do, and that's when I went back to school. And but during the sales years, that's when I experienced chiropractic, and I was driving all the time. I had started getting back things, but the one guy that I was going to, he was the guy that really made me make that turn. You know, he's like, Sean, he starts saying, you know, this is what I do. You know, I have this, and this. He goes, but you can take all those great things away from me. He goes, the thing that I love, he goes, people come to you chiropractically. You know, this isn't chiropractic what we do for neuropathy. It's
holistic.
It's holistic, though. But he said that people usually show up at my door, and I'm like the last exit on the highway. You know, they come in, they're in sweats, their hair's messed up, and he goes, and then you start to help them, and then you start to see the difference in their, just their life, you know. And when he had that conversation with me, I had quit my job, moved to St. Louis, and started chiropractic school in 22 days. I was so excited.
I bet.
Yeah, and I opened practice when I was 34. But
so you late bloomer.
Yeah. That's been the best journey of my life, Rob.
Well, I also think you found out that there could be a way. You went out and traveled across the country. You researched it. You discovered it, because it's always been about helping people holistically, seeing results. And now you're doing it every day with one of the most debilitating diseases this country will ever experience.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, I mean, chiropractic's one thing, and you do, manipulations. But this I fell into. I just fell into it. I met a neurologist that discovered this thing, and I was one of the first few people in the whole entire world treating neuropathy with this technology, and I really didn't think it was going to work. I mean, it's very doubtful.
It has. You've helped over thousands, and 14,000 people in all. They've turned thousands away who didn't have it, but the ones who have, they've helped. And you can be one of them if you're dealing with it or you think you may be. Find out. Get that examination and that first treatment absolutely free. As we go to break, this is your call to action to pick up the phone. Make this call right now. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanced.com. You get that first examination and treatment free if you call 724-940-9000. And remember, leave your first and last name and a working number. They can reach you during business hours throughout the week. One of the largest neuropathy centers in the country with the most experience. You can count on Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. It's your Pratt Pack. Back with more in a moment.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my sister Sarah. It's a big summer for golf here in Pittsburgh, and it was exciting watching the pros at Oakmont. The most exciting round I ever watched in my life, though, was back in 1992 when my dad got to play the opening round at Nevillewood with Jack Nicklaus. There was a gallery of thousands, and I knew Dad was nervous. On number 10, he hit his drive into a sand trap. His next shot landed in another trap beside the green. I was 12 years old and my heart dropped to my stomach. I remember Dad saying that morning that his number one goal that day was not to make a fool of himself in front of Nicholas and the club membership. I then watched Dad blast it out of the sand right into the hole for a birdie. The crowd roared. Dad finished with a 73 to Nicholas's 72. I was so happy and proud. My dad's always been a guy who stays positive and focused on goals. Those qualities make him a fantastic financial advisor and a role model for me. Find out more about our family-owned firm at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, the final segment today with the man, the myth, my friend, Dr. Sean Ritchie. Listen, I'm just telling all of you right now, make the call. If you're dealing with it, you know someone that is, it will change your life forever. I've seen it firsthand. You don't need to be dealing with this neuropathy. There is something that can be done. And the first thing that you can do to get that first treatment and examination absolutely free, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. You can go to marydancedin.com. Somebody said to me the other day, are you going to do the seminars again someday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The people were just asking.
Yeah, we usually do them in spring and fall.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back into doing some seminars. Vacations come up in the summertime, so a lot of people can't make them, so we like to do spring and fall.
All right, so again, one of the things that we like to do also, if you know someone and you're listening today, tell them there's hope. Reach out to them. Give them that number. Explain to them about Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. They're out there in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. And they get the first treatment and examination free, 724-940-9000. Doc, let's summarize. Go ahead. So it comes down to meds or you?
Yeah, that's kind of, listening to these journeys of people, it really comes down to when a person comes into our office, we do the consultation. If they're not a candidate, we usually have a good direction for them. But if they are, we have the answer. So it really comes down to that. I know what they'll do. Or what they have done. They start to get that numbness. They go to their PCP. PCP kind of puts the earmuffs on because they're not sure what to do. And then you come back and it's worse. And then you talk about it again. So then they start to run tests. Are you a diabetic? What else? Is there Lyme's? They run their tests and then they come back and say, well, you're not diabetic, so we'll keep an eye on it. Then it gets worse. Then they send you off to a neurologist. Neurologist then will do the same blood work probably. Then they'll do this thing called an EMG. They'll stick needles in you, turn the electric up, which I hear is very painful. That really it doesn't even assess small. That's a large nerve fiber test. But they'll run that, and then eventually they do get the diagnosis. You've got peripheral neuropathy. You're like, thank goodness. Now what do we do? Nothing. If it gets bad to the pain starts to kick in, then they hand them a script like you get when you go to a doc. Here's your gabapentin script. Go take 100 milligrams 3 times a day. Usually doesn't work for peripheral neuropathy. And obviously you go back to the doc, it's getting worse. So what do? They up the dose. And this is this rat race. Next thing you know, you're doing an EMG again, or they're doing a blood work, ultimately to tell you the same answer, that you got neuropathy. And that's one leg that they could do. And then it gets worse and worse, and they up the dose and up the dose. And this is the stories, Rob, that we hear every single day. When they do come to see us, that's why I always say the earlier the better. If they come see us, we have an answer for them. We have a solution. Help 14,000 people not take a medication to get you through the day, a way to open your blood vessels to start to feed these nerves and start to get them to come back to life. And then once we get you there, we're partners for life. When we team up as a team that you have neuropathy, we'll work till whenever it takes to get you your maximum results. And then we can teach you how to do this stuff for maintenance on a very simple basis. Getting you there is the work, but once we get you there, it's easy to maintain. And then we work with you on that. I just had a lady, Antoinette, came in 2022. I still remember, she's like, this is like a miracle. She's like, she was so scared. She lived alone, losing mobility. How is she going to be able to get around, drive a car, let alone walk? And at the end of hers, she was 100% better, said it was a miracle. But she had a little flare-up just a couple months ago, and she came in, and this is what we do. We assess the situation. We set her up on a little mini plan, all included in everybody's program, and she's back to, no more neuropathy. So it's a plan that we put together, and it works awesome. We have this low-level light therapy. We have so many different components to our program. We have things that we can actually increase microvessel blood flow. So not only opening them, but we have something we can increase the flow. So it's like turning the sprinkler up more. We have technology that can actually stimulate the nerve, and actually it's like taking your nerve to the gym. We have a lot of different things. We even have some nutritional support for the nerves. There's one vitamin that I give my patients that I take to help to boost nitric oxide levels. I told you when you're 40, you like to start to deplete. So if you can take that, it helps not just it helps everything. Opening vessels in your whole body, it helps that. So,
but you realize there's so many really components because of this. We talk about the numbness of the feet, the fidgety feet, the ice cold, the stabbing pain, but balance is another thing. I can literally almost pick out who's got this because you see them reaching for something, walking, trying to get in the car. It's like their feet are basically pulled out from underneath them, and that it's probably neuropathy, but people just can't admit it because they all fall back on one thing, Doc. I'm old.
Yeah.
This just comes with age. That's not what somebody should be dealing with.
Absolutely. In fact, literally just this week, I had a guy, John, who went through the program, and we did a little reassessment. He was super skeptical. He's just like, it's really my only shot. And that's what I understand. People come in and they are already brainwashed that they think there's nothing that can be done. So they come in and then when you tell them what the story is and they don't feel anything, you expect to feel something when you're getting fixed, right? But there's no feeling here. You're just creating a chemical reaction in the skin. But this guy John was really skeptical. But he suffered. He had it for 5 years, and he started getting so numb in his feet that he was starting to have falls. And obviously falls when you're older is not a good thing. That can lead to, bad consequences. But he had the tingling, he had cold feet, stabbing, he was getting really bad cramps, to the point that he had no sleep. And we just reevaluated him. He's 90% better.
See, that's the other thing. I just want to set the record straight here. When he says 50%, whatever, if you have full-blown neuropathy, if you get 5%, it's a game changer, 10%. Yeah. But if you get 50%, that kind of rules out amputation possibility.
Yeah, it does.
So, I mean, you don't have to win all the way. You just got to be in the game. And a few percentage here or there is a real game changer.
Absolutely. And that's the premise of the whole thing I say of coming in early. If you come in and you're in a wheelchair, it's a lot more difficult of a case versus coming in at the beginning and then just an easier case, But John, he's sleeping at night. His symptoms are almost all gone. He has a little tiny numbness in his toes, but he has not even a close chance of falling now.
That's great. All right, listen, final minute. It's all yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, for anybody, we've helped over 14,000 people, and it works. It works. You just have to be a qualified candidate that we offer a free consultation for. Just give us a call. We have 9 offices. If you know anybody at church, your friend, your aunt, your neighbor that is suffering, I'm telling you right now, they are looking for an answer. Just tell them that there is a solution. We've had enough success over, 12 years now, with so many people that have gotten better. Just let them know that there's an answer.
There is an answer, and it's Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Here's that number again. First treatment examination, free, but you got to call, leave your first and last name and a working number. You can do it today. They'll get back to you next week. 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000, and you got a very interactive website, marydanston.com. Phone number, 724-940-9000. Now remember, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Beaver, Castle Shannon, Altoona, Poland, Ohio, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Treatment, examination, appointment, all free. If you call now, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. We'll see you in September.
That sounds great.
The proceeding was paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
Summer's here, and so is Len Lacina from Lacina Drapery and Blind Factory.
Lacina can immediately refresh your home with custom window treatments. For over 60 years, our family-owned company has handcrafted stunning draperies in our very own factory and offers top-quality blinds, shades, shutters, and more.
Take advantage of Lacina's free shop-at-home service or visit their showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Remember, Lacina's prices can't be beat. 412-665-4900 or visit lacinadrapery.com.
Okay, I have a big and different question for you to answer. How would you feel if others called you the biggest loser that they knew and they meant it as a compliment? Yes, a compliment. Why is being the biggest loser a good thing? Because 10, 20, 40, 60, 100 pounds are off your body. You're moving better, looking better, doing things that you haven't been able to do for a long time. I'm Dr. Shufo at the Weight Loss and Wellness Center, and that's exactly what we can make you. The biggest loser. We'll eliminate why you can't and only why you can. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder, the Parkway East still remains closed, a portion of it in both directions from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood Swissville exit. And this is so that crews can replace an overhead structure sign. And the portion of the Parkway East will remain closed until Monday morning at 5. Police are assisting motorists near major intersections along that detour. Well, state police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. Shooting occurred just before 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say there were 4 masked men who opened fire at that housing complex. No arrests, though, have been made. Numerous people were displaced following a fire in Washington County. That fire broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California Borough. The fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home siding. 6 adults and 11 children were displaced due to the fire. They're receiving aid from the Salvation Army and the Red Cross. That's according to the California Borough Fire Chief. There were no injuries reported. Cause of the massive fire is under investigation. An ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland. That sent 1 person to the hospital. Happened around 10:45 Saturday morning at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when that crash occurred. The driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from the vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance that was involved in the collision to the hospital. KDK Radio News Time is 10:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast next.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-240-1465. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-240-1465.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-240-1465 or oxcarcare.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Accurate Solutions. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
Blueprints. They're not just plans, but a step-by-step guide for success. Blueprints make up the floor plan of your forever home. Blueprints are the designed essence of your dream car. Maybe you could have a drawn-out purpose for your money. Kurt Kenotic and Ethan Lane are here to discuss your blueprint for a better tomorrow. This is your Retirement Blueprint.
Welcome to your Retirement Blueprint. I'm Mark Elliott here with the team from Accurate Solutions Group. Kurt Kenotic, the founder of the company, met back in 1994. Ethan Lane has been with Kurt now for over 10 years. The team is really about helping you figure out where you are on that road to retirement, right? Can I retire or when? Do I have enough? Are we going to be okay? Will our money last as long as we need it? There's a lot on your plate as a retiree, and the Retirement Blueprint walks you through income, investment, taxes, healthcare, legacy planning. What about Social Security in the income part? Medicare, it's in the healthcare part. So there's a lot on your plate as a retiree. I think it's really nice to have a team walking alongside of you to help you make the decisions that are right for you and your situation. 412-515-3355 is the number. 412-515-3355. All right, Kurt, let's start with the headlines. A lot going on. And I guess the biggest headline, Sydney Sweeney. Isn't that crazy? I mean, American Eagle's stock went crazy after the big fallout, and I mean, it's kind of psychotic. Beyonce had done a jeans ad for Levi's several years before. There was no fallout. And then kind of cool for Levi's, though, they came right back with the Beyonce ad not long after that. So, and there was no fallout for that. It's just kind of crazy.
It shouldn't matter, Mark, what your political persuasion is, whether you're LGBTQ, whether you are male, female, whether you're white, brown, Asian, black, none of that should matter because we're all Americans. I mean, that's what the bottom line is, but people are still so divided in this country. And so sometimes you see something like that and you just have to sort of say, oh my gosh, what is
shrug your shoulders.
Everyone thinking? Yep.
Now, that's not what we're talking about, just so you know. We're talking about really the political tension that, and Kurt, it's no surprise. I mean, it's not like President Trump and Jerome Powell were buddies during the first term of President Trump. And now the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, for 5 straight meetings, the Federal Reserve has not changed the interest rates at all. So obviously Trump wants Powell and the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates because he's all about the economy. Hey, we get a great economy going and blah, blah, blah. And now I get Jerome Powell being a little hesitant, and they have another meeting in September. We'll see. So we'll see what happens if they do lower it, maybe 0.25% or something. But, I mean, I get the Federal Reserve being a little bit nervous about tariffs, and Trump's got another, round of those all the time, it seems like. So I'm guessing that's maybe the hesitancy.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe it's just Jerome Powell has conviction. I mean, maybe he's looking at things we're not looking at, and he has a conviction that rates shouldn't come down. Now, I'm not an economist, so I don't understand and I don't know. I can see why Trump obviously wants them to come down, because that does spur growth. It lowers borrowing rates. It encourages consumers to spend, and 75% of our economy here in the United States is consumer spending. So I get that. I also get Trump's argument that right now core inflation is close to that 2% range. And so he's wondering why, Jerome Powell has not lowered rates yet. Whether it's a political thing, whether it's just, one person, they just both disagree, I don't know. What I do know, though, is, the economy is doing fairly well right now. I do think prices are still too high. There's some things that have not come down. Maybe we're settling in a new normal, which could be a bad thing. Some prices have come down, some have maintained, some have gone up a little bit. So I see both sides of the fence. I'm just going to stay neutral on this one. I prefer rates to go down, but here's the downside to our clients, right? We work with those who are transitioning from saving for retirement and then getting into and living an enjoyable retirement. When rates go down, so do savings rates. So that's your CD rates, that's your fixed annuity rates, your money market rates. So it's sort of a double-edged sword.
So, Ethan, when you think about that, when we had, after the Great Recession, 07, 09, our interest rates got down to 1%, and they were even saying we might be like Japan and go negative. Well, that didn't happen, but it was super low for a long time as the country was really, recovering from the Great Recession. And so the word was kind of like what Kurt was saying, is it was kind of a war on seniors and savers because there was nowhere to put money to make a little bit of money without a lot of risk. Is that kind of the biggest, I think, impact to your clients at Accurate Solutions Group is the fact that they have their safer money or more protected money, I guess, and that they would like to make some money on that? Is that kind of the biggest challenge interest rates bring to retirees?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest things that we see with interest rates in our clientele is, in our area, we're meeting with people who have done a good job saving, and they're looking for lower risk type investments, whether that be through insurance companies like fixed annuities, whether that be through the bank and CDs and money market funds. And they're oftentimes looking for a place to kind of park their money and get a decent enough interest rate. And it's funny, I remember when I first started in the industry over 10 years ago, we were excited to find, interest rates or fixed accounts that could get 2.5%, 3%. So that's how low interest rates were in the past. Like you said, a war on savers. And we've seen them come up since then. You can find fixed annuities, you can find CDs in the 4 or even 5% range, just depending on how long you're willing to commit that money to that length of term. So clients are hoping interest rates kind of stay the same so they're not punished with decreasing fixed rates.
Yeah, and if you find yourself sort of in that position, like, I have a CD maturing, I have a fixed annuity maturing, what should I do? How long should I tie things up for? If you don't understand how the Federal Reserve and the direction of interest rates, whether they maintain or whether they go down, am I positioned properly? Do I have the asset allocation to be able to make that shift, that transition, based on what the Fed does with the interest rates? Accurate Solutions Group, we can help with just a phone call. We can help with a vision meeting, with a virtual meeting. Just simply give us a call at 412-515-3355. Again, that's 412-515-3355.
Glad you're with us for Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane with Accurate Solutions Group. I'm Mark Elliott. Kurt, one of the crazy things, Social Security, it's a big deal for a lot of people. Sometimes it's the only income source they have for retirement. Hopefully that is not your case. That is not the case for most of the clients of Accurate Solutions Group. But at the end of the day, Social Security is a big decision. For a married couple over a 20, 30-year retirement, it could be $1 million decision. So there's a lot that goes into that. What I think is crazy is, well, Trump was trying to get no federal tax on Social Security. He's trying to get that through. That didn't happen. So the big, beautiful bill upped the 65 and older folks an extra $6,000 standard deduction. And so 88% of Social Security recipients are supposedly not going to see any of that 50 or 85% tax on Social Security. But, Kurt, here's my question. So in 1983, when they added in the 50% tax, 1993, they added in the 85% tax, those dollar amounts to get to those numbers have never changed. Do you have any reason why that is?
No, and there's got to be some rationale behind it. It's sort of like, when Social Security first came out, there was a death benefit. And the death benefit back in 1935, whenever Social Security originated, I think it was $255. So that when someone passed away, the surviving spouse got the widow benefit, but they also got a small check to pay for final expenses. And that has never increased. So it is literally still $255 today. Why that hasn't changed? Why the ban on income for whether you're at a 50% or an 85% taxation, I have no idea. It's the government. That's all. What else can you say?
Because it doesn't take much to get there, I don't think.
No, it doesn't. And again, I don't have this right in front of me, but I think for a married couple, once you hit 34,000 and it's kind of complicated, but it's modified adjusted gross income. So to get to modified adjusted gross income, the first thing you do is look at total Social Security divided by 2, then add in all sources of income for that given year. That will give you your modified adjusted. Once you hit a certain threshold, and I think it's 34,000 for a married couple, and then might go up to 44,000 for the 85%. And those numbers have never increased. And I have no idea. Well, my assumption is because taxation, they want more taxation.
Yeah, to me, that's crazy that is. I mean, it doesn't take much to get to either one of those categories, 50 to 85% tax.
Yeah,
but Ethan, when you're sitting down with people, I would think there are some people that Social Security is just, oh, great, I get it. We can use that for fun or whatever. For others, it's a really important part of the retirement blueprint, I would think. Social Security is one of those, I think, parts of our retirement that a lot of people just look at it in a vacuum. Well, if I take it early, I get less. If I wait till 70, I get more. And they don't really look at it much different. You're always looking at it with everything else they have, and when and how does it make the most sense to take it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to look at every variable we can with their financial plan before giving out advice on when to take Social Security. So that could play into, when are they going to withdraw from qualified money or IRAs, right? So if they're taking income from an IRA, significant income in retirement, that's going to raise their taxable income. That's quickly going to determine how much of their Social Security is going to be taxable.
And it could also be, Mark, we're having a conversation, and maybe some tax planning, strategic tax planning, like a Roth conversion planning may make sense for them. And if they hold off on Social Security, it allows for a lower Roth conversion that year, staying in a lower marginal and effective tax rate. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. But when and how you file for it and claim and time Social Security is absolutely critical.
So final question. We're just getting started on your retirement blueprint with Kurt and Ethan. We got a lot more to get to after this, but final question for this segment, Kurt. And really the retirement blueprint starts with income, right? What is the first step that we take to create that retirement income plan?
Oh, and there's a lot that goes into that, but I'll try and summarize this. The first thing we look at, first and foremost, is sources of income, pension and Social Security. If you haven't claimed pension or Social Security yet, we need to do a maximization analysis to try and determine when is it most advantageous for you individually or for you and your spouse, and how do we time and claim those benefits? We have to determine and calculate an actual budget in retirement. You want to live the same lifestyle. So how much monthly income do we need coming in? Then we look at those sources of income. What are they going to provide of that monthly benefit? And if there's a gap between what they're providing and what you need coming in, then we need to structure your investment allocation to provide for that cash flow regardless of what the markets are doing, so that when you're retired, market volatility is off the table.
Yeah, and that's income planning. That's the very first step of a retirement blueprint. But we take it further than that. Not only do we help with income planning, we're going to help with investment strategies, tax efficient strategies, which is critical in retirement. We're going to help with healthcare planning and legacy planning. So those are the 5 pillars and the 5 areas that we help our clients with through a retirement blueprint. So if you're listening today and you've saved for retirement and you don't have a plan, and the uncertainty of the political environment, the economic environment that's going on is making you nervous, give us a call, 412-515-3355. It all starts with a plan, and that you have to take the first step, which is picking up the phone and giving us a call at 412-515-3355.
Stay with us. We're just getting started on your retirement blueprint with Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane with Accurate Solutions Group. We've got a lot to get to. We're back right after this.
Visit AccurateRadio.com and put your portfolio to the test with our checklist challenge. You can also check out our other offers from Accurate Solutions Group. That's AccurateRadio.com.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane at Accurate Solutions Group believe retirement planning should be easy and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Kurt and Ethan's team created the Your Retirement Kit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of the Retirement Income Planning Booklet. This booklet will help guide you through retirement with insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get a copy of your retirement kit, text KIT to 412-515-3355. In addition to the booklet, you'll also receive updated resources on some of retirement's most common concerns. Help simplify your retirement planning. Claim your retirement kit from Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane now by texting KIT to 412-515-3355. Investment advisory service is offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Hello everyone, this is Ethan Lane from Accurate Solutions Group. Just wanted to let you know that you can now take our show with you on the go. Your Retirement Blueprint podcast is now available to stream on Apple Podcast, Google Podcast, and Spotify. Simply log on, search for Your Retirement Blueprint, and enjoy. Also, feel free to click the subscribe button to get alerts on our weekly episode release. Again, thanks for tuning in. Without further delay, enjoy the rest of the show. And I've had conversations like that quite a bit lately to say, hey, this one trip is fine. Maybe another trip of the same size next year for the next couple of years. Let's see if your plan is impacted. And we're able to show that out pretty clearly through the Retirement Blueprint.
We've made it back. This is Your Retirement Blueprint, presented by Accurate Solutions Group.
Welcome back to Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane with Accurate Solutions Group. You can always go to their website to learn more. A lot of information there, white papers on different topics, for example, Social Security, investment, volatility in the markets. It's AccurateRadio.com. Go get any or all, whatever. There's no cost to you. It's just there for your information. AccurateRadio.com. Then if you get some of that and you have questions, you can always call the team. There's no cost to do that either. 412-515-3355. 412-515-3355. I'm Mark Elliott. Glad you're with us today. All right. So we're going to talk about 5 financial stages of life. And Rod Stewart's song, Ooh La La, and the line that states, I wish I knew what I know now when I was younger. And I think most of us could get on board with that one. Hannah Miners is a freelance copywriter and a content expert. And recently she wrote Things I Would Tell My 20-Year-Old Self. And she provides 10 things that she would tell her 20-year-old self. So you think about it, Ethan, you're a lot younger than Kurt and I. So if you could just go back, what, a decade?
Yeah, just about a decade.
Just a decade. What advice would you give your 20-year-old self? And then Kurt, maybe go back about 3.5 decades. What advice would you guys give your 20-year-old self?
Yeah, it's funny. We were chatting about that before the show, and I was thinking, what was I doing a decade ago? I was trying to figure out how to get to the Pirates playoffs games because they were the first time that they had made the playoffs in 20 years. So I was scraping up money wherever I could to get myself and my buddies to each of those playoff games.
And I would say I'm not this way anymore, but everyone was different when they were younger, and I was trying to think about, I would probably give myself the advice that just buy the case of PBR versus Heineken because, Heineken tastes much better, but the cost probably isn't worth that.
Right. There's a lot of different things we were doing when we were 20, but one piece of advice I would give myself would be to start saving and investing at that age, just because of the power of compounding interest. That was something that very quickly Kurt taught me was, hey, look how powerful it is. If you start investing at that young age and you can be consistent with it, and investing for growth at 20 years old, by the time that you're 50 or 60, that can really accumulate to a powerful amount of money, maybe even $1 million, just by starting with a small amount of money and doing it consistently.
And I would tell myself, time goes a lot quicker than what you think it's going to. So as a 20-year-old, those years, it doesn't fly by, but before you recognize it, Mark, and you've probably seen that yourself, you're not 20 anymore, you're 30, So, time goes by quicker and you got to really pay attention to what you're doing and look at, down the road 10, 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I think you go to school and it's like, holy cow, this year's lasting forever.
Yes.
Then you get to 50 and 60, you're like, holy cow, the year's already halfway done. What's going on? Everything's moving faster. So you think back when you were 20, whether you knew it or not, you were already laying the groundwork toward your financial future later in life. So really, it's kind of our home environment. My parents, I think, were more careful with their money because their grandparents lived during the Great Depression. I don't worry about things, so that's why I still work at the age of 63, because I didn't do the way I should have done probably in putting the money away. But we talk a lot on this show about the stages of retirement. And so you think about the go-go, the slow-go, the no-go. We've certainly talked about that. But financial planners say that there are 5 financial stages of life. So we're going to talk about these 5 financial stages of life, and it starts with your early career years. So, Kurt, if you think about it, your clients have kids or grandkids even that are in this first stage, that right around 20. How can we pay forward information to the next generation and help them find their own financial footing? Because if you think back to your 20-year-old self, your parents did not know what they were talking about. We knew it all back then.
I mean, we all want our kids and grandkids to be successfully independent. We want them to do better than what we've done. We don't want that next generation, Mark, waiting on an inheritance, because I can tell you the people we plan for, they're not planning on leaving an inheritance. I mean, most of my clients say today, hey, if there's something left, I want to leave it efficiently as possible to the kids and the grandkids, but we're more concerned with us and taking care of ourselves during this stage. And so there are some things and one of the things we offer, Mark, is there's a book called The Latte Factor, and we utilize that book as a free giveaway to a lot of our clients if they're going to give it to children or grandchildren, and it sort of relates to that younger generation, saving money and how that equates to your daily life. But, you got to build up savings and set aside an emergency fund. You got to get the basic insurances like life and health and disability. And obviously, you got to live within your means. And I think that's something sometimes the younger generation wants everything right now, and they're willing to mortgage their future on having everything we took years and years to accumulate, and they want it all right now. But I think it's important. We do a lot of teaching and planning for clients and grandchildren of our existing clientele because it is important to them.
So Accurate Solutions Group is really about helping pre-retirees get ready for retirement and retirees make sure their plan is working, and if they don't have one, to help them create one. Do you work, Kurt, with people in this early stage, the just getting out of college or just getting your first job and then getting your first home, having a family and all that? Do you help people in that area?
We do, but let me preface this because, we really specialize, Mark, in transitioning individuals from the accumulation phase of life into the retirement phase. So our average clientele are somewhat older. And when I say that, I'm talking 50s and somewhat older. But we do make an exception for existing clients. We will work with their children and their grandchildren who are often not quite that early on in that phase, but in their 20s and into their 30s. And we do that because they are, they're the family of our existing clients. But traditionally, we are more specializing in transitioning, because when you're transitioning from the accumulation phase into the retirement phase, it's not just about growing assets anymore. It's about income planning, tax planning, being efficient tax-wise with that income. It's about proper investment allocation, healthcare planning, and legacy planning, and there's much more involved with that.
So, Kurt, is it ever too early to start thinking about planning for retirement?
I would say, believe it or not, I would say yes, there it is. Right out of college or where you can get your first job and you're just getting established, and maybe you're just getting an apartment or you're just buying a house, you have to establish that emergency account first and foremost. And I would say establishing that emergency account even before you start funding a retirement account through work, because you don't want to have to take a withdrawal from a 401k versus having a savings account. So I think there is too early to be planning for retirement, but I would say this, Mark, a lot of people we talk to, they're 2 years away, they're 3 years away, and they say, oh, it's too early on. I'll get together with you guys closer to retirement, and that's too late. So I would say the red zone, 5 to 10 years away from retirement, is not too early to start planning and putting a true plan in place.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that. If you're younger, just starting out in saving, you really probably don't need to be paying a financial advisor or a money manager to manage a portfolio. You simply want to be adding into a growth-oriented fund, something low cost, maybe in the S&P 500. And if you can do that consistently and start accumulating wealth, that's when it's time to start considering some financial planning.
And what I would mention, Ethan had answered that previous question about what kind of questions to be asking. One of the things you really need to ask is, what standard do you follow? There's still two standards with investment advice. There's a suitability standard and a fiduciary standard. And here at Accurate Solutions Group, when we give out investment advice, we follow fiduciary standard, which means we're required by law to put the interest of yourself over and above the interest of myself or our firm. That's the first place. The second thing you really need to ask, Mark, is what worlds do you operate in? Meaning, are you licensed not only in the investment world, but are you also licensed in the insurance world? Because the product and product selections we're using in retirement are much different than just growing assets heading towards retirement. So those are the couple things. And lastly, what is your planning process? Do you cover health care? Do you cover income? Proper investment allocation, taxes, and legacy planning. We do that at Accurate Solutions Group in what we call your retirement blueprint. It's customized to you, specific to your circumstance. We'll walk you through every step of life in retirement, starting first and foremost with income, helping you maximize Social Security, looking at your other sources of income, looking at a budget, and helping you formulate a realistic budget. And if there's a gap between the income coming in and the budget, have you saved enough, and how do we structure for that cash flow? 412-515-3355. That's our phone number. When you call us, we can schedule a vision meeting. We can answer a question for you over the phone. We can schedule a virtual meeting. But if you haven't begun that planning process, I would highly encourage you, whether you're 2 years away, 3 years away, or 8 years away, now is the time to begin that process. 412-515-3355.
You also can get the retirement kit. The retirement kit has a retirement income planning booklet. As will your money last? Are you paying too much in taxes? Social Security decisions, checklist challenge. Will a recession rob your retirement? Or if you just want to sit down with a team and have a conversation, that's in there as well. Just text the word KIT, K-I-T, to 412-515-3355. So we're talking about the 5 main stages to your financial life. Stage 1 is maybe you're 20 years old, so maybe you're in your 20s. Stage 2, you're starting the family, buying a house. Maybe you're in your 30s. Stage 3 is basically when, hey, the kids are getting off to school. Maybe now you're really getting closer to think about it. Maybe you're in your 40s, early 50s, because now you're starting to think about it. That's where we're going next, and that's what we're going to talk about to wrap up this show a little bit, is these 5 financial stages. And remember, everybody gets into these at different times. Everybody looks at it differently. Kurt and Ethan are here to help. 412-515-3355. Glad you're with us. More right here on Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt and Ethan right after this.
Don't let taxes derail your retirement. Visit AccurateRadio.com today and discover many warning signs that you are paying more than your fair share to Uncle Sam. That's AccurateRadio.com.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Accurate Solutions.
And I don't think this is an exaggeration when I say 85% of the people I meet with, they're already figuring out, what do I want to do part-time? And a lot of them just do that 10, 15, 20 hours a week. And maybe it's golf money, maybe it's travel money. Critically important, you have to stay active. Not only physically active, but you got to keep your mind active and having that camaraderie with people you work with.
This is Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt Knodik, Ethan Lane, and co-host Mark Elliott.
Glad you're with us today for Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane with Accurate Solutions Group. If you'd like more information, you just got some questions, you don't really want to talk with a team yet, but you're really trying to figure out retirement, you're not there yet, but you're like, boy, there's a lot of moving pieces, go to the website that Kurt and Ethan have started just for you, AccurateRadio.com, AccurateRadio.com. A lot of great information to try to help get you thinking about retirement and maybe some of the areas that maybe you need to learn more about. AccurateRadio.com. AccurateRadio.com. Of course, you can always talk with the team. There's no cost to do so. 412-515-3355. 412-515-3355. I'm Mark Elliott. Glad you're with us today. We're talking about the 5 financial stages of life. So really, it starts with whether you went to college or not, but kind of in your 20s is that first stage. The second stage, now you're starting a family, buying a house. Well, this third stage of our financial life, and we're going to talk about 5, so we're going to cover the last 3 stages of our financial life in this segment. The third stage is really an important one. It's kind of your pre-retirement years, and you think about your money right now. it's probably not going to be the same situation. You're going to do all the things with your money in 10 or 20 years. You're not going to be doing the same things. We're not doing the same thing today that we were doing 20 years ago with our money. So this is really, Kurt, I would think, kind of an exciting time for folks, because this third stage, the house hopefully is paid off, the kids are off the payroll, and you're in your peak earning years. But this is also the time, I would imagine, Kurt, you would say you really don't want to make any bad, terrible financial decisions that could cause you issues in the next couple stages.
Yeah, I mean, that's so true. And I've seen both sides of the fence, unfortunately. I've seen people in those last few years heading into retirement do some things that have really been detrimental or even delayed the retirement. And I've seen others plan so well that they were ready to retire. And so those last couple of years can be critically important. Some of the things you really should be thinking about or should be happening during this phase is, your mortgage and other debts should be close to being paid off or paid off heading into retirement. Start thinking about tax strategies. People don't realize in retirement you still have taxes to pay. And so make sure we have a good understanding of what kind of cash flow we need coming in and what's the tax liability on that cash flow going to be, and what strategies, if any, should we be considering putting into place to maybe mitigate taxes in retirement. You got to plan for that budget, and people don't like that word, but you got to look at, hey, how am I going to maintain this lifestyle? And if I can't maintain the lifestyle I'm currently living, what is my lifestyle going to be on the income I am going to be able to generate? Because that could help answer the question, are you ready to retire or not? Start thinking about healthcare. Healthcare is a big issue. And often, Mark, the biggest issue is transitioning someone from retirement to Medicare. So oftentimes we'll have clients retire pre-age 65. They're not eligible for Medicare and an Advantage or a Medigap plan. And so we have to go to the Affordable Care Act. Well, how much is that going to cost? Have we factored that in? Are you eligible for subsidies? So you got to take healthcare into consideration. And again, a lot of clients will upgrade things in their house. They'll get the driveway paved. They'll get the roof done. They'll get a new hot water tank and a new furnace if those things are necessary, because they want to head into retirement with at least being in a position to know there aren't going to be major expenses in those first few years.
I like that. That's a good idea. I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to start my Social Security at full retirement age and then have over $100,000 from 66 and 8 months to 70, so I can do all of that, Kurt. I like that.
There you go.
I like that. Here's the deal, Ethan. One of the things that we always talk about on the show is that you guys are more than willing and more than happy to give somebody a second opinion, right? And you can't get the second opinion from somebody that gave you the first opinion. The problem is, I think most people, if they came in to sit down with you, it might be their first opinion, because we've just kind of been working, putting our head down, raising kids, whatever it was, putting money in the 401k and hoping for the best. And we've never really sat down with anybody to do so. So first opinion, second opinion, when is a good time to start thinking about it?
Yeah, it's definitely a good time. We like to talk in football terms. When you're in the red zone of retirement, I think that's a great time to get a second opinion. So maybe 5 to 10 years away, 10 years being a little bit further, but the red zone being closer to 5 years from retirement. Because think about it, if you're watching a Pittsburgh Steelers game, they're getting into the red zone, so they're close to the end zone, close to scoring, and Kenny Pickett throws an interception. That is so frustrating. They don't have time to make that up. They were so close to scoring. So you don't want to be making big mistakes right before retirement. You don't have the time to make it up and adjust accordingly. So if you're 5 years away from retirement, that is a great time to start seeking a second opinion on the plan that you have.
And oftentimes, Mark, we actually do get true second opinions. So someone's recently retired 2 years in or 5 years into retirement, and things might not be going exactly the way they thought they were going to, or the planning, they recognize that, hey, maybe we're just getting investment advice and we're not with the right type of advisor. So oftentimes we will give second opinions. It's never too late. It's better early, but it's absolutely never too late to get that second opinion.
So you could do so just by calling the team at Accurate Solutions Group, 412-515-3355. There's no cost. There's no obligation. There's no pressure either. Kurt and Ethan are pretty laid back. They're here to help if they can. They'd love to help you. 412-515-3355. Ethan, there's no question that there is a transition for a lot of folks when they're going from working to retirement. Now, we know that, the working years, the accumulation phase, the retirement years, the deaccumulation phase, if you will. But a lot of people have a hard time moving from one to the other. Others, it's seamless. So tell me a little bit about this transition from working to retirement.
Yeah, it's a big difference in the accumulation mode when you're working hard at saving money and paying down debt to the deaccumulation mode. People feel like this bucket of money that they save for retirement, they can just never touch because they don't want something to happen to it. But we have to remind those clients that that's why you saved this money. That's why you worked for 30, 40 years and accumulated this wealth is once you're retired, now you probably will need that to supplement Social Security, especially for folks that don't have a pension. And we meet a lot of people that are good at saving and maybe not that good at spending because they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel like they can ever take from their accounts. And we have to do some psychological coaching with them to say it is okay as long as they have a budget in place, a target to be spending, and we've shown them that that's affordable for what they have saved. It is okay to be spending that money.
And what's interesting is, Mark, we'll put a plan in place. We'll help them budget. We'll figure out cash flow. And they end up saving and taking a withdrawal sometimes a little bit more than what they have to because literally all they're doing is each and every month they're putting a portion of that into a savings account. So, they've gone from saving and they can't just adjust to spending that money. So in their mind, they think, okay, I'm just going to take a little bit more than what I need to because I can still save some of that into the emergency account. And there's nothing wrong with that, except, if you're looking at X's and O's, they're going from the potential of earning a pretty competitive rate to maybe earning 2 or 3% in the savings.
All right, so the last two stages of our financial life, right? We started out maybe in our 20s, then our 30s, and then we get into our 40s and 50s. The last two stages of your financial life happen during your retirement. In your early retirement years, that's when you want to do all the fun stuff, the big bucket list items and all of that. So, Kurt, how do you help create a spending strategy so we can enjoy those early years of retirement without spending too much too quickly?
Yeah, we have to be realistic. So realistic simply means, once we figure out a realistic budget, and the easiest way to do that, Mark, is prior to retirement, literally for 30 days, just write down everything you spend. Some of these items are really easy to account for. You know what your taxes are every year. You know what your utilities are and that sort of thing. But recognize if you go to Starbucks every morning or like I used to go to Dunkin' Donuts every morning, you have to add that up because in the course of a month, that's $100 in coffee. So really take a look at what you're spending and then recognize that you have to adjust to what that budget's going to be for you. You can't just increase the monthly income to meet your current lifestyle if you haven't saved enough money. And the best time to figure that out, again, is prior to retirement. But be realistic and don't underestimate certain expenses because we often have clients underestimate healthcare. They think, I'm going to be on Medicare and a supplement to Medicare. And so we're only going to spend $200 a month. But what we have to recognize is, Medicare Part B is $165 a month each. And for a married couple, that's $330. And then if you have Medigap coverage, now you're looking at $600-700 a month in total premiums, plus every once in a while some copays and out of pocket. Don't underestimate expenses. Be realistic with a budget and then live within your means.
So, Ethan, that final stage would be, okay, we need an estate plan, we have legacy goals, how are we going to leave things, do we need long-term care, funeral plans and all of that, I suppose. So that, we don't need to worry about that until we're well into our 80s.
Yeah, this is the one that really sneaks up on people because it's not a fun conversation to have talking about when one spouse passes or both of you pass away. So it tends to be put off by a lot of clients. And as people, we're reactionary, right? We start to feel age catching up to us and slowing down and say, okay, now's the time. If they need to put a trust in place, now's the time that we do that because we're starting to feel our age. But sometimes that's too late. There is a look back period if we put a trust in place, within Pennsylvania, a 5-year look back period where that trust is no good if it's within that 5-year period. So I want to talk to our clients about it somewhat earlier in retirement. That way they can be done with it, have that plan in place, and be able to be comfortable throughout the rest of their retirement.
Yeah, when we're talking about trust, we're definitely not attorneys. We don't give out legal advice, but we have some generalities. If someone asks us specifically about certain things, we can give enough general information for them to determine, hey, is this someone I need to see about setting up some type of trust?
Yeah, and when it comes to estate planning, we operate somewhat like a quarterback where we can refer our clients to good estate planning attorneys in the area that can work with them with their goals to put a trust in place if that's appropriate or help get a will if they don't have one or power of attorney, those those important documents that they may not have. So if you're listening to us today and you haven't started with that, maybe you're on phase 3 of the retirement life, feel free to give us a call. Our number is 412-515-3355. We can walk you through the remaining phases with your own retirement blueprint. Again, our number is 412-515-3355. Remember, there's no cost, there's no obligation. This plan is tailored to you, your goals, and your concerns. You have to take the first step, which is calling us. Again, that number is 412-515-3355.
So we've got one more segment to go, our final segment of today's Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt and Ethan, coming up right after this.
In a financial rut? Think you're paying too much in taxes? Or maybe you find yourself taking care of others before you can save for your own goals? Call Accurate Solutions Group today. 412-515-3355. That's 412-515-3355.
Hello everyone, this is Ethan Lane from Accurate Solutions Group. Just wanted to let you know that you can now take our show with you on the go. Your Retirement Blueprint podcast is now available to stream on Apple Podcast, Google Podcast, and Spotify. Simply log on, search for Your Retirement Blueprint, and enjoy. Also, feel free to click the subscribe button to get alerts on our weekly episode release. Again, thanks for tuning in. Without further delay, enjoy the rest of the show.
Sounds like the mailman's here.
It's time to answer questions from the Accurate Solutions Group mailbag.
Appreciate you staying with us today for Your Retirement Blueprint with Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane with Accurate Solutions Group. I'm Mark Elliott. Again, you can always go to the website, asgretire.com, to learn more about Kurt, Ethan, and the team. There is a special website for you. If you just text the word KIT, K-I-T, to 412-515-3355, you can get a whole bunch of information from the team at Accurate Solutions Group. Kurt, Ethan, what's all in that retirement kit? If they text the word KIT, 412-515-3355, they're getting a lot of different things, aren't they?
Yeah, there's plenty to choose from. We have information on income planning and how we generate income for our clients. We have information about stock market volatility and how to properly invest your money into retirement.
Have information on taxes. So we have, I think 6 or 7 different research reports that an income or retirement checklist. A lot of different things that, Mark, I think are helpful for individuals who are considering retirement, but hey, I don't know if I've taken all these things into consideration. There's a lot of good content, good information, and it's easily accessible.
Just by texting the word KIT to 412-515-3355. So there's also Social Security decisions in there, will your money last? You can also set up your own one-on-one retirement strategy session just by doing that as well. So text the word KIT, 412-515-3355, and you get your availability to all of that. Either you have some, all, whatever. It's your choice. It's there. No cost to you. All right, we're going to finish up today with a little mailbag today. And Ethan, we're going to start with you today. And I always say this when we do these. The first question is from Jen in Butler. And she has a great question, but we don't really know all the particulars. We don't know where she wants to go. We don't know how much they have in savings and pensions. So we don't really know the crux of it, but it's always interesting to do these. So Kurt and Ethan will always try to figure out a way to answer. Just know that you're not getting the complete answer because they don't know the complete story. That's why I always say give them a call if you want to really find out the answer. 412-515-3355. All right, Ethan. Jen from Butler says this: my husband and I will retire around the same time, and we're considering moving abroad. How might that impact our savings and our pensions?
Wow, Jen, that's a pretty interesting goal. We've had some clients consider that. I don't know that we've had any executed, but that's pretty exciting if you end up moving abroad. And Mark, just like you said, we don't know exactly what country you're going or things like that. That could impact the taxes owed on your money when you start making withdrawals. That could impact, the value of the currency, right? The U.S. dollar versus where you're headed.
It could impact your cost of living. Mm-hmm. I mean, you just don't know from where we're at today versus that that host country where you're considering, do they allow for ownership, or do you have to be a citizen to have ownership? And so if you don't own, or if you do own, is it cash up front? There's a lot of countries, Mark, that just don't accept mortgages. You have to pay cash up front for somewhere. So are you going to be renting? And then what's the rent?
Yeah, we would definitely want to know where are you thinking of heading, and then we can help do some research with you to see their regulations, their rules before you make the decision to head out that way, because that could be it could be to your benefit or it could be to your detriment. So we want to make sure you're making the right decision, know where you're headed, and we can help you by calling 412-515-3355.
And it really does matter where you go. I mean, I've heard if you go to like Italy, you could have 70% in taxes. You can get taxed pretty heavily in Italy. And then you also wonder about healthcare, those kind of things. Those are kind of big things. Some countries are great at healthcare, others maybe not so much. So there's a lot of factors involved in this. Be a great opportunity, I think, to sit down with a retirement planning team like Accurate Solutions Group, Jen, and talk about this. And kind of here's kind of what we're thinking. What's the scenario? How's it play out? 412-515-3355. Gabe in Cranberry says this: I know that the government tends to spend a lot of money, but I'm not sure how it impacts me. How can I educate myself on ways to help protect my wealth? Kurt, you got it. That's really that's a challenge, I think, is we need to grow our money because of inflation. And if we're retired for 20, 30 years, things will cost more at the end of our retirement than it did at the start of our retirement. But we also want to make sure our money lasts. So how do we protect it?
Yeah, and so if you're of the mindset, and I'm of the mindset, and I have a bias, but my bias is I think taxes have to go up in the future. Now, I can't tell you exactly when that's going to be, Gabe, but if you're of that mindset that, hey, we're in a lot of debt as a country, and at some point we have to start paying that back, and you know, revenue to the government is taxes. So if taxes have to go up, how can I be protecting some of my wealth today? And there's we've talked on the show in the past about a lot of different things. One of the most popular things we've talked about, and one of the more effective, tax tools is a Roth conversion. It's either Roth contribution. So if you're still working, you're of that age, and you have earned income, and you can contribute to a Roth, it's Roth contributions. But even if you are close to retirement or in retirement, and you have traditional IRA money, traditional 401k money, you can convert that to a Roth. Now, there's a lot of ins and outs and do's and don'ts. I would tell everyone listening today, it's something you ought to consider. Everyone ought to have a tax analysis completed to determine, hey, is this going to benefit me or not? For some people it will, for others it won't. But it is a wonderful tool because once it's in the Roth, it grows not tax deferred, it grows tax free. There's no age 73 required minimum distribution rule. And when you make those withdrawals in retirement, those withdrawals are tax free as well. So, when you make the contribution, it's taxable as income, that contribution, that Roth conversion, but then it grows tax-free.
Yeah, this is a really important conversation to be having while tax rates are where they're at for the foreseeable future. Give us a call at 412-515-3355. We're not CPAs. We're not going to help you file your taxes or prepare your taxes, but we're looking at tax-efficient strategies and how can we bring down the taxable burden of what you have saved, because a lot of you have done a great job saving. That might mean there's a lot of taxes owed on that money. Give us a call. We can help you with that. Our number is 412-515-3355.
All right, Ethan. Lindsay in Allison Park says this: I've worked hard all of my life. How can I help ensure my retirement years are as fulfilling and enjoyable as possible without having to worry about finances?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that's where Kurt and I come in, right? We want to help you with putting together a retirement blueprint so that you don't have to be the one worrying about it, right? We'll sit down with you. We'll have a few initial meetings to gather what your goals and concerns are. We'll walk you through our process. We'll go slow with it, but we want to put an income plan in place so that we figure out what income do you need generated from the investments you have saved up. What are you going to have coming in from Social Security and possibly a pension? And then it's our job to manage a portfolio so that the income that you need is coming in every single month. We like to call it mailbox money, so that it's coming in consistently. We're rebalancing your portfolio to keep that income coming in so that you're able to do the things you want to do, like travel or play golf or spend time with your grandkids, and you don't have to constantly be worrying about your finances. Now, we want to meet with you regularly so that you're coming in and reviewing your plan with us. But that's our responsibility as a financial advisor, is to help you with that retirement blueprint.
Yeah, and Lizzie, I mean, just to sort of follow up what Ethan said, I know for a lot of individuals listening, it might be scary. I've never dealt with an advisor. I don't know what to expect, or the opposite. You've had a bad experience with another firm, another advisor, and you think we're all the same. And here's what I can tell you. I've done this for over 30 years. Ethan now is soon approaching his 11th year already. And we really, really are focused on your unique circumstance and who we can help. I've done it long enough to recognize who we can bring value to and who we can't. But the conversation we're going to have, there's no cost, there's no obligation. We're going to get to know you and what you're trying to accomplish. And then if we can help you, we'll let you know that. But if we can't, at least we spent some quality time together and you know exactly where you stand with your retirement blueprint.
All right, final question, Kurt. You've got it. It comes from Alex in Oakmont. My dad worked at the same job for 30 years before he retired with a pension, and it just seems like he's never had to worry much about money. Now, I've worked for 3 different companies, but I've always made sure to contribute to the company 401k with each position I've held, and I'm realizing that I should do something with these different accounts. There's a good amount in each of them, but I don't know how to consolidate that money or if that would even be the best thing for me to do. I'd sure love to enjoy retirement one day like my dad has.
Well, let me first state, I don't know Alex's age, but If Alex, if you're younger, here's what I would encourage you. Whenever you leave a job and you have what we call a dormant 401k, you were contributing and it's still at your previous employer. Whenever you start employment with a new job and you are contributing to a new 401k, you can roll that old dormant 401k into your current. So you can literally combine those 401ks into your current 401k. Now, why might you want to consider doing that? Well, just ease of management. You can still get the diversification. When you're not at an employer, you don't get as much, service on that account, and you sort of sometimes forget about it. You don't want to forget about that money. You want it working for you. That's one of the options. Another option is you can roll those dormant 401ks out to a traditional IRA in your name. There's no tax implication if it's done properly. And then you can actually begin planning for retirement now because you have an IRA. And within an IRA versus a 401k, you have a lot more investment options outside of a 401k than you do within. A couple of different things you need to consider. First and foremost, 401ks are traditionally low cost. Not always, but traditionally they're lower cost because you don't have an advisor, you just have investment management. So you may want to consider that if you're younger, just be growth oriented. And once you hit that 45 to 50 year old age, that's when you start really looking for someone like myself or Ethan or our firm who can help begin planning for that retirement. But if you have that traditional IRA, again, there's a lot more options outside of the 401k within the traditional IRA. So there's a lot going on. And I would encourage you to talk to someone, whether it's your HR person at your current employer, whether it's an advisor. Seek that help to determine what is most appropriate for you in your circumstance. And if you have been listening today, I would encourage anyone listening, 412-515-3355. That's our phone number. Definitely give us a call. We will walk you through our retirement blueprint process. There is no cost. There's no obligation. But we will look at those 5 key areas that oftentimes people often overlook. First and foremost, income. How much do we need? What's our sources of income? What's our budget? And then formulating a true income plan to provide that income in retirement. Looking at proper investment allocation. Once we look at the investment allocation, let's make sure that income's coming in as tax efficiently as possible. Let's plan for healthcare, because healthcare is a big risk to your retirement in the future. And then lastly, legacy, making sure you provide for your heirs in a manner that is as effective and efficient as possible. 412-515-3355 is our phone number. Give us a call. Again, it's 412-515-3355.
Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Any references to protection, safety, or lifetime income generally refer to fixed insurance products, never securities or investments. Insurance guarantees are backed by the financial strength and claims-paying abilities of the issuing carrier. This radio show is intended for informational purposes only. It is not intended to be used as a sole basis for financial decisions, nor should it be construed as advice designed to meet the particular needs of an individual situation. Accurate Solutions Group is is not permitted to offer, and no statement made during this show shall constitute tax or legal advice. Our firm is not affiliated with or endorsed by the U.S. government or any governmental agency. The information and opinions contained herein provided by third parties have been obtained from sources believed to be reliable, but accuracy and completeness cannot be guaranteed by Accurate Solutions Group. This radio show is a paid placement.
The proceeding was paid for by Accurate Solutions. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends. You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face, never let them have too much screen time, and never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed, never ever become a minivan mom, and you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Elton John. If you share my vision of a world where everyone is treated with love, respect, and dignity, join me. Learn more about the Rocket Fund at eltonjohnaidsfoundation.org. Follow us at EJAF on Instagram. Thank you.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 79 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Taylor. Numerous people were displaced following a fire that occurred in Washington County. It happened on Liberty Street in California Borough. This happened Saturday afternoon. A fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the homes, siding. 6 adults and 11 children were displaced. They're receiving aid from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. That's according to the California Borough Fire Chief. There were no injuries reported. Cause of the fire is under investigation. An ambulance collided with a passenger vehicle Saturday morning in Oakland and sent 1 person to the hospital. Happened around 10:45 at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient when that crash occurred. The driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from the vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance that was involved in the collision on to the hospital. A reminder, Parkway East, it remains closed in both directions from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood-Swissvale exit. It will be that way until Monday morning at 5. It's so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. Police are assisting motorists near those major intersections along the detour. Well, a wrong-way crash on Route 28 sent 3 people to the hospital. Happened around 4 o'clock Saturday morning on near the East Ohio Street exit. They were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Route 28 had a lane restriction for about 2 hours due to the crash. KDK Radio News Time is 11:02. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com, 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
It's the second annual KDKA Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. The best high school football showcase to begin the 2025 season on Friday and Saturday, August 22nd and 23rd. North Allegheny versus Woodland Hills, Central Catholic versus LaSalle College on Friday. On Saturday, it's McKeesport versus Delaware Valley, Steel Valley versus Westinghouse, and Elizabeth Forward versus West Mifflin. $13 per ticket or weekend passes, just $25. Get your tickets at kdkaradio.com.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, we've got him with us. He is the guy, Ray Fittipaldo, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, so generous of his time to kick off the show, especially after last night's preseason win against Jacksonville. The counselor is here, Greg Diulis, Diulis Law and Milk and Honey Entertainment. And as I just told Ray, busy on the social media road last night in Aliquippa, didn't get much sleep, didn't get a chance to see the game, but I have watched highlights, saw him at 2 o'clock this morning on the treadmill. And all I can say, Ray, is both quarterbacks, Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson, did very well for themselves. But let me throw out a couple of other names. What about Roman Wilson and Peyton Wilson? How did they do? Let's start there.
Yeah, let's do Peyton Wilson first. You know, he had an opportunity to wear the green dot, so he was receiving the communication from the coaches and calling the defenses out to his teammates. It's kind of an under-the-radar job, but you know, for a defense that struggled so much with their communication last year, I thought Peyton did a good job. He was only in there for one series, but he played really well, had 3 tackles, and, you know, he was out there with a purpose. And, you know, he's trying to be a 3-down linebacker. Last year as a rookie, he only played in sub-packages. He's trying to become more of a complete player this season. I think he's on his way to doing that. And as far as Roman Wilson goes, slow start to training camp, guys. Not a lot going on the first week and a half. Thought he got much better last week. In practice, started making some plays, and then that carried over into the game as well. The first play of the game, play action, Roman Wilson gets open, and he makes the catch. So he wasn't in there long either, but, really solid, positive performances for two guys who were drafted last year.
All right, Fittipaldo, it's Diulis' turn to criticize you for your article today. You're a little harsh on my man Fa'atanu. One play, he accidentally gets his fingers jammed up in his opponent's face mask. I thought he actually played pretty well, but you put him on the negative side for last night.
Well, it's the product of what they have me do during the preseason, Greg. It's called rising and falling.
Right.
Inevitably, you have to come up with a few guys. I'm going to be honest with you. It was hard to find a lot of negatives last night. I mean, I thought the offense played really well. The defense played really well. I ended up just mentioning some penalties. Connor Hayward had a penalty, and Loudermilk had a penalty. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was different for you guys, but I didn't get to see an instant replay of the Loudermilk roughing the passer. It seems like they just cut away from it before it happened. So I'm not even sure that was an egregious play. But, hey, listen, Troy Fa'atanu is going to be just fine. First game back after, almost 11 months out. He's going to be a force at right tackle, and one penalty is not going to do any damage at all.
Yeah, I actually thought both of the units, both Jacksonville's and the Steelers' offenses looked really sharp on their first drives. I thought that Jacksonville's offensive line looked really good to the detriment of the Steelers' defensive line in their first drive. Even though it only amounted to a field goal, they looked like they moved the ball pretty well, and they were blowing some guys up pretty well on the way that they had their blocking schemes going.
Yeah, and I think they had a penalty that kind of stalled that drive. They ended up kicking a field goal. But, I agree with you. That's kind of like the issue I have with the preseason. Sometimes you have teams like the Steelers who are resting 20 guys, and then you have a team like Jacksonville who's out there playing all their starters, albeit for maybe a series or two. So, the good thing for the Steelers offense, I think, you go out there against the first-team Jacksonville defense, and you go right down the field and score. I thought that was a big positive. The entire Steelers offensive line did play except for Isaac Seumalo, but no Aaron Rodgers, no DK Metcalf, no Pat Freiermuth, no Jonnu Smith. That was a pretty impressive start for those guys.
Hey, fellas, don't forget how good the offense looked a couple of years ago with, those first drives, the perfect first drives, and then the offense, once the regular season started, it got ugly.
Listen, you see what I'm dealing with, Ray? It's an attorney. Just remember, we got an attorney in the room here. Hey, I want to talk to you about Jack Sawyer. I don't know if the KDK sprung for the drone shot or it was NFL, but I was looking at the highlights earlier this morning, and Jack Sawyer can scoot, and obviously he's not T.J. Watt, but a little comparison there. Let's talk about the young man from Ohio State. Go ahead.
Yeah, he had it wasn't a sack, but he really did a nice job of tracking down Trevor Lawrence early in that game when he tried to escape pressure, and he actually got double teamed on that play, and he sort of fought off and then had his eyes on the quarterback and was able to get him down before Lawrence got a first down. I actually think that might have forced the field goal on that first drive. So he started. T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig did not play, so Jack Sawyer played a lot early, and then he was even in there in the fourth quarter. They don't have a ton of outside linebackers on the roster, but we actually almost got to play the entire game. So really like what I saw from him, but especially early on in that game against the Jacksonville starters, I thought he held up pretty well.
Yeah, Ray, I had gone to see the Bucco game, and I just watched the Steeler game in replay and was kind of like speeding through plays. And then I look, and it's like the last play of the game or the last 2-minute drive, and Sawyer's still in the game. I'm thinking, what the heck? Did we run out of bodies or what?
All right, so here's the big question, and I hope it really will not set him back, because, he was very late in this draft, the hand injury, and even he expressing disbelief and anger and being upset because he knows how important these reps are preseason. Will Howard, especially with Skylar Thompson, it's only one preseason game, and Mason Rudolph really looks as though he's grown into those NFL cleats. Is this going to hurt Will Howard's development, and could he possibly, if Skylar continues to progress, be the odd one out here?
Yeah, I think it depends on how long that finger injury is going to keep him out of the lineup. If it's something where he can come back after that third preseason game, and there's like this 12-day stretch after the final preseason game until the regular season opener. If he could prove to the coaches that he's fine, he might get on the 53-man roster. But being an agent, Greg knows how this works. If any rookie misses a lot of time in training camp, and let's face it, all 3 preseason games, it's unfortunate that Howard isn't going to get to participate in those. The Steelers can put him on injured reserve. He would automatically miss the first 4 games of the season, and then they can make a decision after that. Do we want to bring him back and maybe cut Skylar Thompson, or do we want to just keep Will Howard on IR for the remainder of the season? It's going to be a tough call. Quarterback's a little bit different than other positions. The Steelers have actually stashed receivers on IR for entire seasons. They did it with Calvin Austin 2 years ago, and they pretty much did the same thing with Roman Wilson last year. So it's going to be a tough decision for them, but it's all going to be dependent on how that finger heals and whether he's going to be a go for week 1.
Ray, you make a great point because, and as good as Thompson looked yesterday, now you have almost an embarrassment of riches because you're gonna go into this with Mason being your backup, and now you got 2 high quality thirds, and you almost think hey, let's just take this as a redshirt year for Howard and just let him stay on IR.
The only thing I don't like about that, Greg, is I wish the NFLPA and the NFL would get together and, work through this issue. If you're on IR, you cannot attend practices. Not only can you not practice at all, you can't even be on the practice field. Now, you could be at the facility and you could be in meetings and stuff like that, but, sometimes I think the rules are a little bit archaic, and I think if guys are on IR, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be away from the team, as much as they are. So that's one thing that I would like to see fixed. But, Will Howard could still be in meetings. He could still be with the team in a lot of senses if he does have that redshirt year. But obviously that's a tough decision for the coaches, and it's a tough spot for Will Howard because he was having such a good camp.
All right, before we let you go again, thank you so much for your time. Continue to check him out in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and from time to time, 93.7 The Fan. He's really good at what he does. He's Ray Fittipaldo. 2 other big stories, Travis Hunter last night, and then, of course, the other big story of Shedeur Sanders, NFL. Just your thoughts about those 2 gentlemen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought Hunter went out there and played well. He wasn't out there a ton after the first quarter, but he represented himself well. Beanie Bishop actually made a really nice tackle on him. It was a third and 5. Hunter caught the ball and was stopped short of the stick. So good play there by Beanie. But yeah, Travis Hunter is he's gonna be a great 2-way player, I think, in this league. And then Shedeur Sanders, it's the preseason, so sort of have to do caution that things are a little bit vanilla, from defenses in these games. But certainly went out there and performed well, and I guess it gives Kevin Stefanski something to think about here. He's got a muddle quarterback situation to begin with, and I guess his performance makes it even a bit muddier going into their second preseason game.
Well, if you saw Shedeur's dad's tweet, you'd think that Joe Montana had been playing.
Hey, Ray, real quick before we let you go, what are you going to be writing about? What can we look forward to in the Post-Gazette? What's on tap?
Well, this morning I got who's rising and who's falling in the Post-Gazette, and then Steelers are actually off today, but they'll return tomorrow up at St. Vincent, and we'll have our full coverage up there like we have for the entire training camp.
Right. Is this the end of camp this week, or they go into one more week?
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday at St. Vincent, they're done. They actually have a closed practice that's not open to the public on Wednesday, and then they'll get together with the Buccaneers on Thursday for a joint practice at Acrisure before Saturday's preseason game.
All right, Ray. Hey, Ray, thanks much, man. Have a great week, okay?
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good week.
He's pretty good at what he does. I like him. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're going to talk some more NFL, but we got to talk some Bucco baseball. That's next on KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, Pirates wrapping it up against the Reds today. Greg Diolis.
Well, it's been a good series so far. The Bucs winning the first 2 games of the series. Last night, it was a good baseball game. There were some things that you could pick at, you could analyze, criticize a little bit. I thought Donnie Kelly made a couple of errors, especially in the 9th inning. Cruz gets on to lead off the 9th, so you're down a run. Cruz is on first base. I'm thinking you got to steal second base. You got one of the best base stealers in the league. Get a guy up, and get him a chance. They don't steal at all. They didn't even take a shot at it. Second aspect of it is Joey Bart got up late in the game. He hasn't been doing anything. You got a pinch hit for Bart in that situation. So 2 things, but they've been playing better baseball. I think winning 9 out of their last 14, and with a chance to win this 3 out of 4 of this series if they can win today. So things are looking up a little bit. I mean, it's still the trade deadline passed, and everybody crushed him on that. No, I still think that the jury's out on that. If we can see what those guys got in exchange can do anything. But they've been playing a little bit better baseball. It was an enjoyable night at the ball yard last night.
So you get me a Hawaiian shirt?
I got a Hawaiian shirt that I was wearing last night, but okay. I could launder it and pass that on. Yes.
No, how's it look?
It's a little blousy. I might have to have it tailored.
Really?
No.
Or a couple more extra icy lights. All right. What about Bubba Chandler? Do you bring him up?
I can't see any reason not to. There's no contractual reason not to do it, and get them a little bit of exposure. Maybe it's one of those September call-ups, when the rosters expand a little bit, get him at least a little bit of exposure to the major league level. He's only seen it, and in spring training type of games, but it would be nice to see him just to see what he has. I think it was the organization was very disappointed in Oviedo's return to the big leagues and not being able to find home plate. So maybe that kind of put the brakes on all of this aspect of, hey, all these guys at the lower levels aren't necessarily what they cracked up to be. I don't understand why they're keeping Nick York down. He's, kid's hitting 300 down there.
I know. He's a good kid.
Yeah, we liked him. We got a chance to interview him at Pirate Fest.
And Bubba.
That's right.
All right. What about Brian Reynolds? He gets to go ahead in the 8th the other day. Just status of Brian Reynolds.
He's coming back. back, and he is so frustrating of a player because when he goes on these long stretches and can't do anything, but he made one heck of a diving catch last night. It turned into a sacrifice fly to give the Reds their go-ahead run, but it was a ball that I think, 9 times out of 10, it's a base hit. He came scrambling in, made a diving catch going to his right. There was no way he was able to get up and throw the ball home to get an out, but one heck of a play. The guy can play. He's a baseball player. He doesn't do anything supremely outstandingly, but he does most things well, and he's a good guy to watch, and he's a good guy. He's not a complainer.
No, he's not. The reason I don't like to criticize, because I know how hard it is to hit a big league curveball, but this is what amazes me. When you think about it, and I know the older you get, sometimes you visit yesteryear many times as opposed to being in the present. But I look back at some of these Pirate teams and how some of these players were so consistent the whole season. They didn't even have slumps. I mean, you're way too young, but I go back to like Matty Alou, who was a punch and Judy hitter that, like, if he didn't hit 310, he had a bad year, and he never made an error.
Yeah.
And he had 2 other brothers at one time for the Giants. They all 3 were starting in the outfield at the same time. I mean, what's wrong? What's going on in Major League Baseball that when somebody gets into a slump, you almost expect it? And if they have a week that they start coming out of it, you're like, well, things are looking better. There's no consistency in baseball, hitting the baseball anymore.
Well, it's changed. Everything's about swing plane and exit velo and lift. Everybody's trying to hit a home run with every at-bat. I was amazed last night just watching some of the swings. My seats are in the first base side, and watching Horwitz and Cruz on a number of their swings and misses. Their head was all the way facing my seat by the time they were swinging, and they just everything was into it, and their eyes are not on the ball, their head's not on the ball. You can't hit that way, in my opinion. But that's how you hit the balls into the river, is you just let that hit fly, and boom.
When Harry the Hat Walker, the legend, was the hitting coach before he became the manager, even he knew you got to listen, you got to make contact. Barry Bonds is the best at it. He says, all you need to do from here to here, the barrel of the bat, he's showing is just the ball's going to come over the plate. The idea is to make the barrel of the bat hit the ball and keep your eye on the ball and make sure your bat is kind of in line with that pitch. And he said, if you hit that ball on the fat part of the barrel of the bat more times than not, it's going to go out of the park. They asked another day, they said, how would you do against somebody pitching 100 miles an hour today? He goes, I'm gonna hit the ball.
Right.
He goes, and when you think about it, you look at Rod Carew, and I'm throwing out some legendary names. You just got to make contact. And if they are all trying to go for the fence, you think somebody, especially the hitting coach, would say, look, you make contact first, the rest will fall into place. And, I mean, that type of swing may work for Happy Gilmore, but you can't be doing that, having your face basically in line with the guy sitting on the baseline, whether it's third base, first base, when you should be keeping your eyes on the ball and swinging through, looking into the outfield as opposed to looking into the bleachers or the stadium seats. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, and you're right. And another player to talk about in along those lines is Key Brian Hayes. I was watching Key last night. He's now with the Reds.
Yeah.
Remember Jose Chico leaned?
Oh yeah.
Everything he hit was inside out. He only hit the ball to right field. I don't think he hit a ball to the left side of second base for the last 2 years he was a Pirate. Everything, and he probably hit line drives into the stands as the days before the Nets. You needed extra life insurance if you were sitting on that side. But that's how Hayes is now. He can't get anything open. Everything is just poke and lazy fly balls down the right field line to right field. He just doesn't look like the hitter that he once was. I can't figure it out.
Pirates, I think, did the right thing. And I don't know what T, as in Terry Francona, saw in him, unless because of the relationship he might have had with his father, said, I'll give him another shot.
Maybe it's his defense, because the guy can play defense.
But, Greg, everybody used to say Maz doesn't deserve to be in a Hall of Fame. He's a 275 lifetime hitter. Can you imagine a second baseman who's hitting like between 270 and 290 every year and not making an error? You're giving him $20 million a year now.
You aren't kidding.
And I got to tell you, let me get a break in here. We'll come back. You being a former catcher, you're going to want to hear this. This has been a very emotional week for those of us who love baseball, and I'll explain why. And I do believe this person should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. We've got a lot to get to, including the FedEx St. Jude's Championship. Tommy Fleetwood, your leader by 1 as they head into the final round. He's at 14 under. Justin Rose is at 13 under. We've got a lot of NFL to get to. And, of course, Ted will be here coming up next hour as well, too, as the Steelers are 1-0 after their win against Jacksonville last night. Rob Taylor's got that news update coming up at 11:30. This is some real home cooking every week on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show on KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Back at it on Monday. We might sneak in a little bit of Steeler talk and everything that happened over the weekend. I'll talk to you first of the week, Monday, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Parkway East remains closed in both directions from the Square Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood Swissvale exit, and this will occur until 5 o'clock Monday morning. It's so crews can replace an overhead sign structure. Police are assisting the motorists near those major intersections along the detour. State police continue to investigate after a woman was shot in the leg Saturday night in Aliquippa. It happened around 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. Police say 4 masked men opened fire at the housing complex. No arrests have been made. That woman who arrived at the hospital by private vehicle is in stable condition. KDK Radio News Time 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be a very warm day with mostly sunny skies and a high up to 89. Then tonight, clear skies, low down to 67. Hot tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, high 90. Partly sunny and hot on Tuesday, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Listen, you hear me talk all the time about what's happening in the world that we live in. And I know mental health is an issue, but I also know there are a lot of good people that are getting hurt because of these random acts of violence. One of our dear friends, Tim, Greg's cousin from Penn Hills, you know him, you love him, couldn't do this show without him. This is what Greg told me when he came in. So, Tim, we're thinking about you. We love you, and get well soon. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tim, our hearts go out to you. You're getting better. I just spoke with you before the show started, so I know you're going to be okay. So we'll be able to poke some fun at you. But I hate to have that situation. Very scary with the first reports that you had been attacked, mugged, whatever the word is. And we know now what we always thought was you can't fight a lick. So
we love you, Tim.
Hopefully you'll get better, and you'll be calling the show next week.
But, this is the guy just walking broad daylight. I mean, this is the type of stuff. And I tell people all the time, we have to find a better way in this world. And you hear me talk on my show when I'm not doing sports about it and why we need to get job creation. We need to help people, but we also have to keep people safe because there are people like Tim and others who are just trying to go about their day-to-day lives and something like this happens. So, Timmy, my thoughts and prayers, and I want you to get well soon. So that's why I did it after the Pirate discussion, because I know he gets a little upset sometimes with those Pittsburgh Pirates.
He got his blood pressure all roiled up.
So I wanted to make sure that it was done before we did that. I do want to talk about the Pirates a little bit. You think Kelly's going to get another shot?
I do. Yeah, everything's pointing that way. I also think Charrington's going to stay in place. So,
I don't have a problem with that. I know a lot of people do, but
most people have major problems with it. But if you gave him the opportunity to conduct this draft, you gave him the opportunity to do this trade deadline, then you got to see through whatever he was able to, engineer, I would imagine.
One of the latest going into the Pirates Hall of Fame, I said, Al Oliver, I said, what do you think you'd bat today? He said, I don't know, about 270. I said, 270? He said, yeah, well, I'm 78 years old. Listen, and I know you can't get really so caught up in it because I love the Pirates of today. But do you realize if we just had a couple of those players from back then today?
Yeah.
I mean, Davy Cash, Al Oliver, Bob Robinson in his prime. I mean, speaking of hitting the ball to the opposite field, nobody did it better than Al Oliver. Al Oliver maybe should be in that Hall of Fame, but a guy who I think, because he would have played longer. So this past week, I got fixated on my favorite Yankee, Thurman Munson. Okay? And the anniversary came and went. He was buried in Canton, Ohio this past week, 45 years ago. And I was trying to make the connection about when I fell in love with the Yankees. Wasn't because of Maz and what happened in 60. Wasn't because of Mickey Mantle. Wasn't definitely because of Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. And Reggie, yeah, a little. But it was Thurman Munson. Not so much about what he did on the field. But when he died, I don't know what happened, why it bothered me so much, but it literally sent shockwaves through my body that it was really hard for me to control my emotion. And then I did the deep dive because I was doing play-by-play in Canton, did the whole kind of, throwback thing and got the backstory. There's something still mythical about Thurman Munson to me. And I still think what he did as a catcher, won a World Series, obviously, didn't hit 400 home runs, didn't have 3,000 hits, Gold Glove, ended up in the outfield, could do well there as well. But he was the captain of the Yankees and how he died. And I think if he would have played another 5 years, maybe as a designated hitter, outfielder, whatever, he would have probably got close to maybe 2,500 hits, close to 400, maybe more home runs. But I think it's time for all of us who love baseball to get some of these people like a Dave Parker and a Dick Allen into the Hall of Fame. We're going to have more situations looking back on someone's life when they're gone and whether or not they're eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Rob, he wasn't retired when this happened, right?
No.
So he was in a private plane crash, right?
Yeah, he was a licensed pilot, and he bought a plane that many people thought was just a little bit too big for where he was as far as skill set, but he had flown it before, and he wanted to go back, and he went back and obviously crashed.
So it was just like an off day, and
he would fly back home even after a game at night because he could.
Yeah,
and then he would come back because he wanted to be with his kids. But he was a great baseball player. I mean, I don't think people realize he really was a great. Maybe he wasn't Johnny Bench, but he was a great baseball player.
He was one of those guys that was like the definition of a baseball player, right? Always dirty. Always had something going on with him. He kind of had weird-looking stains on his uniform all the time. His chest protector didn't fit necessarily correctly, but he was a, nuts and bolts, nitty-gritty baseball player.
And if he would have lived, he'd have had a mullet with no hair on top of his head. But I love the guy. And every time I look at his picture, and I think, and I could be wrong, but the baseball guru, John Parado, had an affection for him too. And I think whatever Johnny talked about anytime when it came to baseball, I would be like a little kid. I wanted to hear the whole story before I went to sleep at night. And he used to talk about Thurman Munson. I don't know what it is, but I think Thurman Munson really is my connection to the New York Yankees and why I love them so much. I really love that baseball team.
Yeah, well, that was the Yankees of that day, much like the A's in that same era. Like you could recognize if you saw a tape of the games that Thurman Munson was playing in, you'd recognize 6 out of the starting 9 Yankees players as they were coming to the plate.
As soon as you said Oakland, I thought of Joe Rudy, and I have no idea why, but the Yankees just had a lot of their greats come back to the Bronx, okay? And, I mean, people like Joe Torre, Greg Nettles, Andy, who was the pitcher? Andy
Messerschmidt?
Yeah, Andy Messerschmidt. These were some great, Paul O'Neill. These were great players, really good players. And I think sometimes people forget. And you can say what you want about, A-Rod, a great player. So, and speaking of A-Rod, a high school player who came up, Ken Griffey Jr. came up. They both came up with Seattle. We've got Connor, of course, Griffin with the Pirates. Do you realize, even to be considered to come up as an 18 or 19-year-old to the big leagues, like Mantle did to replace Joe DiMaggio, I'm going to go on record, as much as I love all sports, I think that alone, that accomplishment, makes you one of the greatest athletes in the world at that period that you come into the big leagues. The moment you run out to the field with your major league uniform and you're 19, 20 years old, and you may have like Al Kaline for Detroit, never spent a second in the minor leagues. You know the game better than me, but I can't think of anything that's more monumental to be a high school graduate who ends up playing in the major leagues following your high school year.
Yeah, what was the most famous of that type of move? Was it Joe Nuxall? He was like 15 years old, playing in a major league game.
And who was David Clyde? Who was the pitcher for the Texas Rangers? Same thing. I mean, somebody who literally graduated and came right
brought him right in.
I mean, imagine
legend.
playing like in some cornfield somewhere with a chain link fence, okay, and half the grass just chewed up and gone in August in your outfield, and there's no bleachers, nothing, and you got to walk a mile just to play the game. And then you're at Wrigley Stadium the next day, Wrigley Field playing him. I mean,
how about if you were the last kid in a high school game to get a hit off of that guy, and then the next day he's pitching in the major leagues?
Listen, and he's here today, and I'm sure he's not listening. And I know he's a great manager, Hall of Fame manager, but I don't think people realized how great Terry Francona was as a high school baseball player. And if there's any of his friends out there, they could call in, because I didn't really see him play that much because I was usually doing something else bad when they were playing. He really was a student athlete, and I was out just lollygagging, having a good time, just being a kid. But the stories I've heard of him on the baseball diamond, like batting 800, throwing like a one-hitter when he's like 16, playing county league baseball against guys who were 21 years of age when he was a kid. He was a tremendous baseball player.
Well, and that's cool to hear, and it's interesting. There have been a lot of changes in WPIAL baseball as far as head coaches. A good friend of mine, Dave Audie, just got the job at Chartiers Valley, so notice is served to all those who will be playing Char Valley this year. I will be at some games, and my buddy Dave will be the head coach, so it'll be great.
Listen, my sister dated a kid by the name of Danny Fazio. His brother, Greg Fazio, was the high school baseball coach at New Brighton. And with all due respect, I love Greg Fazio, and I'm just giving his full name on the air because this will get back to him. But every time I see him, I go, yeah, that guy coached Terry Francona. That's all, every time I see him, I think of him. And in fact, he could have probably made personal appearances and signed autographs. Terry Francona was a great basketball player, was a great golfer. He was just a natural.
You just can't screw him up, right? If you're that coach, you just don't screw it up.
Listen, it was so surreal. They were playing, I think, Philadelphia. He was with Montreal in a playoff game, and we were driving somewhere, and KYW, we're going up and down the dial, and he stepped up to the plate. Now, this is just a few years removed from high school. And there he was, playing for leading the league and hitting. Cool. I don't think there's any sport that's more a slice of America than Major League Baseball, especially the local kid. I mean, think of the places like Johnny Bench came from. Just these little podunk towns. And they end up, your dad puts you on a bus with some dollars and you go to Florida and you're in some instructional league. And then, like he said, within a matter of 2 years, he's in the All-Star game sitting in the locker room across from Roberto Clemente.
Yeah, I don't know how many of those stories are going to be left, because it seems like everybody that has any slice of talent is now playing at some sort of academy. They're doing the IMG, not a knock against IMG, but, they're going to some sort of academy, or they're playing at some elite summer league program with pristine fields, and they're not playing in the cornfields and the hay fields of southeast Oklahoma anymore.
Listen, I got to be honest with you, never an athlete like that, but I would have given anything to play like AA ball for one summer. Just get on a bus, and do nothing but take your clothes to the local laundromat. You're in a one-bedroom efficiency like some Motel 6 somewhere back in the day, and you're eating sandwiches and just drinking beer and pop, and you just play baseball.
Yeah, Major League Baseball, I think, made a bad move when they eliminated a lot of their major leagues of their minor leagues over the course of the last few years. And some of those little, those small ball fields or ball parks in the small towns where Zanesville had a awesome little...
Zanesville,
Ohio had an awesome little ball field. I had an occasion to play one time in a doubleheader there, not in a minor league level, but it was one of the leagues where it was the Triple ABA. I was, I think, 19 or 20, and we traveled there to play in that stadium, in that setting. It was so cool to just play there. And then you had the Johnstown has the War Memorial Stadium or ballpark that's up there. That
Buffalo had a Buffalo Pilots for years.
Well, now, but they've got they got a Taj Mahal type field
compared
now.
to these other ones. Yeah. All right, the Erie Seawolves. That would have been great, man. Yeah. One summer, hanging out, All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Last thing about baseball, then we're going to move on. Andrew McCutchen, what is next? Maybe another season with the Pirates. That's all still to come today on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. Now, if you enjoy happy hour with a purpose, you are going to want to mark your calendar. AARP Pittsburgh is hosting a special evening to celebrate the 90th anniversary of Social Security, and they're doing it in style. It's called the Simpson Social Security Happy Hour. And here to tell us more is AARP volunteer Barbara Hill. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. We're thrilled to invite the community out to join us for this fun and informative event. On Thursday, August 14th from 6 to 8 p.m. We'll be at Wiggle Whiskey in the Strip District for our SIPS and Social Security Happy Hour. It's a chance to enjoy a relaxed evening with your neighbors, all while learning about something that affects nearly every American, Social Security.
Now, that is a subject we have all been hearing a lot about lately, and I'm sure folks in our area have a lot of questions. So what exactly can people expect at this event?
Guests will receive one complimentary beverage, either a cocktail or non-alcoholic drink, plus light hors d'oeuvres served while supplies last. You'll also have the chance to connect with AARP staff and volunteers, hear about the importance of Social Security, and learn how AARP is working to protect and strengthen the program for current and future generations.
Now, this sounds like a great mix of information and fun, but do people need to register ahead of time?
Yes, advanced registration is required at aarp.org/local. The event is free. No purchase is necessary, but space is limited. So if you're interested, don't wait.
So food, drinks, and a little Social Security knowledge? What a combo. Thanks, Barbara, for joining us.
Don't forget to register. AARP/local.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, one more baseball segment. I want to take care of our Pirates and also some other stories in Major League Baseball, and that is Andrew McCutchen. So what happens with this guy? What do you think?
They probably offer him the same deal that he has right now, $5 million, come back, be the DH one more time.
Is he the last great Pirate, you think, in our lifetime?
I don't think he's a great Pirate. I think he's a real good Pirate. So I don't think he qualifies
put him in the same category
greatness.
as Oliver or
Sargent? No. Okay. He wouldn't have got in that lineup.
Whoa.
Nah, a really good player and much fun to watch and my favorite Pirate.
So then how good were those guys?
But, well, I just think the problem is you have that recency bias. Like, he's all that we see, and he's so much better than the rest of the garbage that's around him that we think he's much better than he is. But, maybe he's really good as opposed to just good. He did win an NL MVP, did win a batting title, I think. So, yeah, I'll take that back. He's pretty good.
All right, so last week I was getting a little nervous about Paul Skeens, and you said, oh, wait a minute. Then the whole extension thing comes out. You guys are right.
No, wait. Now, that extension thing was just a figment of Andrew Filippone's imagination, and he was just playing up the off-the-cuff remark that Dan Zangrilli made. There is no, I don't believe for a scintilla of a second that there is any movement toward.
It's this think tank who's got a lot of money, and I'm the gerbil on the wheel. And when it's 2 to 4, 7 to 9, and I'm out of here, you're all going to have to go get a job. Okay, that's all I'm trying to tell you, because that couldn't have been, the timing couldn't have been any better. It's a bad B movie. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You actually think this guy would consider an extension right now? And if it's possible, would you sign him?
If it's possible, I would sign him, but there's no way he'd be crazy.
There's no way. There's just no way. And I'll be honest with you. I like Paul Skeens, but he's got an ERA of under 2. But he's probably going to end up 500 on the year. But if he ends up 15-8 or 16-8, he might even win the Cy Young. But you can't think that one pitcher is worth that much. Even he said we need to get some bats.
Well, here we go, 6 innings. If he was that good, let him finish some games.
Oh, I'd work him now. If he's here with me,
I'd work him till his arm falls off.
I wouldn't want his arm to fall off. But if you have him and you have no chance of signing him,
what are we saving him for the Yankees for?
And I'll be quite honest with you. This world, and I'm not going to, well, it's kind of like the Rob Pratt talk show with current events. You know, we got this deficit in the country. You got the Fed chair going back and forth with the president on the interest rate. You've got an economy that is sputtering, unemployment, 2 million people on unemployment. These salaries that they're making, and I know you're an agent, but these salaries that some of these people are making, $300 million, all that's deferred. He's getting just under $1 billion. What is this guy worth now? Paying pitchers $300 million, like Garrett Cole is on the shelf this year. Greg, all due respect, they got to start reeling some of this in, man. As a fan, I got 3 kids, and I'm doing everything I can to go to one ball game. That's why I love the Pirates so much. If I was 25 starting a family, I could go to the Pirate game. I'm 68, I could take my grandkids and go to a Pirate game. But some of these stadiums, $17, $20 for a beer in New York and L.A. to pay these salaries, Greg, that's insulting.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to take, but I mean, the argument is you don't have to do it, but it's such a great night out.
Well, and I guess what else?
But somebody compared to going to a Pirate game to you're going to the movies. You're not going to a baseball game.
No.
You're just going to be entertained.
Listen, and believe me, nobody's paying me anything. Trust me what I'm telling you. I love the Pirates. I love PNC Park. I see a lot more good in this team than bad. I think we're going to get a run at it. But I'm hoping that we're doing enough in the minor leagues that we can have some consistency. I don't want to do 1 year we get in, wild card, and lose. I want to have 5, 6, 7 years of flirting with the division, getting into the playoffs, something that makes you excited year long because your team may not win it, but they're at least in it. That's all I want.
Yeah, and those are fun days.
Yeah, they are. I mean, when you get up every day, and if you fell asleep and they're on the West Coast, the first thing you do before you even say good morning to anyone, you go on the phone and look for the box scores.
Yeah.
You want to see what listen, as much as I really missed watching the game last night, the Steelers game, when I was out working, I was checking the Pirates score more than I was the Steelers score. And I know it's a preseason game. I don't go a day without checking in on what the Pirates are doing.
Well, here's another soapbox thing. Friday night, the Hogs that are Major League Baseball and the Pittsburgh Pirates don't put the game on regular TV. You got to stream it on Apple TV.
That's why you got 93.7 The Fan and Odyssey and KDKA. It's free.
And I listen to that all the time.
And I'm going to tie this into what just happened with Disney and the NFL Network, which more power to Disney because it's going to help the NFL Network. But what Ted Arnaud said on this show almost 20 years ago, before you know it, you're not going to be able to watch an NFL game without having to pay for it.
Yeah, and the red zone's going to get changed over because
so that means I don't have it free anymore on Comcast. Probably.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know. You have ESPN, so I don't know if it's.
But I don't have ESPN Plus.
Is that what the red zone's going to be on?
Who knows? That's why. Listen,
I hope it's not streaming because then you can't click back and forth. I hate streaming.
That's why you get the Odyssey app because it's free.
I'm going to bite the hand that feeds us.
Well, nice knowing you.
If the Odyssey app was so good, why can't I drive outside of the city of Pittsburgh and still listen to the Pirate game?
I'll explain to you how to do that during the break. I got you covered on that.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
You're a nice man.
Yes, I am a nice man. And in the meantime, I'm going to break because I don't know if I really have the answer to that at all.
Yeah, I don't think you can get them outside of the area.
But I got to tell you, there's nothing like the Panthers. There's nothing like the Pirates on the radio, and it's free. And that's why I just think radio has never been more important, especially what's happening right now in the world of streaming. All right, take a break. We'll come back. Stay with us. This is the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show on KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 82 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder that the Parkway East between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale exit remains closed this afternoon and into the night as crews are replacing an overhead sign structure in that area. Parkway East, that portion will reopen at 5 o'clock Monday morning. Police are assisting motorists near the major intersections along the detour. Well, President Trump's planned meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin, set for Friday in Alaska, is complicated by the question of whether Ukraine will have to give up territory, as Trump has suggested. Ukraine's President Zelensky is resisting that idea. Watching to see what happens are the NATO member nations that have committed more direct aid to Ukraine in the war. On CBS's Face the Nation, here's NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Are you comfortable with Ukraine being excluded from these negotiations on Friday?
What will happen on Friday is testing Putin by President Trump. And obviously, when it comes to peace talks, the ceasefire, and what happens after that on territories, on security guarantees for Ukraine, Ukraine will have to be and will be involved.
Police still investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. Shooting occurred around 9 o'clock near the Landmark Terrace housing complex. A woman arrived at the hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say it was 4 masked men who opened fire at the housing complex. So far, no arrests have been made. Well, numerous people still displaced following a fire in Washington County, a massive one. It broke out Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California Borough. That fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home siding. 6 adults, 11 children were displaced. They're receiving aid from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. No injuries were reported. Cause of the massive fire under investigation. KDKA Radio News time is 12:03. AccuWeather forecast is on the way.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be mostly sunny and very warm today, high up to 89. Clear tonight, low down to 67. A hot day tomorrow with plenty of sunshine, high up to 90. Another hot day Tuesday, partly sunny, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, a little more baseball. Got to take care of those Pirates, and we're going to roll into a lot of NFL news and notes, and Ted will be here at the bottom of the hour. Don't forget, as we are just weeks away, got a lot of things that are going to be happening. We're going to actually kick off on August 24th a little college football. He'll be joining us every Sunday at 11:30. Jerry Schmidt of the Duquesne Dukes. Really looking forward to that. A week out before the University of Pittsburgh Panthers and the Duquesne Dukes have themselves a little football. Also, Mike Leon, Leon's Billiards and More, are going to be one of our new sponsors as we roll into the fall. And he'll stop by and pick our weekly winners against the spread once a month. So we're looking forward to having a little star power. We'll rack up some fun with him. And then, of course, Ted goes back to his full hour slot as we start picking our weekly winners against the spread. So as I mentioned, the Yankees brought back some of their great players in the last couple of days and managers, maybe the best they've ever had, more so than anyone. We're talking about the legend of Joe Torre, who was an incredible baseball player as well, too. Looking at a picture of him now, tipping his cap to the crowd in New York, he says that he's not really such a fan of analytics. He just loves the feel of Major League Baseball. And we've talked about this before. When you look at Donnie Kelly, because he was around Jim Leland, do you think that he kind of, even though he's young, it's more about the feel, or do you think he has to buy into the analytics because it's a part of the game?
I think he has to have a combination of what he has to do, but ultimately I think it comes down to that feel thing that, this is what's going to happen and this is what's going to be right. Because no matter how much analytics you look at things, it's only going to give you a percentage play, right? That this is the percentage says this is what you do, but that doesn't mean that that's what that guy's going to do in that particular at bat on that particular day.
Do you think Terry Francona is an analytics guy?
I think that most of those old school guys, they have to, kind of accept that there are analytics things that you have to do. But baseball guys are baseball guys, and they can manage with their eyes and their gut.
So he's got De La Cruz. Do you think he picked the right team to come back? He could have basically had his pick of any team.
Yeah, they're 4 games over 500. They're and De La Cruz is really good. Ooh. He's so smooth. He's really special. But they probably, a few years ago when they signed Yasiel Puig, and they kind of went all in on that group, and those guys didn't do anything at Cincinnati. I think that made it more distasteful for them to try to really go, both feet in on spending a ton of money. So it's going to be hard for them to do it, and they're not going to catch the Brewers this year. The Brewers are really hot right now. They're playing like lights out. I know. They got the best record in baseball right now.
When Counsell left, I thought they were done.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really playing great. It must be the beer.
Maybe.
How about speaking? I love Cincinnati. We're going to just talk a little bit about Cincinnati.
Okay.
Obviously, Pete Rose grew up in the shadows and played for the Cincinnati Reds, and the greatest hitter of all time. Love Pete Rose. But think about some of the players. But here's one of the guys who was in between that really wasn't there with a big red machine, and obviously they had some success after. But he had some success. Eric Davis. Remember Eric Davis, who played for the Reds?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sure.
He was a great baseball player.
He was really
because
good.
Of all those players that Cincinnati had, he never really got, or maybe in Cincinnati, but he reminded me like of a Ken Griffey Jr. type of player. But Eric Davis was an exceptional baseball player.
He was, real wiry guy. Yeah, had that crazy strength and power, but an outstanding player. But you bring up Pete Rose, and it just dawned on me yesterday to look around the stadiums, and you see there's ESPN or Bet ESPN is in center field trying to sign people up in the stadium. There's a DraftKings logo on the fence. There's a Bet 360 on another part of the fence, and yet Pete Rose gets kicked out of baseball for gambling. It doesn't.
This is why you don't hold off on a Thurman Munson. Sadly, he's gone. But you just got to start turning things in the right direction to get people to believe in that Field of Dreams again. This is the first time I've ever watched all the acceptance speeches because of Dick Allen and Dave Parker. And what I saw of Cooperstown, and I've talked to they said, you have to go, you have to go, you have to go. I guess that's really a quaint, magical place. So, you know what? If I'm MLB with
your ADD, you wouldn't like it.
Really?
You wouldn't like it. You'd be there for 10 minutes and be like, I've seen it.
Anyway, but maybe I'd just like to go have a beer there.
There you go.
Can you get a beer there?
I believe so.
But anyway, I just would like to see it. But right now, I'm Rob Manfred. This latest deal that the NFL just did, ESPN, and they're getting 10%, the NFL of ESPN. I mean, and it's going to add content to where that's my biggest pet peeve with the NFL Network that I love, and I'm probably the only person that that watches at least an hour of the NFL Network every day. When I get home today, standing in the kitchen with a handful of pretzels and an ice cold pop, I'll be watching the NFL. Late at night, I'll be watching the NFL. But the thing that used to honk me off is that they just would show these old playoff games and old Super Bowls. But now, because of ESPN, they're going to have content. So I'm excited about that. But
I'm sorry. Is NFL Network as a station still going to be in existence, or is that just blown away now and ESPN is just going to add it to
It's going to be the NFL Network, but it's going to be programmed by ESPN.
Okay, so that whole spot on your dial, so to speak, is still going to be
it stays there, but they're going to have a lot of original content. You'll have a lot of crossover. But if you look at ESPN now, it's all new talent. They got a kid anchoring at night now who's a Harvard graduate. So I'm just saying the face in the world of sports coverage is changing. That's why I love radio so much, the immediacy of it. Sports talk like this, what they do on 93.7 The Fan, the Odyssey app. They have podcasts, people like Stephen A. Smith. All I know is I'm so worried. And I hope that I don't have to end up paying for the NFL Network. I hope I don't have to end up paying for the Red Zone. Because if I lose that, that's my Sunday. I don't have any friends as it is. I mean, you take away that, I'm really going to be lonely.
Yeah, let me know if you have an issue. I got a little cash bank. I can spot you. Spot you $10 for the Red Zone.
I love See, I must have something wrong with me, because I find it more satisfying watching the red zone flipping from game to game to game to game.
Yeah, you don't have to flip because it flips for you.
Oh, it's
well, but I'll tell you what, for an older person, it's hard to watch the red zone because they don't know what game's on. My dad sits in the room when the red zone's on. He's like, "Now which game is this? Now which game is this? Who's winning this game? What happened to the other game?" So it can be confusing to an elderly person.
Yeah, but I'm older. I'm getting there, Greg. I'm getting there. I'm like right next to your dad in that lazy boy. Our elbows are touching right now. I don't know. I love the NFL Network, and the thing that I do hope that they do, because they've got their crew out on the West Coast that does the morning.
Yeah.
You could tell these poor people are like sleep deprived, and they're going on the air here at 7, and it's like 4 a.m. out there on the West Coast. Bring them back to New York. No offense, New York's where the juice happens. I mean, much better, I think, for the NFL.
That's the heart of the world, right?
It is. 10 million people, man. And then all the other things that the NFL has gone through. Obviously, the attack in their office building. Like we were talking about Tim earlier, our buddy who got mugged.
Yeah.
I mean, this world, think about it. If you can get into the NFL headquarters in downtown Manhattan.
Carrying an assault rifle, just walking in.
Walking right in.
Yeah.
What does that really say?
Yes.
I mean, and all the security and everything they have to do at these events. I mean, I just wish they could dial it back a little bit. All right, on a happier note, Duquesne Pitt, obviously you would think Pitt is going to win in this football game. Why do you play this game?
Why do you play this game? Because, well, if you're Pitt's side, you play it because you need a game, in essence, a scrimmage to get set up for the rest of the season. Everybody or most colleges play one game against a non-FBS opponent. It gives you a chance to run your offense, run your defense against some fresh bodies, some other players. Why do you play it if you're Duquesne? You play it for the exposure. You play it for your alumni who get a chance to come see your guys play in a big-time stadium against a big-time program with the bands and all the paraphernalia that goes on around a big-time game. You get a little bit of a payday. It doesn't cost you anything. You're not traveling. You're not eating up. It's not hurting your scheduling in any way. You're staying at home. You don't even have to schedule buses. Your kids can basically walk to the game.
All right. I asked 5 people that are diehard Pitt fans this in the last week, because I'm frustrated. With name, image, and likeness, will the Panthers ever compete for a national championship in the next 10 years?
In the next 10, I think that it's going to happen, Rob, because
a national they're going to be able to get into the college football playoffs.
I think they can, yes, because number one, the ACC, the winner of the ACC gets a seat at the table, and the ACC gets a seat at the table, and they can do that. They can compete with the rest of the ACC. They can't compete with the SEC with those other, the Big Ten, but they can compete with the ACC, and as long as the people in the ACC get a seat at the table, then you get into the tournament. Can they actually compete once they're in the tournament with those bigger programs? I don't know.
I know. And is Belichick going to be a difference maker? Is he actually going to win in the world of college football?
They're going to win more than they used to win, yes. But they're North Carolina is always a basketball school first. That's not going to change.
Is he there more in college football because he wants to coach, or because he couldn't get a job in the NFL?
I think he wants to do this, but he also wants to set his son up for the job in the future.
Wow. I heard that before, so you think that's real, huh?
I believe so.
That's kind of nice. All right, listen, like father, like son, like his dad before him. Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're going to talk a little golf, as promised. Then we're going to just take it wall-to-wall to the top of the hour with Ted Arnaud talking the National Football League. This is home cooking at its best when it comes to your town, your teams. The Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You know, I had no idea we were going to go in this direction, but the counselor was doing a little, surfing the World Wide Web and came up with this information about Central Catholic Zone Neil Shipley. Go ahead.
So Neil Shipley's currently 4th on the Corn Ferry Tour. In money earned, $535,000 in this season alone. 4th on the tour. The top 20 at the end of the year, top 20 money earners get an automatic tour card to the PGA next year. So all he has to do is kind of maintain pace, and he's going to be a member of the regular PGA Tour next year, which would be outstanding, wouldn't it?
Yeah, plus that means you can go out and get some nice endorsements to kind of pick up the freight. Look, there's a show on Apple TV right now called Stick.
Yeah.
Did you hear about this?
I saw the first 2 episodes.
Listen, to travel in an RV, it's basically Owen Wilson finds this prodigy as far as a golfer is concerned, and he basically is going through a divorce. He gets $100,000 when the house sells, and he basically gives it to the mother of this kid, and then they take off on this quest to become, qualifying for the U.S. Amateur, and then if you win that, the rest is history. And they have the ups and downs, and they meet people along the way. His former caddy's driving this old RV, and it's just like we're living amongst the world and just playing golf and visiting all of these strange campgrounds and meeting people. It really is a pretty cool show, though.
It is a very cool show, the first episodes that I've seen. Conversely, Happy Gilmore 2.
Yeah.
That movie stinks.
I know.
And Travis is in it, so I like Travis's role for the 38 seconds that he's in it.
I know. I like it.
That movie is god-awful. It's worse than Caddyshack 2.
Well, you have to understand, too, you're looking at it through the mind of a 50-year-old plus man now. When maybe 30 years ago, I get it. Maybe because I'm an adolescent, I never grew up. I loved it, but I understand where you're coming from.
I didn't. I for some reason, I think I liked the Happy Gilmore originally.
That's because of the Bob Barker fight scene. That's why you...
Yeah, this was just so goofy. Terrible. Adam
Sandler's at a point in his career. He's got to get that one dramatic role because the guy really is a tremendous actor, but he truly is outgrowing this type of humor.
Well, he made that one movie with his family,
Gems.
right?
No, what movie?
It was with him and his daughter, and it was like his... It was about the Jewish faith, and
yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
It was actually, and that was a dramatic role that he played, and I liked the movie, but you could tell he was just trying to create a career opportunity for his daughter. And one of the things that I like about the Adam Sandler movies is he just puts his friends in the movies. It's like a way to give his friends a chance. So Rob Schneider's in the movie. What the heck is...
talking about, and I just did the old Siri thing. You are so not invited to my bat mitzvah. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a Netflix thing. It wasn't even at the movies.
That's all he does now is Netflix. But anyway, go ahead.
So, but all of these movies now, it's the same people that were in Grown Ups. They're in Happy Gilmore. He just gives all his friends roles. The one guy that looks like Bill Romanowski, it might be Bill Romanowski.
It's not, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a way to give his friend. And I think he made Grown Ups because he wanted a summer vacation, and they all went to the lake one year.
Grown Ups 2, that's the next summer's vacation. But they get huge results as far as streams, and he's about ready to sign another deal with Netflix. Look, he's worth $500 million.
Oh, God bless him, but that movie was not good.
I know. And a lot of people feel the same way you do. They've been ranting and raving. I, on the other hand, like Adam Sandler, and I'll stick with him, Happy Gilmore, through thick and thin. But it's amazing to me, this stick thing. And I never binge watch, because I get up so early to work out, or I'm at the home doing stuff. I get a chance to get on that treadmill, and I'll bang out a couple of episodes. And Owen Wilson has some of the best comedic talent as far as timing that I've ever seen. You go back to Wedding Crashers, how good he was in that. That was one of them. Listen, I was literally laughing so loud that the date I was with was telling me to shut up during Wedding Crashers. I absolutely loved it. But you know what? This is what made me want to do play-by-play for as long as I did. This is what makes me still want to work, be around sports, because you always want to be there when it could be the next great one. You know what I mean? That, like when he saw this kid in stick hit a golf ball, the sound, he just knew. Something about the curve with Clint Eastwood, right? Yeah. You can just hear it, how it hits the mitt. There's something about sports that we're all waiting for the next great one. So I think about the Clementis. I think about Bench and Mantle. Was there somebody there who went, uh-oh, that's the next great one? And they basically were so important to that person. Without that person, they never get a chance to shine.
Yeah, and imagine how many true natural talents are that are out there that never get discovered and never go anywhere.
This is how small the world is. So I go to my Aunt Joanne Cairns, my dad's baby sister, the youngest of 9, who just turned 90. I'm out in Canonsburg a couple of weeks back, and we're talking about Joe Namath because it's my cousin Dickie Cairns' dad. Dick Cairns was from Beaver Falls, same age. And I found out that it was Dickie Cairns' dad, which would be his grandfather, is the reason, as a small player, he was moved to quarterback by my cousin's grandfather. And that's how that whole journey started, because he was more of a baseball player and a basketball player. Yeah. Joe Namath could actually dunk a basketball at one time, but because of one moment in time, somebody sees it and initiates it, and as they say, the rest is history.
Yeah.
That's kind of exciting.
But there are so many coaches out there that don't know what they're doing, and they're moving kids around.
Or at the end of the bar every year, I'm the one that said, I get it. But no, I really...
the movie Glory Days, right? Or the song Glory Days.
Listen, I've been around enough of those people, that's for sure. Listen...
No matter how old I get, the older I get, the better I was.
But I can tell you for a fact, it's not folklore. Terry Francona. And the only reason I keep mentioning his name, because a lot of people are going to be at that game today listening, and they're going to have a chance to get caught up with him, and he knows that we care about him. But Terry Francona may be one of the greatest athletes ever to come out of Beaver County. And there's been some great ones. And you had Namath and Babe Pirelli. Babe Pirelli was number 2 behind Namath in Super Bowl III, and they grew up probably 10 minutes from each other. So,
isn't that amazing?
Think about that, Greg. Super Bowl III, Joe Namath is the starter from Beaver Falls. The backup quarterback is Babe Pirelli from Rochester. The only thing that separates them is a bridge.
The Rochester-Monaca Bridge, right?
Yeah, and they both played for Paul Bear Bryant. One in Kentucky, one in Alabama.
And then Babe Pirelli went on to found the tire company and make billions of dollars.
But imagine, and this is how I am. I'm at Rochester High School one day doing all these crazy videos that I used to do all the time to promote high school sports. And I literally started to weep because I thought, I wonder if anybody really knows the story of Babe Pirelli. Because there's so many great quarterbacks from Western Pennsylvania. We'll be here all night. But Babe Pirelli had a really good career. A really good career. But because of the Jim Kellys and the Joe Montanas and the Joe Namaths and the Danny Marinos, we'll never see another Danny Marino in our lifetime.
Yeah, you will. There's a kid at Central named Owen Herrick. He's the next coming.
Listen,
you just keep watching, brother. Sophomore, he'll throw for 4,000 yards this year.
How big is he?
6'3", probably 185 pounds, but he's still growing into his paws.
So do I have to go in that weight room and move Danny's picture to the left to make room?
You may have to.
Nah,
he'll be an afterthought.
I'm going to tell you something right now.
Oh, by the way, they broke ground finally on that new Taj Mahal gymnasium, parking deck, whatever else they're going to have at Central. It's going to be massive.
Listen, and when I retire, my next job, emptying the trash down there. I would love to be there every day. Imagine the electricity and the excitement of being in that building.
I wonder where Central's going to practice this year.
We'll find.
We got to get Lehmeyer on to find out what's going on. They're going over back to Dean's Field like we had to back in the early 80s.
I tell you, there's something special about being down there and looking up and seeing the Cathedral of Learning. It'll take your breath away. We'll come back. It's all about the NFL with Ted Arnaud next on KDKA.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
There's not a whole lot of people when you say my name. They're like, all right, he's just what it is. Some people are like, man, I really like that guy's show. The other opinion is, I hate that guy. I hope he gets hit by a Pat bus. I'm okay with that. If I've got this far in life, expressing exactly how I feel, why would I change now?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 83 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. And An ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland. It sent one person to the hospital. It happened around 10:45 Saturday morning at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue. The ambulance was transporting a patient. That's when the crash occurred. Driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from that vehicle and was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance that was involved in the collision to a nearby hospital. 17 people were displaced and are receiving aid from the Red Cross and Salvation Army. This is due to a massive fire that occurred in Washington County. It happened Saturday afternoon in the 100 block of Liberty Street in California Borough. That fire left 4 homes destroyed. 2 others sustained damage to the home's siding. There were, though, no injuries reported. The cause of the fire is under investigation. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-240-1465. 800-240-1465. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be a very warm day with mostly sunny skies and a high up to 89. Then tonight, clear skies, low down to 67. Hot tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, high 90. Partly sunny and hot on Tuesday, high 91. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, let's get Ted Arnaud online. Teddy, before Mr. Diolis gets going and we talk all about the preseason win of your Steelers, I was thinking about you the other day quite a bit. I think about you a lot and hope you're doing well, but when you said many years ago, won't be long, we're going to be paying to play, to watch everything. And then the big deal, Mr. Iger goes and buys the NFL Network, then never doubt the magic of the mouse, which I like it because the NFL Network will actually have some content. And it'll also make people want to be, listening to the radio more often because it's free. But, man, Teddy, with that deal going down, the only thing that worries me is that it could be everything's going to cost, even that NFL Red Zone that I get free because of my Comcast package. Is this a step in the right direction for the fan? Maybe better content, but are we going to have to pay to play? And is this just another example? Go ahead.
Let me dissect that. First of all, you don't watch it for free because Comcast,
that's right,
one way or the other, is charging you for it. So I think what you'll see is a lot more of that, a lot more of the NFL product buried in some of the streaming amounts that you pay, and they'll be included as part of the streaming. But, Robbie, you and I and Greg have talked about this way before all of this started happening.
You did it. You told it. You said it years ago. And let me tell you about Comcast. I don't have any guilty pleasures anymore. I have no life. The only thing that I love is streaming, and I love my Comcast. So I go in to the Comcast store to pay my bill the other day. I usually pay by, but I'm so OCD, I got to get there before the 10th because I just want it to be done. And the guy says to me, "Can I have your phone number, please?" He goes, "Oh, my God, this is a car payment." And I went, "Hey, buddy." I said, he goes, let me work some magic here. And he was supposed to be able to take it down 100, but he wasn't able to do it. But he said, "You really love Comcast." I go, "Look, I absolutely love Comcast. And the thing that I love about it is Mr. Diulis, the good friend that he is, told me last year, well, if you have that premium package, you have it for free." I was ecstatic. I could go home and watch NFL. But now I'm thinking right away, after I'm really in an euphoric state about the NFL Network going to have actual content during the offseason, and I'm not going to watch the Buffalo Bills take on the Green Bay Packers from 2021, then Greg says, well, you might have to end up paying for it. So I hope I don't have to pay even more for the NFL Red Zone.
The other greatest fallacy is we're here from the government. We're here to help.
Oh, my. All right, Teddy, observations. I had to watch the highlights. I worked late last night, but I did see some things I was very happy about, and we had Ray Fittipaldo on, and he was kind of happy. We were even talking about your man, Roman Wilson, a little bit. So your thoughts about the Steelers' preseason win against Jacksonville?
I think they look good. I think the people that we expected to kind of look good did. How about our boy Darnell? Oh, wait, just wait. Everybody says, oh, well, we can move him to left tackle. That would be like the dumbest thing you could do. But I think considering preseason, everything else, I think everybody that we've talked about that are going to look good, Mason looked awfully, awfully good. So I think we're going into the season kind of feeling good about where we thought we were going to be.
Hey, Teddy, I thought a little bit under the radar last night because nobody's really been talking about it much, but I saw some pretty good things out of this Caleb Johnson, the draft pick from Iowa. He has a little bit of shake about him, and he's compact. He's a powerful guy, but he got a little bit of wiggle that I thought that he showed some things that it's not going to be long until he's the number one guy coming out of the backfield.
I agree. I mean, if you just look at the statistics, not that great, but he's got what it takes, and he's a big guy, and I think his footwork was good. The blocking with the offensive line that was out there probably is going to need some improvement. But I think everybody that we've talked about over the last 3 or 4 weeks, they're all looking pretty good.
I kind of felt badly for Darnell Washington because he lost his mind. He dunked the ball over the goalpost, gets a penalty. You see the coaching staff just jump him as soon as he got off the sidelines.
Listen, I can't believe it. This is why Ted amazes me. He's like that natural athlete or the person that doesn't rehearse like Dean Martin or Jackie Gleason, just shows up and rolls. I had all these notes for Ray Fittipaldo. And the only one I didn't get to that I should have put at the top when I saw that touchdown first highlight that I saw today, you cannot move this guy to tackle, Teddy. This guy can catch the football. And he's like in that end zone daring anybody to come close and rip that ball out of his hands. How do you stop this guy? Because he's got soft hands, and it's like a skyscraper leaning across the goal line. There's no way you're going to stop this guy.
We've talked about I think he's going to be great. I think they're going to be rotating their tight ends a lot. But, he's got to learn. If you're going to have a problem with dunking the ball, have it in a preseason game and pay your fine and get on with life. Just don't do it again.
I agree, but that's even the harder part is they don't differentiate the fines in the preseason and the regular season. He's going to get smacked pretty good with a fine for a football game in which he made $1,000. That's not the
well, that's
not
okay.
the greatest choice.
Hey, Greg, there's got to be consequences. Now he's had a consequence in this game. It's going to cost him a few bucks. I think he might be able to reach deep down and afford it, but maybe he won't do that. Where the game really would count, there might be a penalty associated with it.
Good point. Maybe he got it out of his system, so he got his one dunk out. I'll tell you one thing though, guys. I apologize for stepping on you, Rob. He got up there. I mean, he was well over the goalpost.
Listen, this dude can ball, man. And I got to tell you, I have these thoughts of Benny Cunningham and Eric Green when I watch this guy. I just like who he is, and I think he gives you something that there's no defense that can scheme against the guy because he's and I love the name, Mount Washington. The guy is a force to be reckoned with, and I think Arthur Smith likes him, but you know who really likes him is Aaron Rodgers. So that's all I need to know. How about what Aaron Rodgers said? I just saw this. He said that Roman Wilson needs to get out of his head to make the jump in year 2. What do you think he meant by that? I didn't get a chance to read the article, but I just saw that as a headline.
Well, he probably is indicating that the player needs to just cut it loose, not think about his routes, not think too much, just let his athleticism take over, and don't allow himself to think that he's not as good as these other guys. Don't let himself think, well, these other guys are making so much more money than I am, maybe I'm not worth it. Just go out and cut it loose.
Go ahead, Teddy.
Well, if that's the case, he should hire Greg Diulis to be his manager and get him some jack. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Hey, I got to tell you one thing. I've come to the conclusion. These ball players that are making so much money, something's going on with me, Greg, because I'm about capitalism, but it's why do we have to see these people day in and day out? Now you got Tom Brady getting this statue. The guy looks like a statue. Now he's got a statue, and it's just money going after money. I just want some good old-fashioned Fats Donovan down in the dirt, the trenches football. That's what I want now.
Now that you're complaining about all the money that you're making, did you happen to see the Milk and Honey Klein Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos signs a 5-year, $102 million deal this week?
Oh, my. But he's a wide receiver. I can live with that. But, man, when you see a guy like Dak Prescott making $60 million a year.
He's good. People pay to see him. That's why you buy the Red Zone, because you want to see Dak Prescott. You don't pay to go see the math teacher.
But what about, listen, I had a pretty good math teacher, but I obviously didn't pay attention. Anyway, Micah Parsons, you don't give this guy a contract? He's more, I think, important to your team.
I don't give Hayward a new one either. I mean, I'm just saying you signed a contract. You signed it last year. It was good enough to sign a year ago. All of a sudden, it's not good enough now?
Speaking of contracts, don't let's go any further without bringing this up. Do you think Cam Hayward is really looking for a new deal?
That's what I was just talking about. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Come on. How's that possible?
Well, I think we all, when we analyzed that deal last year, we realized there was nothing guaranteed in the years going forward. What was he thinking? Why did he accept that deal last year?
Teddy?
I agree with Greg. I think it's really hard at this time to go back to the cash register. I mean, he had his one shot. You can't feel totally bad for him, but he had a shot.
Okay. Yeah, the agent speak, and I'm liable to lose my registration card with the union. But it's it's a 3-year contract. You're only after year 1, and you're trying to go back to the table. We've been fortunate with some of our guys where teams have been willing to do that, but you don't do it where you're going to create acrimony. You have to do that one a little bit more behind the scenes than what has happened here. And all the goodwill that Hayward had built up in the city and throughout his career, he's losing all of it now.
Yeah, I know. That makes no sense to me. And he is at that point where, it's about time for him to get on with his life's work. He's a great player, Hall of Fame player, but, come on, let's get real about it.
But if he's worried about the guaranteed nature of his contract, as soon as he gets to the first game this year, his contract for this year is guaranteed anyway. So what I don't understand what is, unless he wants more money or just if he's just looking for guarantee, it has to be the 2026 season he wants to have guaranteed, and I don't think the Steelers are going to be willing to do that.
All right, let's get a break in here. Come back, one more segment. We're just weeks away from the full hour of picking our weekly winners against the spread, and Ted will be back each and every week from noon until 1, and when the regular season gets underway, and it is now less than a month away. All right, short break. Back with more. The Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. KDK in just a moment.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Roe Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridge's Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridge's brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Brought to you by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, so tell me about this Skylar Thompson guy. He's kind of like, I don't know, that perennial backup. He just always seems to appear on someone's roster like a Tyrod Taylor. How good is this kid, Greg?
He's a good second, third string type guy.
Good enough to be second string?
Second,
that's kind of pushing.
Good enough to be on your roster. I don't know if you want to rely on him as your two, but we saw Nick Mullen from Jacksonville last night, Teddy. He's an 8-year guy. I mean, undrafted guy. He's been around for 8 years. So those types of guys can make, and, minimum salary for those guys is $1.2 million now. It ain't a bad life.
Woo, Teddy?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think one of the questions will be is, okay, we get towards the end of the preseason, getting ready to go. You got Skylar, who can manage a game, and you got Will, who maybe won't play because of his hand. Got some decisions to make.
I know. We talked about that with Ray Fittipaldo. I would hate to see the man from Ohio State be the odd one out because I think he is more than a backup, and he was really, I'm sure, counting on these preseason reps.
Yeah, but you can't afford to cut him because you definitely want to develop him, and you can't. The only way you get him onto your practice squad is to expose him to waivers, and somebody will definitely pick him up. So if you're going to try to slide somebody to the practice squad, it's probably going to be Skylar Thompson, and hope that nobody claims him. You can't really afford to keep all four. So as long as Howard is healthy, no matter how good Thompson looks, he's still going to be the odd man out.
So
I would agree with that completely. And somebody will pick up Skylar Thompson. I mean, he's good enough to wind up either as a second or a third quarterback someplace.
So when they moved up in the draft to get Mason Rudolph, I was ecstatic because I remember how he used to just shell-shock the Pitt Panthers.
Right.
Okay. Was it James Washington, the former Steeler wide receiver that was with him?
It was Washington. Was it James? Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it was. But anyway, do you still see the possibility of this guy after is this how he's kind of grown in recent years? And a little bit of last night, touchdown pass to Darnell. Do you still see the possibility of him being maybe the heir apparent when Rodgers is done? At least that stopgap until somebody else comes in.
Yeah, Teddy, I think you're like me. Once a guy gets kind of designated as a backup, I think it's hard to ever lose that designation. I guess Kirk Cousins did it. But other than him, I can't think of anybody who was really, a backup guy that ended up, jumping up into the next role. I remember that, was it Matt Hasselbeck at Green Bay? It was behind Brett Favre, and he kind of, hit it big on a free agent deal with Seattle, but he never really matured into what we expected him to be. But I can't think of anybody else who was a number 2 that really turned into like a franchise guy.
Yeah, so a lot of them start. They'll get out there and start, but unfortunately, usually if you follow them for 3 or 4 games, they're not there again as a starter. So I think Mason's a great quarterback. I just hope that he sticks around. I think as a guy who comes in for us this year, because I think it's pretty obvious that everybody's thinking of going for the gold. I think he's a guy who can help a lot. Especially if Aaron has any issues, medical issues. But I agree with Greg. I'm not sure that somebody grabs him as a starter or Pittsburgh. We've already tried that with him, and it just didn't happen.
2 things, and we'll kind of wrap it up here, and we're going to talk more about football as opposed to the Steelers, because there's some big stories, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders. I mean, it's preseason, but they are the headline pretty much from the weekend, so we got to bring it up. But Omar Khan said he's not shutting the door on Aaron Rodgers. So say you get midway through the season and this guy's really looking good. When will you make that decision? Do they have to get into the playoffs for even to consider bringing Aaron Rodgers back? Greg, you first.
Oh, definitely. If they don't make the playoffs with him, why would you want to bring him back?
But if he had a good year, I mean, like a solid year, and it wasn't so much of him, why you lost?
I don't know how that could,
defense.
There's not a scenario where I see if he has a good year, they don't make the playoffs.
Well,
so.
Maybe the defense basically can't answer to what the offense is doing.
Well, I understand.
Saying,
no, there's no way. If they don't make the
bad.
playoffs, they don't bring this guy back.
Teddy.
I agree with that. He's here for one reason. Win games, get into the playoff, and win some playoff games. That doesn't happen. He doesn't come back.
Why shouldn't I be excited about Shedeur Sanders, even if it is just a preseason game? I mean, he had mobility in the pocket, was throwing some real, and how about Jackson Dart? He looked pretty good, too. And I know it's preseason, but we're expecting a lot of these young men who are making that transition. And those 2 alone did okay, but I think Shedeur really handled himself with a lot of poise and looked really good with Cleveland.
Yeah, you are supposed to be excited about it. They're young guys, they're talented, and it's a good thing. I think football in general is better when the Cleveland Browns are decent, and it's been so long since they've been decent. I think it's a lot more fun to have them in the mix.
Yeah.
So it would be good. I don't think that Shedeur has done enough or can do enough to become the starting quarterback day one of the Browns.
Pitt Panther Shady McCoy was on social media wearing a number 12 Browns jersey, telling people to go out and buy it. And I thought, you know what? That's pretty cool. And I saw Shiloh play some pretty good football for Tampa Bay too. They're just fun. They're energetic.
And we get to see the Shiloh Sanders show in Pittsburgh next week.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's good to see. And look, if you're a Deion Sanders fan or not, if you're a father, it even gives you more to be excited about. Could you see him actually, if he is as steady as what we have seen and he continues to do that each and every week, and doesn't even be lights out, but shows a lot of that leadership that you want? If you're the Browns, do you at least roll the dice to consider making him your starter for the first game, Teddy?
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't think so. I think he would be maybe a second. And if there's any hiccups, you move him in game 3, 4, or 5. But starter for the first game would be a reach.
Think about it, though, Ted. If you're the Browns, what do you have to lose?
Nothing.
Take a shot.
Well, I was trying to do it from a not Brown standpoint, from the regular team.
So what happens if, and you got to stir the pot, that's what we're paid to do, to make people think get the juices flowing. What happens if he does start and goes on a run, and they're like neck and neck with the Bengals and Ravens, and the Steelers are in the rearview mirror? That make the Steelers look like that they didn't draft him, and a lot of other teams in the
everybody else in the league that went 5 rounds without picking him.
It's okay. Let's just cut to the chase. Why do you think he went so late? What was the reason?
I don't think he has the talent that everybody assumed that he has.
Teddy?
Yeah, Rob, I wouldn't ascribe All-Star and All-Pro and Hall of Fame status to him with one preseason
I
game.
knew you were going to say that, and I get that. But I like to root for the underdog, and I'll be honest with you. Forget about on the field. He's really handled himself, other than the speeding tickets, which at that age we all are guilty of that, and you should never do that. But, I mean, I think he's handled himself rather well. And if he was your client, you would be pleased with how he's handled himself, Greg.
No, I'd be turning over my grave because I would have probably had to invest $1 million in him and have him as a fifth-round pick. I'd be going crazy.
Yeah, explain to the audience how that works.
So agents tend to have to figure out a way to line the pockets of draft picks in some fashion. So you pay for training for them to get them ready for the combine and their pro days. And in today's market, you also provide for what's known as a marketing advance. So you're putting money up front to them and hoping that they will make money in the marketing aspect, which he probably has. So his agent's probably gotten back to the point where they're doing okay. But if you remember, he didn't hire an agent initially. So it's been he's gone through a different route to get to where he
What do you think he came into the league with from name, image, and likeness money? $10 million?
Well, No.
Okay.
No. Colorado probably paid him $1 million. So he probably, and then with a trading card deal, which was probably $300,000 or $400,000, and then a couple of other, marketing aspects, he probably had $2.5 million to play around with.
All right, Teddy. Let's end on this note. Steelers. I could get around well with that kind of cash.
Well, enough to buy a really, really fast car.
I mean,
wasn't fast enough. He got caught.
90, but 100. Yeah. Come on now. All right, Teddy. And what are you going to be looking for moving forward? Getting ready to leave Latrobe in a couple of days. We'll be back there on the south side. Move into preseason week 2. What are you hoping to see as we move forward with the Steelers?
I hope they play a little bit more of the running game. I hope they are able to really get that going, get Caleb Johnson out there and really get him some wheels, get some yards. I expect more from Mason Rudolph. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot to see. I think you're going to see Mason Rudolph, Skylar Thompson, so that's good. I hope they keep the momentum going with Roman Wilson and Darnell. How about Max Hurlman getting a couple of catches? There's some of these names that are coming out of the woodwork that are going to be interesting to watch.
Do you guys think Ben Sauls is going to have a shot with the kicking issue that's going on?
Young man from Pitt, but I don't think so.
No.
All right, Teddy, thanks, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right. What's for dinner today? What are you doing?
We're going ravioli today.
Ooh.
Ravioli, little meat sauce, some salad, and some Saloni's bread.
But you got to eat it at the picnic table, though. You can't eat it inside on a hot summer day by the pool.
Hot, though. Yeah.
Oh, I know, but there's nothing like, wiping the sweat from your brow, and as you go back, there's that big pile of sauce right in front of you, man.
Yes,
it's dripping into the sauce. Love it. That's what you call the human experience. All right, have a great day, everybody. Back all week, 6 to 10. Thanks to Ty Polk. Did a great job, maiden voyage today with your Pratt Pack. Very grateful.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 85 degrees now. Pittsburgh International is 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder, the Parkway East still remains closed in both directions from the Square Hill Tunnel to the Edgewood Swissville exit. It will remain that way until Monday morning at 5. It's so that crews can replace an overhead sign structure. And police are assisting motorists near those major intersections along the detour. State police are investigating after a woman was found shot Saturday night in Aliquippa. It happened about 9 o'clock near the Linmar Terrace housing complex. The woman arrived at the hospital with a gunshot wound to the leg. She arrived by private means. Police say 4 masked men opened fire at the housing complex. No arrests so far have been made. Well, an ambulance collided with a vehicle in Oakland. It sent 1 person to the hospital. It happened Saturday morning around 10:45 at the intersection of McKee Place and 5th Avenue in West Oakland. Ambulance was transporting a patient when the crash occurred. Driver of the passenger vehicle had to be extricated from that vehicle and then was transported to the hospital in stable condition. A second EMS unit transported the person who was in the ambulance that was involved in the collision to the hospital. Well, a wrong-way crash on Route 28 sent 3 people to the hospital. That happened around 4 o'clock Saturday morning near the East Ohio Street exit. They were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Route 28 had a lane restriction for about 2 hours due to the crash. KDK Radio News Time 103.